Chapter 24 of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. It means Arden Court. The time went by, and Daniel Granger pursued his wooing, his tacit, undemonstrative courtship, with the quiet persistence of a man who meant to win. He came to Mill Cottage almost every evening throughout the late autumn and early winter months, and Clarissa was fain to endure his presence and to be civil to him. She had no ground for complaint, no opportunity for rebellion. His visits were not made ostensibly on her account, though friends, neighbours, and servants knew very well why he came, and had settled the whole business in their gossiping little coteries. Nor did he take upon himself the airs of a lover. He was biding his time, content to rejoice in the daily presence of the woman he loved; content to wait till custom should have created a tie between them, until he could claim her for his wife by right of much patience and fidelity. He had an idea that no woman, pure and true as he believed this woman to be, could shut her heart against an honest man's love, if he were only patient and faithful, single-minded and unselfish in his wooing. George Fairfax kept his word. From the hour of that bitter parting he made no sign of his existence to Clarissa Lovel. The Armstrongs were still in Germany when December came, and people who had any claim upon Lady Laura's hospitality lamented loudly that there were to be no gaieties at the castle this year. It was the second Christmas that the family had been absent. Mr. Fairfax was with them at Baden most likely, Clarissa thought, and she tried to hope that it was so. Christmas came, and Miss Lovel had to assist at Miss Granger's triumphs. That young lady was in full force at this time of year, dealing out blankets of the shaggiest and most uncompromising textures, such coverings as might have suited the requirements of a sturdy Highlander or a stalwart bushranger sleeping in the open air, but seemed scarcely the pleasantest gifts for feeble old women or asthmatic old men; and tickets representative of small donations in kind, such as a quart of split peas, or a packet of prepared groats, with here and there the relief of a couple of ounces of tea. Against plums and currants and candied peel Miss Granger set her face, as verging on frivolity. The poor, who are always given to extravagance, would be sure to buy these for themselves. Witness the mountain of currants embellished with little barrows of citron and orange peel, and the moorland of plums adorned with arabesques of Jamaica ginger in the holly-hung chandler's shop at Arden. Split peas and groats were real benefits, which would endure when the indigestible delights of plum pudding were over. Happily for the model villagers, Mr. Granger ordered a bullock and a dozen tons of coal to be distributed amongst them, in a large liberal way that was peculiar to him, without consulting his daughter as to the propriety of the proceeding. She was very busy with the beneficent work of providing her special protégées with the ugliest imaginable winter gowns and frocks. Clarissa, who was eager to contribute something to this good work, had wounded her fingers desperately in the manufacture of these implacable fabrics, which set her teeth on edge every time she touched them. Mr. Lovel would not even allow them to be in the room where he sat. "If you must work at those unspeakably odious garments, Clarissa," he said, "for pity's sake do it out of my presence. Great heavens! What cultivator of the ugly could have invented those loathsome olive greens, or that revolting mud colour? Evidently a study from the Thames at low water, just above Battersea Bridge; and to think that the poor, to whom nature seems to have given a copyright in warts and wens and boils, should be made still more unattractive by such clothing as that. If you are ever rich, Clarissa, and take to benevolence, think of your landscape before you dress your poor. Give your old women and children scarlet coats and grey petticoats, and gratify your men with an orange neckerchief now and then, to make a patch of colour against your russet background." There were dinner parties at Arden Court that winter, to which Mr. Lovel consented to take his daughter, obnoxious as he had declared all such festivities to be to him. He went always as a concession to his host's desires, and took care to let Daniel Granger know that his going was an act of self-sacrifice. But he did go, and he gave his daughter a £10 note, as a free-will offering, for the purchase of a couple of new dresses. Clarissa wondered not a little at the distinction with which her father and herself were treated by every one who met them at Mr. Granger's house. She did not know that a good deal of this attention was given to the future mistress of Arden Court, and that in the eyes of the county people and Holborough gentry alike she stood in that position. She did not know that her destiny was a settled business in every one's mind except her own, that her aunt Oliver and the rector, quite as much as her father, looked upon her marriage with Daniel Granger as inevitable. Mr. Lovel had been careful not to alarm his daughter by any hint of his convictions. He was very well satisfied with the progress of affairs. Daniel Granger was too securely caught for there to be any room for fear of change on his part, and Daniel Granger's mode of carrying on the siege seemed to Mr. Lovel an excellent one. Whatever Clarissa's feelings might have been in the beginning, she must needs succumb before such admirable patience, such almost sublime devotion. Christmas passed, and the New Year and all festivities belonging to the season, and a dreary stretch of winter remained, bleak and ungenial, enlivened only by Christmas bills, the chill prelude of another year of struggle. Towards the end of January, Marmaduke Lovel's health broke down all of a sudden. He was really ill, and very fretful in his illness. Those creditors of his became desperately pressing in their demands. Almost every morning's post brought him a lawyer's letter, and however prostrate he might feel, he was obliged to sit up for an hour or so in the day, resting his feverish head upon his hand, while he wrote diplomatic letters for the temporary pacification of impatient attorneys. Poor Clarissa had a hard time of it in these days. Her father was a difficult patient, and that ever-present terror of insolvency, and all the pains and perils attendant thereupon, tormented her by day and kept her awake at night. Every ring at the cottage gate set her heart beating, and conjured up the vision of some brutal sheriff's officer, such as she had read of in modern romance. She nursed her father with extreme tenderness. He was not confined to his room for any length of time, but was weak and ill throughout the bleak wintry months, with a racking cough and a touch of low fever, lying prostrate for the greater part of the day on a sofa by the fire, and only brightening a little in the evening when Mr. Granger paid his accustomed visit. Clarissa tended him all through these melancholy days, when the rain beat against the windows, and the dull grey sky looked as if it would never more be illuminated by a gleam of sunshine; tended him with supreme patience, and made heroic efforts to cheer and sustain his spirits, though her own heart was very heavy. And it came to pass that, in these most trying days, Daniel Granger repeated the avowal of his love, not urging his suit with any hazardous impatience, but offering to wait as long as Clarissa pleased for his sentence. And then, in the midst of the girl's distress at the renewal of this embarrassing declaration, her father spoke to her, and told her plainly that she was, in all honour, bound to become Mr. Granger's wife. She had suffered him to devote himself to her, with a devotion rare in a man of his age and character. She had allowed the outer world to take the business for granted. It would be a cruel wrong done to this man if she were to draw back now and leave him in the lurch. "Draw back, papa!" she cried with unmitigated surprise and alarm. "But what have I done to give you or Mr. Granger, or any one else, the slightest justification for supposing I ever thought of him, except as the most commonplace acquaintance?" "That pretence of unconsciousness is the merest affectation, Clarissa. You must have known why Mr. Granger came here." "I thought he came to see you, papa, just like any other acquaintance." "Nonsense, child. One man does not dance attendance upon another like that. Crying off from important dinner parties in order to drink tea with his neighbour, and that kind of thing. The case has been clear enough from the beginning, and you must have known how it was; especially as Granger made some declaration to you the first time you went to the court. He told me what he had done, in a most honourable manner. It is preposterous to pretend, after that, you could mistake his intentions. I have never worried you about the business. It seemed to me wisest and best to let matters take their natural course; and I am the last of men to play the domestic tyrant in order to force a rich husband upon my daughter. But I never for a moment doubted that you understood Mr. Granger's feelings, and were prepared to reward his patience." "It can never be, papa," Clarissa said decisively. "I would not commit such a sin as to marry a man I could not love. I am grateful to Mr. Granger, of course, and very sorry that he should think so much more of me than I deserve, but—" "For God's sake, don't preach!" cried her father fretfully. "You won't have him, that's enough. The only road there was to extrication from my difficulties is shut up. The sheriff's officers can come to morrow. I'll write no more humbugging letters to those attorneys, trying to stave off the crisis. The sooner the crash comes the better. I can drag out the rest of my existence somehow, in Bruges or Louvain. It is only a question of a year or two, I daresay." The dreary sigh with which Mr. Lovel concluded this speech went to Clarissa's heart. It can scarcely be said that she loved him very dearly, but she pitied him very much. To his mind, no doubt, it seemed a hard thing that she should set her face against a change of fortune that would have ensured ease and comfort for his declining years. She knew him weighed down by embarrassments which were very real, which had been known to her before Daniel Granger's appearance as a wooer. There was no pretence about the ruin that menaced them, and it was not strange that her father, who had been loath to move beyond the very outskirts of his lost domain, should shrink with a shuddering dread from exile in a dismal Belgian town. After that one bitter speech and that one dreary sigh, Mr. Lovel made no overt attempt to influence his daughter's decision. He had a more scientific game to play, and he knew how to play it. Peevish remonstrances might have availed nothing. Threats or angry speeches might have provoked a spirit of defiance. Mr. Lovel neither complained nor threatened. He simply collapsed. An air of settled misery fell upon him. An utter hopelessness, that was almost resignation, took possession of him. There was an unwonted gentleness in his manner to his daughter. He endured the miseries of weakness and prostration with unaccustomed patience. Meekness pervaded all his words and actions, but it was the meekness of despair. And so, this was how the familiar domestic drama came to be acted once more, the old, old story to be repeated. It was Robin Gray over again. If the cow was not stolen, the sheriff's officers were at the door, and for lack of a broken arm, Marmaduke Lovel did not want piteous silent arguments. He was weak and ill and despairing, and where threats of Jesuitical pleading would have availed little, his silence did much; until at last, after several weary weeks of indecision, during which Mr. Granger had come and gone every evening without making any allusion to his suit, there came one night when Clarissa fell on her knees by her father's sofa, and told him that she could not endure the sight of his misery any longer, and that she was willing to be Daniel Granger's wife. Marmaduke Lovel put his feeble arms round his daughter's neck, and kissed her as he had never kissed her before, and then burst into tears, with his face hidden upon her shoulder. "It was time, Clarissa," he said at last. "I could not have kept the brokers out another week. Granger has been offering to lend me money ever since he began to suspect my embarrassments, but I could not put myself under an obligation to him while I was uncertain of your intentions. It will be easy to accept his help now, and he has made most liberal proposals with regard to your marriage settlements. Bear witness, Clary, that I never mentioned that till now. I have urged no sordid consideration upon you to bring about this match, although God knows it is the thing I desire most in this world." "No, no, papa, I know that," sobbed Clarissa. And then the image of George Fairfax rose before her, and the memory of those bitter words, "It means Arden Court." What would he think of her when he should come to hear that she was to be Daniel Granger's wife? It would seem a full confirmation of his basest suspicions. He would never know of her unavailing struggles to escape this doom, never guess her motives for making this sacrifice. He would think of her, in all the days to come, only as a woman who sold herself for the sake of a goodly heritage. Once having given her promise, there was no such thing as drawing back for Clarissa, even had she been so minded. Mr. Lovel told the anxious lover that his fate was favourably decided, warning him at the same time that it would be well to refrain from any hazardous haste, and to maintain as far as possible that laudable patience and reserve which had distinguished his conduct up to this point. "Clarissa is very young," said her father, "and I do not pretend to tell you that she is able to reciprocate, as fully as I might wish, the ardour of your attachment. One could hardly expect that all at once." "No, one could hardly expect that," Mr. Granger echoed with a faint sigh. "As a man of the world, you would not, I am sure, my dear Granger, overlook the fact of the very wide difference in your ages, or expect more than is reasonable. Clarissa admires and esteems you, I am sure, and is deeply grateful for a devotion to which she declares herself undeserving. She is not a vain frivolous girl, who thinks a man's best affection only a tribute due to her attractions; and there is a kind of regard which grows up in a girl's heart for a sensible man who loves her, and which I believe with all my soul to be better worth having than the romantic nonsense young people take for the grand passion. I make no profession, you see, my dear Granger, on my daughter's part, but I have no fear but that Clarissa will learn to love you, in good time, as truly as you can desire to be loved. Unless I thought that she had some affection for me, I would never ask her to be my wife," said Mr. Granger. "Wouldn't you?" thought Mr. Lovel. "My poor Granger, you are farther gone than you suppose." "You can give me your solemn assurance upon one point, Lovel?" said the master of Arden Court anxiously. "There is no one else in the case. Your daughter's heart is quite free. It is only a question as to whether I can win it." "Her heart is entirely free, and as pure as a child's. She is full of affection, poor girl, only yearning to find an outlet for it. She ought to make you a good wife, Daniel Granger. There is nothing against her doing so." "God grant she may," replied Mr. Granger solemnly. "God knows how dearly I love her, and what a new thing this love is to me." He took heed of his future father-in-law's counsel, and said nothing more about his hopes to Clarissa just yet awhile. It was only by an undefinable change in his manner, a deeper, graver tenderness in his tone, that she guessed her father must have told him her decision. From this day forth all clouds vanished from the domestic sky at Mill Cottage. Mr. Lovel's debts were paid. No more threatening letters made his breakfast table a terror to him. There were only agreeable-looking stamped documents in receipt of payment, with little apologetic notes and entreaties for future favours. Mr. Granger's proposals respecting a settlement were liberal, but taking into consideration the amount of his wealth, not lavish. He offered to settle 1,000 a year upon his wife, 500 for her own use as pin money, 500 as an annuity for her father. He might as easily have given her 3,000 or 6,000, as it was for no lack of generous inclination that he held his hand; but he did not want to do anything that might seem like buying his wife. Nor did Marmaduke Lovel give the faintest hint of a desire for larger concessions from his future son-in-law. He conducted the business with the lofty air of a man above the consideration of figures. 500 a year was not much to get from a man in Granger's position; but, added to his annuity of 300, it would make 800, a very decent income for a man who had only himself to provide for; and then of course there would be no possibility of his ever wanting money, with such a son-in-law to fall back upon. Mr. Granger did not lose any time in making his daughter acquainted with the change that was about to befall her. He was quite prepared to find her adverse to his wishes, and yet quite prepared to defend his choice; and yet, little subject as he was to any kind of mental weakness, he did feel rather uncomfortable when the time came for addressing Miss Granger. It was after dinner, and the father and daughter were sitting alone in the small Gothic dining-room, sheltered from possible draughts by medieval screens of stamped leather and brazen scroll-work, and in a glowing atmosphere of mingled fire and lamplight, making a pretty cabinet picture of home life, which might have pleased a Flemish painter. "I think, Sophia," said Mr. Granger, "I think, my dear, there is no occasion for me to tell you that there is a certain friend and neighbour of yours who is something more to me than the ordinary young ladies of your acquaintance." Miss Granger seemed as if she were trying to swallow some hard substance, a naughty little bit of the pineapple she had just been eating perhaps, before she replied to this speech of her father's. "I am sure, papa, I am quite at a loss to comprehend your meaning," she said at last. "I have no near neighbour whom I can call my friend, unless you mean Mrs. Patterly, the doctor's wife, who has taken such a warm interest in my clothing club, and who has such a beautiful mind, but you would hardly call her a young lady." "Patterly's wife! No, I should think not," exclaimed Mr. Granger impatiently. "I was speaking of Clarissa Lovel." Miss Granger drew herself up suddenly, and pinched her lips together as if they were never to unclose again. She did open them nevertheless, after a pause, to say in an icy tone, "Miss Lovel is my acquaintance, but not my friend." "Why should she not be your friend? She is a very charming girl." "Oh yes, I have no doubt of that, papa, from your point of view. That is to say, she is very pretty, and thinks a great deal of dress, and is quite ready to flirt with any one who likes to flirt with her. I'm sure you must have seen that at Hale Castle, and fills her scrap book with portraits of engaged men, witness all those drawings of Mr. Fairfax. I have no doubt she is just the kind of person gentlemen call charming; but she is no friend of mine, and she never will be." "I am sorry to hear that," said her father sternly, "for she is very likely to be your stepmother." It was a death blow, but one that Sophia Granger had anticipated for a long time. "You are going to marry Miss Lovel, papa? A girl 2 years younger than I am?" "Yes, I am going to marry Miss Lovel, and I am very proud of her youth and beauty; but I do not admit her want of more solid charms than those, Sophia. I have watched her conduct as a daughter, and I have a most perfect faith in the goodness and purity of her heart." "Oh, very well, papa. Of course you know what is best for your own happiness. It is not for me to presume to offer an opinion. I trust I have too clear a sense of duty for that." And here Miss Granger gave a sigh expressive of resignation under circumstances of profound affliction. "I believe you have, Sophy," answered her father kindly. "I believe that, however unwelcome this change may be to you at first, and I suppose it is only natural that it should be unwelcome, you will reconcile your mind to it fully when you discover that it is for my happiness. I am not ashamed to confess to you that I love Clarissa very fondly, and that I look forward to a happy future when she is my wife." "I hope, papa, that your life has not been unhappy hitherto, that I have not in any manner failed in my duties as a daughter." "Oh dear no, child, of course not. That has nothing to do with the question." "Will the marriage be very soon, papa?" asked Miss Granger, with another gulp, as if there were still some obstructive substance in her throat. "I hope so, Sophy. There is no reason, that I can see, why it should not be very soon." "And will Mr. Lovel come to live with us?" "I don't know. I have never contemplated such a possibility. I think Mr. Lovel is scarcely the kind of person who would care to live in another man's house." "But this has been his own house, you see, papa, and will seem to belong to him again when his daughter is the mistress of it. I daresay he will look upon us as interlopers." "I don't think so, Sophia. Mr. Lovel is a gentleman, and a sensible man into the bargain. He is not likely to have any absurd ideas of that kind." "I suppose he is very much pleased at having secured such a rich husband for his daughter," Miss Granger hazarded presently, with the air of saying something agreeable. "Sophia!" exclaimed her father angrily, "I must beg that the question of money may never be mooted in relation to Miss Lovel and myself, by you above all people. I daresay there may be men and women in the world malignant enough to say, mean enough to suppose, that this dear girl can only consent to marry me because I am a rich man. It is my happiness to know her to be much too noble to yield to any sordid consideration of that kind. It is my happiness to know that her father has done nothing to urge this marriage upon her. She gives herself to me of her own free will, not hurried into a decision by any undue persuasion of mine, and under no pressure from outer circumstances." "I am very glad to hear it, papa. I think I should have broken my heart if I had seen you the dupe of a mercenary woman." Mr. Granger got up from his seat with an impatient air, and began to pace the room. His daughter had said very little, but that little had been beyond measure irritating to him. It galled him to think that this marriage should seem to her an astonishing, perhaps even a preposterous, thing. True that the woman he was going to marry was younger, by a year or two, than his own daughter. In his own mind there was so little sense of age, that he could scarcely understand why the union should seem discordant. He was not quite 50, an age which he had heard men call the very meridian of life, and he felt himself younger now than he had ever been since he first assumed the cares of manhood, first grew grave with the responsibilities involved in the disposal of a great fortune. Was not this newly born love, this sudden awakening of a heart that had slumbered so long, a renewal of youth? Mr. Granger glanced at his own reflection in a glass over a buffet as he paced to and fro. The figure that he saw there bore no sign of age. It was a relief to him to discover that, a thing he had never thought of till that moment. "Why should she not love me?" he asked himself. "Are youth and a handsome face the only high road to a woman's heart? I can't believe it. Surely constancy and devotion must count for something. Is there another man in the world who would love her as well as I, who could say at 50 years of age, 'This is my first love'?" "I'm to give up the housekeeping, of course, papa, when you are married," Miss Granger said presently, with that subdued air of resignation in which she had wrapped herself as in a garment since her father's announcement. "Give up the housekeeping?" he echoed a little impatiently. "I don't see the necessity for that. Clarissa—" Oh, how sweet it was to him to pronounce her name, and with that delicious sense of proprietorship! "Clarissa is too young to care much for that sort of thing, dealing out groceries and keeping account books as you do. Very meritorious, I am sure, my dear, and no doubt useful. No, I don't suppose you'll be interfered with, Sophy. In all essentials you will still be mistress. If Clarissa is queen, you will be prime minister, and you know it is the minister who really pulls the strings. And I do hope that in time you two will get to love each other." "I shall endeavour to do my duty, papa," Miss Granger answered primly. "We cannot command our feelings." It was some feeble relief to her to learn that her grocery books, her day books by double entry, and all those other commercial volumes dear to her heart, were not to be taken away from her; that she was still to retain the petty powers she had held as the sole daughter of Daniel Granger's house and heart. But to resign her place at the head of her father's table, to see Clarissa courted and caressed, to find faltering allegiance perhaps even among her model poor, all these things would be very bitter, and in her heart Sophia Granger was angry with her father for a line of conduct which she considered the last stage of folly. She loved him, after her own precise well-regulated fashion, loved him as well as a creature so self-conscious could be expected to love; but she could not easily forgive him for an act which seemed, in some sort, a fraud upon herself. She had been brought up to believe herself his sole heiress, to look upon his second marriage as an utter impossibility. How often had she heard him ridicule the notion, when it was suggested to him by some jocose acquaintance; and it did seem a very hard thing that she should be pushed all at once from this lofty standpoint, and levelled to the very dust. There would be a new family, of course, a brood of sons and daughters to divide her heritage. Hannah Warman had suggested as much when discussing the probability of the marriage, with that friendly candour and disposition to look at the darker side of the picture, which are apt to distinguish confidants of her class. "I am sure, papa," Miss Granger whimpered by and by, not quite able to refrain from some expression of ill temper. "I have scarcely had a pleasant evening since you have known the Lovels. You are always there, and it is very dull to be alone every night." "It has been your own fault in some measure, Sophy. You might have had Clarissa here, if you'd chosen to cultivate her friendship." "Our inclinations are beyond our control, papa. Nothing but your express commands, and a sense of duty, would induce me to select Miss Lovel for a companion. There is no sympathy between us." "Why should there not be? You cannot think her unamiable, nor question her being highly accomplished." "But it is not a question of playing, or singing, or painting, or talking foreign languages, papa. One selects a friend for higher qualities than those. There is Mary Ann Patterly, for instance, who can scarcely play the bass in a set of quadrilles, but whose admirable gifts and Christian character have endeared her to me. Miss Lovel is so frivolous. See how stupid and listless she seemed that day we took her over the schools and cottages. I don't believe she was really interested in anything she saw; and though she has been at home a year and a half, she has not once offered to take a class in either of the schools." "I daresay she sees the schools are well officered, my dear, and doesn't like to interfere with your functions." "No, papa, it is not that. She has no vocation for serious things. Her mind is essentially frivolous. You will discover that for yourself by and by. I speak in perfect candour, you know, papa. Whatever your feelings about Miss Lovel may be, I am above concealing mine. I believe I know my duty, but I cannot stoop to hypocrisy." "I suppose not. But I must say you might have taken this business in a pleasanter spirit, Sophia. I shall expect, however, to see you take more pains to overcome your prejudice against the young lady I have chosen for my wife, and I shall be rather slow to believe in your affection for myself unless it shows itself in that manner." Miss Granger covered her face with her handkerchief, and burst into a flood of tears. "Oh, papa, papa, it only needed that! To think that any one's influence can make my father doubt my affection for him, after all these years of duty and obedience." Mr. Granger muttered something about duty, which was the very reverse of a blessing, and walked out of the room, leaving Sophia to her tears. CHAPter XXV. Chapter 25 of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Wedding Bells. There was no reason why the marriage should not take place very soon. Mr. Granger said so. Mr. Lovel agreed with him, half reluctantly as it were, and with the air of the man who was far from eager to precipitate events. There was no imaginable reason for delay. Upon this point Mr. and Mrs. Oliver were as strong as Daniel Granger himself. A union in every way so propitious could not be too speedily made secure. Matthew Oliver was full of demonstrative congratulation now, when he dined at Mill Cottage. "Who would have guessed, when I brought you home from the station that morning, and we drove through the park, that you were going to be mistress of it so soon, Clary?" he exclaimed triumphantly. "Do you remember crying when you heard the place was sold? I do, poor child. I can see your piteous face at this moment. And now it is going to be yours again. Upon my word, Providence has been very good to you, Clarissa." Providence had been very good to her. They all told her the same story. Amongst her few friends there was not one who seemed to suspect that this marriage might be a sacrifice; that in her heart of hearts there might be some image brighter than Daniel Granger's. She found herself staring at these congratulatory friends in blank amazement sometimes, wondering that they should all look at this engagement of hers from the same point of view, all be so very certain of her happiness. Had she not reason to be happy, however? There had been a time when she had talked and thought of her lost home almost as Adam and Eve may have done when yet newly expelled from Paradise, with the barren world in all its strangeness before them. Was it not something to win back this beloved dwelling place, something to obtain comfort for her father's age, to secure an income which might enable her to help her brother in the days to come? Nor was the man she had promised to marry obnoxious to her. He had done much towards winning her regard in the patient progress of his wooing. She believed him to be a good and honourable man, whose affection was something that a woman might be proud of having won, a man whom it would be a bitter thing to offend. She was clear-sighted enough to perceive his superiority to her father, his utter truthfulness and openness of character. She did feel just a little proud of his love. It was something to see this big strong man, vigorous in mind as in body, reduced to so complete a bondage, yet not undignified even in his slavery. What was it, then, which came between her and the happiness which that congratulatory chorus made so sure of? Only the image of the man she had loved, the man she had rejected for honour's sake one bleak October morning, and whom she had never ceased to think of since that time. She knew that Daniel Granger was, in all likelihood, a better and a nobler man than George Fairfax; but the face that had been with her in the dimly lighted railway carriage, the friendly voice that had cheered her on the first night of her womanhood, were with her still. More than once, since that wintry afternoon when Mr. Granger had claimed her as his own for the first time, taking her to his breast with a grave and solemn tenderness, and telling her that every hope and desire of his mind was centred in her, and that all his life to come would be devoted to securing her happiness, more than once since that day she had been tempted to tell her lover all the truth, but shame kept her silent. She did not know how to begin her confession. On that afternoon she had been strangely passive, like a creature stunned by some great surprise; and yet, after what she had said to her father, she had expected every day that Mr. Granger would speak. After a good deal of discussion among third parties, and an undeviating urgency on the part of Mr. Granger himself, it was arranged that the wedding should take place at the end of May, and that Clarissa should see Switzerland in its brightest aspect. She had once expressed a longing for alpine peaks and glaciers in her lover's presence, and he had from that moment determined that Switzerland should be the scene of his honeymoon. They would go there so early as to avoid the herd of autumnal wanderers. He knew the country, and could map out the fairest roads for their travels, the pleasantest resting places for their repose. And if Clarissa cared to explore Italy afterwards, and spend October and November in Rome, she could do so. All the world would be bright and new to him with her for his companion. He looked forward with boyish eagerness to revisiting scenes that he had fancied himself weary of until now. Yes, such a love as this was indeed a renewal of youth. To all arrangements made on her behalf Clarissa was submissive. What could a girl, not quite 20, urge against the will of a man like Daniel Granger, supported by such powerful allies as father, and uncle and aunt, and friends? She thanked him more warmly than usual when he proposed the Swiss tour. Yes, she had wished very much to see that country. Her brother had gone there on a walking expedition when he was little more than a boy, and had very narrowly escaped with his life from the perils of the road. She had some of his Alpine sketches, in a small portfolio of particular treasures, to this day. Mrs. Oliver revelled in the business of the trousseau. Never since the extravagant days of her early youth had she enjoyed such a feast of millinery. To an aunt the provision of a wedding outfit is peculiarly delightful. She has all the pomp and authority of a parent, without a parent's responsibility. She stands in loco parentis with regard to everything except the bill. No uneasy twinge disturbs her, as the glistening silk glides through the shopman's hands, and ebbs and flows in billows of brightness on the counter. No demon of calculation comes between her and the genius of taste, when the milliner suggests an extra flounce of Marines, or a pelerine of Honiton. A trip to London, and a fortnight or so spent in West End shops, would have been very agreeable to Mrs. Oliver; but on mature reflection she convinced herself that to purchase her niece's trousseau in London would be a foolish waste of power. The glory to be obtained in Wigmore or Regent Street was a small thing compared with the kudos that would arise to her from the expenditure of a round sum of money among the simple traders of Holborough. Thus it was that Clarissa's wedding finery was all ordered at Brigson and Holder's, the great linen drapers in Holborough market-place, and all made by Miss Mallow, the chief milliner and dressmaker of Holborough, who was in a flutter of excitement from the moment she received the order, and held little levees amongst her most important customers for the exhibition of Miss Lovel's silks and laces. Towards the end of April there came a letter of congratulation from Lady Laura Armstrong, who was still in Germany; a very cordial and affectionate letter, telling Clarissa that the tidings of her engagement had just reached Baden, but not telling her how the news had come, and containing not a word of allusion to Lady Geraldine or George Fairfax. "Now that everything is so happily settled, Clary," wrote my lady, "without any finesse or diplomacy on my part, I don't mind telling you that I have had this idea in my head from the very first day I saw you. I wanted you to win back Arden Court, the place you love so dearly; and as Mr. Granger, to my mind, is a very charming person, nothing seemed more natural than that my wishes should be realized. But I really did not hope that matters would arrange themselves so easily and so speedily. 1,000 good wishes, dear, both for yourself and your papa. We hope to spend the autumn at Hale, and I suppose I shall then have the pleasure of seeing you begin your reign as mistress of Arden Court. You must give a great many parties, and make yourself popular in the neighbourhood at once. Entre nous, I think our friend Miss Granger is rather fond of power. It will be wise on your part to take your stand in the beginning of things, and then affairs are pretty sure to go pleasantly. Ever your affectionate Laura Armstrong." Not a word about George Fairfax. Clarissa wondered where he was, whether he was still angry with her, or had forgotten her altogether. The latter seemed the more likely state of affairs. She wondered about him, and then reminded herself that she had no right even to wonder now. He was an image which must be blotted out of her life. She cut all those careless sketches out of her drawing book. If it had only been as easy to tear the memory of him out of her mind. The end of May came very quickly, and with it Clarissa's wedding day. Before that day Miss Granger made a little formal address to her future stepmother, an address worded with studious humility, promising a strict performance of duty on Miss Granger's part in their new relations. This awful promise was rather alarming to Clarissa, in whose mind Sophia seemed one of those superior persons whom one is bound to respect and admire, yet against whom some evil spark of the old Adam in our degraded natures is ever ready to revolt. "Pray don't talk of duty, my dear Sophia," she answered in a shy, tremulous way, clinging a little closer to Mr. Granger's arm. It was at Mill Cottage that this conversation took place, a few days before the wedding. "There can scarcely be a question of duty between people of the same age, like you and me; but I hope we shall get to love each other more and more every day." "Of course you will," cried Daniel Granger heartily. "Why should you not love each other? If your tastes don't happen to be exactly the same just now, habitual intercourse will smooth down all that, and you'll find all manner of things in which you can sympathise. I've told Sophy that I don't suppose you'll interfere much with her housekeeping, Clarissa. That's rather a strong point with her, and I don't think it's much in your line." Miss Granger tightened her thin lips with a little convulsive movement. This speech seemed to imply that Miss Lovel's was a loftier line than hers. Clarissa remembered Lady Laura's warning, and felt that she might be doing wrong in surrendering the housekeeping. But then, on the other hand, she felt herself quite unable to cope with Miss Granger's account books. "I have never kept a large house," she said. "I should be very sorry to interfere." "I was sure of it!" exclaimed Mr. Granger. "And you will have more time to be my companion, Clarissa, if your brain is not muddled with groceries and butcher's meat. You see, Sophia has such a peculiarly businesslike mind." "However humble my gifts may be, I have always endeavoured to employ them for your benefit, papa," Miss Granger replied with a frosty air. She had come to dine at Mill Cottage for the first time since she had known of her father's engagement. She had come in deference to her father's express desire, and it was a hard thing for her to offer even this small tribute to Clarissa. It was a little family dinner: the Olivers, Mr. Paget, the rector of Arden, who was to assist cheery Matthew Oliver in tying the fatal knot, and Mr. and Miss Granger; a pleasant little party of 7, for whom Mr. Lovel's cook had prepared quite a model dinner. She had acquired a specialty for about half a dozen dishes which her master affected, and in the preparation of these could take her stand against the pampered matron who ruled Mr. Granger's kitchen at a stipend of 70 guineas a year, and whose subordinate and assistant had serious thoughts of launching herself forth upon the world as a professed cook, by advertisement in the Times: "Clear soups, entrees, ices, etc." The wedding was to be a very quiet one. Mr. Lovel had expressed a strong desire that it should be so, and Mr. Granger's wishes in no way clashed with those of his father-in-law. "I am a man of fallen fortune," said Mr. Lovel, "and all Yorkshire knows my history. Anything like pomp or publicity would be out of place in the marriage of my daughter. When she is your wife it will be different. Her position will be a very fine one, for she will have some of the oldest blood in the county, supported by abundance of money. The Lycians used to take their names from their mothers. I think, if you have a son, Granger, you ought to call him Lovel." "I should be proud to do so," answered Mr. Granger. "I am not likely to forget that my wife is my superior in social rank." "A superiority that counts for very little when unsustained by hard cash, my dear Granger," returned Marmaduke Lovel lightly. He was supremely content with the state of affairs, and had no wish to humiliate his son-in-law. So the wedding was performed as simply as if Miss Lovel had been uniting her fortunes with those of some fledgling of the curate species. There were only 2 bridesmaids: Miss Granger, who performed the office with an unwilling heart, and Miss Pontifex, a flaxen-haired young lady of high family and no particular means, provided for the occasion by Miss Oliver, at whose house she and Clarissa had become acquainted. There was a breakfast, elegant enough in its way, for the Holborough confectioner had been put upon his mettle by Mrs. Oliver, served prettily in the cottage parlour. The sun shone brightly upon Mr. Granger's espousals. The village children lined the churchyard walk, and strewed spring flowers upon the path of bride and bridegroom, tender vernal blossoms which scarcely harmonised with Daniel Granger's stalwart presence and 50 years. Clarissa, very pale and still, with a strange fixed look on her face, came out of the little church upon her husband's arm, and it seemed to her in that hour as if all the life before her was like an unknown country, hidden by a great cloud. Chapter 25. Chapter XXVI of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXVI. Coming Home. The leaves were yellowing in the park and woods round Arden Court, and the long avenue began to wear a somewhat dreary look before Mr. Granger brought his young wife home. It was October again, and the weather bleaker and colder than one had a right to expect in October. Mr. Lovel was at Spa, recruiting his health in the soft breezes that blow across the pine-clad hills, and leading a pleasant elderly bachelor existence at one of the best hotels in the bright little inland watering-place. The shutters were closed at Mill Cottage, and the pretty rustic dwelling was left in the care of the honest housekeeper and her handmaiden, the rosy-faced parlour-maid, who dusted master's books and hung linen draperies before master's bookcases with a pious awe. Miss Granger had spent some part of her father's honeymoon in paying visits to those friends who were eager to have her, and who took this opportunity of showing special attention to the fallen heiress. The sense of her lost prestige was always upon her, however, and she was scarcely as grateful as she might have been for the courtesy she received. People seemed never weary of talking about her father's wife, whose sweetness and beauty and other interesting qualities Miss Granger found herself called upon to discuss continually. She did not bow the knee to the popular idol, however, but confessed with a charming candour that there was no great sympathy between her stepmother and herself. "Her education has been so different from mine," she said, "that it is scarcely strange if all our tastes are different. But of course I shall do my duty towards her, and I hope and pray that she may make my father happy." But Miss Granger did not waste all the summer months in visiting. She was more in her element at the Court. The model children in the new Arden Poor Schools had rather a hard time of it during Mr. Granger's honeymoon, and were driven through Kings and Chronicles at a more severe pace than usual. The hardest and driest facts in geography and grammar were pelted like summer hail upon their weak young brains, and a sterner demand was made every day upon their juvenile powers of calculation. This Miss Granger called giving them a solid foundation; but as the edifice destined to be erected upon this educational basis was generally of the humblest, a career of carpentering, or blacksmithing, or housemaiding, or plain cooking, for the most part, it is doubtful whether that accurate knowledge of the objective case or the longitude of the Sandwich Islands which Miss Granger so resolutely insisted upon was ever of any great service to the grown-up scholar. In these philanthropic labours she had always an ardent assistant in the person of Mr. Tillott, whose somewhat sandy head and florid complexion used to appear at the open door of the schoolroom very often when Sophia was teaching. He did really admire her, with all sincerity and singleness of heart; describing her, in long confidential letters to his mother, as a woman possessed of every gift calculated to promote a man's advancement in this world and the next. He knew that her father's second marriage must needs make a considerable change in her position. There would be an heir in all probability, and Sophia would no longer be the great heiress she had been. But she would be richly dowered doubtless, come what might, and she was brought nearer to the aspirations of a curate by this reduction of her fortune. Miss Granger accepted the young priest's services, and patronized him with a sublime unconsciousness of his aspirations. She had heard it whispered that his father had been a grocer, and that he had an elder brother who still carried on a prosperous colonial trade in the city. For anything like retail trade Miss Granger had a profound contempt. She had all the pride of a parvenue, and all the narrowness of mind common to a woman who lives in a world of her own creation. So while Mr. Tillott flattered himself that he was making no slight impression upon her heart, Miss Granger regarded him as just a little above the head gardener and the certificated schoolmaster. October came, and the day appointed for the return of the master of Arden Court. Rather a gloomy day, and one in a succession of wet and dismal days, with a dull grey sky that narrowed the prospect, and frequent showers of drizzling rain. Miss Granger had received numerous letters from her father during his travels, letters which were affectionate if brief, and longer epistles from Clarissa, describing their route and adventures. They had done Switzerland thoroughly, and had spent the last month in Rome. The interior of the old house looked all the brighter, perhaps, because of that dull sky, and those sodden woods without. Fires were blazing merrily in all the rooms; for whatever Miss Granger's secret feelings might be, the servants were bent on showing allegiance to the new power, and on giving the house a gala aspect in honour of their master's return. The chief gardener, with a temporary indifference to his own interests, had stripped his hothouses for the decoration of the rooms, and great vases of exotics made the atmosphere odorous, and contrasted pleasantly with the wintry fires. Miss Granger sat in the principal drawing-room, with her embroidery frame before her, determined not to be flurried or disturbed by the bride's return. She sat at a respectful distance from the blazing logs, with a screen interposed carefully between her complexion and the fire, the very image of stiffness and propriety; not one of her dull brown hairs ruffled, not a fold of her dark green silk dress disarranged. The carriage was to meet the London express at Holborough station at 4:30, and at a little before 5 Miss Granger heard the sound of wheels in the avenue. She did not even rise from her embroidery frame to watch the approach of the carriage, but went on steadily, stitch by stitch, at the ear of a Blenheim spaniel. In a few minutes more she heard the clang of doors thrown open, then the wheels upon the gravel in the quadrangle, and then her father's voice, sonorous as of old. Even then she did not fly to welcome him, though her heart beat a little faster, and the colour deepened in her cheeks. "I am nothing to him now," she thought. She began to lay aside her wools, however, and rose as the drawing-room door opened, to offer the travellers a stately welcome. Clarissa was looking her loveliest, in violet silk, with a good deal of fur about her, and with an air of style and fashion which was new to her, Miss Granger thought. The two young women kissed each other in a formal way, and then Mr. Granger embraced his daughter with some show of affection. "How lovely the dear old place looks!" cried Clarissa, as the one triumph and glory of her marriage came home to her mind. She was mistress of Arden Court. "Everything is so warm and bright and cheerful; such an improvement upon foreign houses. What a feast of fires and flowers you have prepared to welcome us, Sophia!" She wished to say something cordial to her stepdaughter, and she did really believe that the festive aspect of the house was Miss Granger's work. "I have not interfered with the servants' arrangements," that young lady replied primly. "I hope you don't find so many exotics oppressive in these hot rooms. I do." "O dear no, they are so lovely," answered Clarissa, bending over a pyramid of stephanotis. "One can scarcely have too many of them. Not if the perfume makes your head ache, however. In that case they had better be sent away at once." But Miss Granger protested against this with an air of meek endurance, and the flowers were left undisturbed. "Well, Sophy, what have you been doing with yourself all this time?" Mr. Granger asked in a cheerful voice. "Gadding about finely, according to your letters." "I spent a week with the Stapletons, and 10 days with the Trevors, and I went to Scarborough with the Chesneys, as you expressed a wish that I should accept their invitation, papa," Miss Granger replied dutifully. "But I really think I am happier at home." "I am very glad to hear it, my dear, and I hope you'll find your home pleasanter than ever now. So you like the look of the old place, do you, Clary?" he went on, turning to his wife. "And you don't think we've quite spoilt it by our renovation?" "Oh, no, indeed. There can be no doubt as to your improvements. And yet, do you know, I was so fond of the place that I am almost sorry to miss its old shabbiness. The faded curtains, and the queer old Indian furniture which my great uncle Colonel Radnor brought home from Bombay. I wonder what became of those curious old cabinets?" "I daresay they are still extant in some lumber room in the roof, my dear. Your father took very little of the old furniture away with him, and there was nothing sold. We'll explore the garrets some day and look for your Indian cabinets. Will you take Clarissa to her room, Sophy, and see what she thinks of our arrangements?" Miss Granger would gladly have delegated this office to a servant, but her father's word was law, so she led the way to a suite of apartments which Daniel Granger had ordered to be prepared for his young wife, and which Clarissa had not yet been allowed to see. They had been kept as a pleasant surprise for her coming home. Had she been a princess of the blood royal, she could not have had finer rooms, or a more perfect taste in the arrangement of them. Money can do so much, when the man who dispenses it has the art of entrusting the carrying out of his desires to the best workmen. Clarissa was delighted with everything, and really grateful for the generous affection which had done so much to gratify her. "It is all a great deal too handsome," she said. "I'm glad you like the style in which they have carried out papa's ideas," replied Miss Granger. "For my own part, I like plainer furniture, and more room for one's work; but it is all a matter of taste." They were in the boudoir, a perfect gem of a room, with satin-wood furniture and pale green silk hangings; its only ornaments a set of priceless Wedgwood vases in cream colour and white, and a few water-coloured sketches by Turner and Creswick and Stanfield. The dressing-room opened out of this, and was furnished in the same style, with a dressing-table that was a marvel of art and splendour, the looking-glass in a frame of oxidized silver, between two monster jewel-cases of ebony and malachite, with oxidized silver mouldings. One entire side of this room was occupied by an inlaid maple wardrobe, with 7 doors, and Clarissa's monogram on all of them; a receptacle that might have contained the multifarious costumes of a Princess Metternich. It would have been difficult for Clarissa not to be pleased with such tribute, ungracious not to have expressed her pleasure; so when Daniel Granger came presently to ask how she liked the rooms, she was not slow to give utterance to her admiration. "You give me so much more than I deserve, Mr. Granger," she said after having admired everything. "I feel almost humiliated by your generosity." "Clarissa!" exclaimed her husband, putting his two hands upon her shoulders and looking gravely down at her, "when will you remember that I have a Christian name? When am I to be something more to you than Mr. Granger?" "You are all that is good to me, much too good," she faltered. "I will call you Daniel, if you like. It is only a habit." "It has such a cold sound, Clary. I know Daniel isn't a pretty name; but the elder sons of Grangers have been Daniels for the last 2 centuries. We were staunch Puritans, you know, in the days of old Oliver, and scriptural names became a fashion with us. Well, my dear, I'll leave you to dress for dinner. I'm very glad you like the rooms. Here are the keys of your jewel cases. We must contrive to fill them by and by. You see, I have no family diamonds to reset for you." "You have given me more than enough jewellery already," said Clarissa. And indeed Mr. Granger had showered gifts upon her with a lavish hand during his brief courtship. "Pshaw, child! Only a few trinkets bought at random. I mean to fill those cases with something better. I'll go and change my coat. We dine half an hour earlier than usual to day, Sophia tells me." Mr. Granger retired to his dressing room on the other side of the spacious bedchamber, perhaps the very plainest apartment in the house, for he was as simple in his habits as the great Duke of Wellington. A room with a monster bath on one side, and a battered oak office desk on the other, a desk that had done duty for 50 years or so in an office at Leeds. In one corner a well-filled gun-stand, in another a rack of formidable-looking boots that only a strong-minded man could wear. When she was quite alone, Clarissa sat down in one of the windows of her boudoir, and looked out at the park. How well she remembered the prospect! How often she had looked at it on just such darksome autumnal evenings long ago, when she was little more than a child. This very room had been her mother's dressing room. She remembered it deserted and tenantless, the faded finery of the furniture growing dimmer and duller year by year. She had come here in an exploring mood sometimes when she was quite a child, but she never remembered the room having been put to any use. And as she had grown older it had come to have a haunted air, and she had touched the inanimate things with a sense of awe, wondering what her mother's life had been like in that room, trying to conjure up the living image of a lovely face, which was familiar to her from more than one picture in her father's possession. She knew more about her mother's life now, knew that there had been a blight upon it, of which a bad unscrupulous man had been the cause, and that man was the father of George Fairfax. Papa had reason to fear the son, having suffered so bitterly from the influence of the father, she said to herself; and then the face that she had first seen in the railway carriage shone before her once more, and her thoughts drifted away from Arden Court. She remembered that promise which George Fairfax had made her, the promise that he would try and find out something about her brother Austin. He had talked of hunting up a man who had been a close friend of the absent wanderer's, but it seemed as if he had made no effort to keep his word. After that angry farewell in the orchard, Clarissa could of course expect no favour from him; but he might have done something before that. She longed so ardently to know her brother's fate, to find some means of communication with him, now that she was rich, and able to help him in his exile. He was starving, perhaps, in a strange land, while she was surrounded by all this splendour, and had 500 a year for pocket money. Her maid came in to light the candles, and remind her of the dinner hour, while she was still looking out at the darkening woods. The maid was an honest country-bred young woman, selected for the office by Mrs. Oliver. She had accompanied her mistress on the honeymoon tour, and had been dazed, and not a little terrified, by the wonders of Swiss landscape and the grandeurs of fallen Rome. "I've been listening for your bell ever so long, ma'am," said the girl. "You'll scarcely have time to dress." There was time, however, for Mrs. Granger's toilet, which was not an elaborate one; and she was seated by the drawing-room fire talking to her husband when the second dinner bell rang. They were not a very lively party that evening. The old adage about 3 not being company went near to be verified in this particular case. The presence of any one so thoroughly unsympathetic as Sophia Granger was in itself sufficient to freeze any small circle. But although they did not talk much, Clarissa and her husband seemed to be on excellent terms. Sophia, who watched them closely during that initiatory evening, perceived this, and told herself that her father had not yet discovered the mistake which he had made. That he would make such a discovery sooner or later was her profound conviction. It was only a question of time. Thus it was that Clarissa's new life began. She knew herself beloved by her husband with a quiet unobtrusive affection, the depth and wide measure whereof had come home to her very often since her marriage with a sense of obligation that was almost a burden. She knew this, and knew that she could give but little in return for so much, the merest, coldest show of duty and obedience in recompense for all the love of this honest heart. If love had been a lesson to be learned, she would have learned it, for she was not ungrateful, not unmindful of her obligations, or the vow that she had spoken in Arden Church; but as this flower called love must spring spontaneous in the human breast, and is not commonly responsive to the efforts of the most zealous cultivator, Clarissa was fain to confess to herself after 5 months of wedded life, that her heart was still barren, and that her husband was little more to her than he had been at the very first, when for the redemption of her father's fortunes she had consented to become his wife. So the time went on, with much gaiety in the way of feasting and company at Arden Court, and a palpable dulness when there were no visitors. Mr. and Mrs. Granger went out a good deal, sometimes accompanied by Sophia, sometimes without her; and Clarissa was elected by the popular voice the most beautiful woman in that part of the country. The people who knew her talked of her so much, that other people who had not met her were eager to see her, and made quite a favour of being introduced to her. If she knew of this herself, it gave her no concern; but it was a matter of no small pride to Daniel Granger that his young wife should be so much admired. Was he quite happy, having won for himself the woman he loved, seeing her obedient, submissive, always ready to attend his pleasure, to be his companion when he wanted her company, with no inclination of her own which she was not willing to sacrifice at a moment's notice for his gratification? Was he quite happy in the triumph of his hopes? Well, not quite. He knew that his wife did not love him. It might come some day, perhaps, that affection for which he still dared to hope, but it had not come yet. He watched her face sometimes as she sat by his hearth on those quiet evenings when they were alone, and he knew that a light should have shone upon it that was not there. He would sigh sometimes as he read his newspaper by that domestic hearth, and his wife would wonder if he were troubled by any business cares, whether he were disturbed by any abnormal commotion among those stocks or consols or other mysterious elements of the financial world, in which all rich men seemed more or less concerned. She did not ever venture to question him as to those occasional sighs; but she would bring the draught board and place it at his elbow, and sit meekly down to be beaten at a game she hated, but for which Mr. Granger had a peculiar affection. It will be seen, therefore, that Clarissa was at least a dutiful wife, anxious to give her husband every tribute that gratitude and a deep sense of obligation could suggest. Even Sophia Granger, always on the watch for some sign of weariness or shortcoming, could discover no cause for complaint in her stepmother's conduct. Mr. Lovel came back to Mill Cottage in December, much improved and renovated by the Belgian waters or the gaieties of the bright little pleasure place. The sense of having made an end of his difficulties, and being moored in a safe harbour for the rest of his life, may have done much towards giving him a new lease of existence. Whatever the cause may have been, he was certainly an altered man, and his daughter rejoiced in the change. To her his manner was at once affectionate and deferential, as if there had been lurking in his breast some consciousness that she had sacrificed herself for his welfare. She felt this, and felt that her marriage had given her something more than Arden Court, if it had won for her her father's love. He spent some time at the Court, in deference to her wishes, during those dark winter months, and they fell back on their old readings, and the evenings seemed gayer and happier for the introduction of this intellectual element, which was not allowed to prevail to such an extent as to overpower the practical Daniel Granger. Chapter XXVII. Chapter XXVII of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXVII. In the Season. In the spring Mr. Granger took his wife and daughter to London, where they spent a couple of months in Clarges Street, and saw a good deal of society in what may be called the upper range of middle-class life. Rich merchants and successful professional men living in fine houses at the West End, enlivened with a sprinkling from the ranks of the baronetage and lesser nobility. In this circle Mr. Granger occupied rather a lofty standing, as the owner of one of the finest estates in Yorkshire, and of a fortune which the common love of the marvellous exalted into something fabulous. He found himself more popular than ever since his marriage, as the husband of one of the prettiest women who had appeared that season. So during the 2 months of their London life there was an almost unbroken succession of gaieties, and Mr. Granger found himself yearning for the repose of Arden Court sometimes, as he waited in a crowded ball-room while his wife and daughter danced their last quadrille. It pleased him that Clarissa should taste this particular pleasure cup, that she should have every delight she had a right to expect as his wife; but it pleased him not the less when she frankly confessed to him one day that this brilliant round of parties and party-giving had very few charms for her, and that she would be glad to go back to Arden. In London Clarissa met Lady Laura Armstrong, for the first time since that September afternoon in which she had promised that no arts of George Fairfax's should move her to listen to him. Lord Calderwood had been dead a year and a half, and my lady was resplendent once more, and giving weekly receptions in Mr. Armstrong's great house in Portland Place, a corner house, with about 1/4 mile of drawing rooms, stretching back into one of the lateral streets. For Mr. and Mrs. Granger she gave a special dinner, with an evening party afterwards; and she took up a good deal of Clarissa's time by friendly morning calls, and affectionate insistence upon Mrs. Granger's company in her afternoon drives, and at her daily kettledrums, drives and kettledrums from which Miss Granger felt herself more or less excluded. It was during one of these airings, when they had left the crowd and splendour of the park, and were driving to Rockhampton, that Clarissa heard the name of George Fairfax once more. Until this afternoon, by some strange accident, as it seemed, Lady Laura had never mentioned her sister's lover. "I suppose you heard that it was all broken off," she said rather abruptly, and apropos to nothing particular. "Broken off, Lady Laura?" "I mean Geraldine's engagement. People are so fond of talking about those things. You must have heard, surely, Clary." "No, indeed, I have heard nothing." "That's very curious. It has been broken off ever so long; soon after poor papa's death, in fact. But you know what Geraldine is; so reserved, almost impenetrable, as one may say. I knew nothing of what had happened myself till one day, months after the breach had occurred, it seems, when I made some allusion to Geraldine's marriage, she stopped me, in her cold proud way, saying, 'It's just as well I should tell you that affair is all off, Laura. Mr. Fairfax and I have wished each other good-bye for ever.' That's what I call a crushing blow for a sister, Clarissa. You know how I had set my heart upon that marriage." "I am very sorry," faltered Clarissa. "They had quarrelled, I suppose?" "Quarrelled! Oh dear, no. She had not seen him since she left Hale with Frederick and me, and they parted with every appearance of affection. No, there had been some letters between them, that was all. I have never been able to discover the actual cause of their parting. Geraldine refused to answer any questions, in a most arbitrary manner. It is a hard thing, Clarissa, for I know that she loved him." "And where is Lady Geraldine now?" "At Hale, with my children. She has no regular home of her own now, you see, poor girl; and she did not care about another season in London. She has had enough of that kind of thing. So she begged me to let her stay at the Castle, and superintend the governesses, and amuse herself in her own way. Life is full of trouble, Clary." And here the mistress of Hale Castle, and of some 70,000 per annum, gave a despondent sigh. "Have you seen Mr. Fairfax since you came from Germany?" asked Clarissa. "Yes, I have met him once, some months ago. You may be sure that I was tolerably cool to him. He has been very little in society lately, and has been leading rather a wild life in Paris, I hear. A prudent marriage would have been his redemption, but I daresay it will end in his throwing himself away upon some worthless person." It was a relief to Clarissa to hear that George Fairfax was in Paris, though that was very near. But in her ignorance of his whereabouts she had fancied him still nearer, and in all her London festivities had been tormented by a perpetual dread of meeting him. Many times even she had imagined that she saw his face across the crowd, and had been relieved to find it was only a face that bore some faint resemblance to his. He had kept his word, then, so far as the breaking of his engagement to Geraldine Challoner. He had been more in earnest than Clarissa had believed. She thought that she was sorry for this; but it is doubtful whether the regretful feeling in her heart was really sorrow for Lady Geraldine. She thought of George Fairfax a good deal after this conversation with Lady Laura. Alas, when had she ceased to think of him? And all the splendours and pleasures of her married life seemed to her more than ever worthless. What a hopeless entanglement, what a dismal mistake, her existence was! Had she sold herself for these things, for Arden Court and a town house, and unlimited millinery? No. Again and again she told herself she had married Daniel Granger for her father's sake, and perhaps a little from a desire to keep faith with Lady Laura. This marriage had seemed to her the only perfect fulfilment of her promise that nothing should induce her to marry George Fairfax; but the sacrifice had been useless, since he had broken his engagement to Geraldine Challoner. Sophia Granger's lynx eyes perceived a change in her stepmother about this time. Clarissa had never appeared especially enraptured by the gaieties of fashionable London, but then had come upon her of late a languor and weariness of spirit which she tried in vain to disguise by an assumed air of enjoyment. That simulated gaiety deluded her husband, but it could not deceive Miss Granger. "She's getting tired of her life already, even here where we have a perpetual round of amusements," Sophia said to herself. "What will she be when we go back to Yorkshire?" The time was close at hand for the return to Arden, when the thing which Clarissa had feared came to pass, and the hazard of London life brought her face to face with George Fairfax. CHAPTER XXVIII. Chapter 28 of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. Mr. Wooster. The season was at its height, and the Grangers found every available hour of their existence engaged in visiting and receiving visitors. There were so many people whom Lady Laura insisted upon introducing to her dear Clarissa, there was so much in the way of party giving that Lady Laura wanted her sweet Mrs. Granger to do. Now it was a morning concert of my lady's planning, at which weird and wonderful looking denizens of the Norseland Poles, Hungarians, Danes, and Swedes, with unkempt hair and fierce flashing eyes, performed upon every variety of native instrument, or sang wild national songs in some strange language, concerts to which Lady Laura brought herds of more or less fashionable people, all of whom were languishing to know that sweet Mrs. Granger. My lady had taken pains to advertise her share in the manufacturer's marriage. Every one belonging to her set knew that the match was her contriving, and that Clarissa had to thank the mistress of Hale Castle for her millionaire husband. She was really proud of her protégée's success, and was never tired of praising her and that admirable Granger. That admirable Granger endured the accession of party giving with a very good grace. It pleased him to see his wife admired; it pleased him still more to see her happy; and he was single-minded enough to believe her increased volatility a symptom of increased happiness. Whatever undefined regrets and dim forebodings there might be lurking in his own mind, he had no doubt of his wife's integrity, no fear of hidden perils in this ordeal of fashionable life. She would come to love him in time, he said to himself, trusting as blindly in the power of time to work this wonder for him as Clarissa herself had trusted when she set herself to win her father's affection. He believed this not so much because the thing was probable or feasible, as because he desired it with an intensity of feeling that blinded him to the force of hard facts. He, the man who had never made a false reckoning in the mathematics of business life, whose whole career was unmarred by a mistake, whose greatest successes had been the result of unrivalled coolness of brain and unerring foresight, he, the hard-headed, far-seeing man of the world, was simple as a child in this matter, which involved the greater hazard of his heart. But while Clarissa's husband trusted her with such boundless confidence, Clarissa's stepdaughter watched her with the vigilant eyes of prejudice, not to say hatred. That a young lady so well brought up as Miss Granger, so thoroughly grounded in Kings and Chronicles, should entertain the vulgar passion of hate, seemed quite out of the question. But so far as a ladylike aversion may go, Miss Granger certainly went in relation to her stepmother. In this she was sustained by that model damsel Hannah Warman, who, not having made much progress in Mrs. Granger's liking, had discovered that she could not take to that lady, and was always ready to dilate upon her shortcomings whenever her mistress permitted. Sophia was capricious in this, sometimes listening eagerly, at other times suppressing Miss Warman with a high hand. So Clarissa had unawares an enemy within her gates, and could turn neither to the right nor to the left without her motives for so turning becoming the subject of a close and profound scrutiny. It is hard to say what shape Miss Granger's doubts assumed. If put into the witness box and subjected to the cross-examination of a popular Queen's Counsel, she would have found it very difficult to give a substance or a form to her suspicions. She could only have argued in a general way, that Mrs. Granger was frivolous, and that any kind of wrongdoing might be expected from so light-minded a person. It was the beginning of June, and West End London was glorious with the brief brilliancy of the early summer. All the Mayfair balconies were bright with flowers, and the Mayfair knockers resounded perpetually under the hand of the archetypal Jeames. The weather was unusually warm, the most perfect weather for garden parties, every one declared, and there were several of these al fresco assemblies inscribed in Mrs. Granger's visiting book, one at Wimbledon, another as far afield as Henley-on-Thames, at a villa whose grounds sloped down to the river. This Henley party was an affair in which Lady Laura Armstrong was particularly interested. It was given by a bachelor friend of her husband's, a fabulously rich stockbroker, and it was Lady Laura who had brought the proprietor of the villa to Clarges Street, and who had been instrumental in the getting up of the fete. "You must really give us some kind of a party at your Henley place this year, Mr. Wooster," she said. "There is the regatta now. I have positively not seen the Henley regatta for 3 years. The Putney business is all very well, supremely delightful, in short, while it lasts; but such a mere lightning flash of excitement. I like a long day's racing, such as one gets at Henley. Lady Laura ought to be aware that my house is at her disposal all the year round, and that she has only to signify her pleasure to her most devoted slave." "Oh, that's all very well," replied my lady. "Of course I know that if Frederick and I were to come down, you would give us luncheon or dinner, and let us roam about the gardens as long as we liked. But that's not what I want. I want you to give a party on one of the race days, and invite all the nice people in London." "Are there any nasty people on this side of Temple Bar, Lady Laura, before the closing of Parliament? I thought in the season everybody was nice." "You know what I mean, sir. I want the really pleasant people, half a dozen painters or so, and some of the nicest literary men, not the men who write the best books, but the men who talk cleverly, and of course a heap of musical people. They are always nice, except to one another. You must have marquees on the lawn for the luncheon. Your house is too small for anything more than tea and coffee. And for once let there be no such thing as croquet. That alone will give your party an air of originality. I suppose you had better put yourself entirely into Gunter's hands for the commissariat, and be sure you tell him you want novelty, no hackneyed ideas, sparkle and originality in everything, from the eggs to the apples. I should ask you to give us a dance in the evening, with coloured lamps, if that were practicable; but there is the coming back to town, and if we carried the business on to a breakfast next morning, some of the people might begin to be tired, and the women would look faded and limp. So I think we had better confine ourselves to a mere garden party and luncheon, without any dancing," Lady Laura concluded with a faint sigh. "Will you send out the invitations, Lady Laura?" "Oh no, I leave all that to you. You really know everybody, or everybody we need care about." In this manner Mr. Wooster's party had been arranged, and to this party the Grangers were bidden. Even the serious Sophia was going. Indeed, it is to be observed that this young lady joined in all mundane gaieties, under protest as it were. "I go out, my dear, but I never enjoy myself," she would say to a serious friend, as if that were a kind of merit. "Papa wishes me to go, and I have no desire to withdraw myself in any way from Mrs. Granger's amusements, however little sympathy there may be between us. I endeavour to do my duty, whatever the result may be." Mr. Wooster did know a great many people. His abnormal wealth, and a certain amount of cleverness, had been his sole passports to society. Among Burke's landed gentry there was no trace of the Wooster family, nor had Mr. Wooster ever been heard to allude to a grandfather. He had begun stock jobbing in the smallest way, but had at a very early stage of his career developed a remarkable genius for this kind of traffic. Those of his own set who had watched his steady ascent declared him to be a very remarkable man, and the denizens of the West End world, who knew nothing of stock jobbing or stock broking, were quite ready to receive him when he came to them laden with the gold of Ophir, and with a reputation of being something distinguished upon 'Change. Time had begun to thin Mr. Wooster's flowing locks before he landed himself safely upon the shores of fashionable life, and Mr. Wooster's carefully trained moustache and whiskers had a purplish tinge that looked more like art than nature. He was short and stout, with a florid complexion, sharp black eyes, and a large aquiline nose, and considered himself eminently handsome. He dressed with elaborate splendour, dressed for two, as some of his less gorgeous friends were wont to say, and was reputed to spend a small fortune annually in exotics for his buttonhole and in dress boots. His chief merits, in the estimation of the polite world, lay in the possession of a perfectly appointed town house, the villa at Henley, another villa at Cowes, and a couple of magnificent yachts. He was a perpetual giver of dinners, and spent his existence between the Stock Exchange and the dinner table, devoting whatever mental force remained to him after his daily traffic to the study of menus and the grave consideration of wine lists. To dine with Wooster was one of the right things to do once or twice in the course of a season, and Wooster's steam yacht was a pleasant place of rest and haven of safety for any juvenile member of the peerage who had been plunging heavily, and went in fear of the bankruptcy court. So, on a brilliant June morning, the Grangers left the Great Western Station by special train, and sped through the summer landscape to Henley. This garden party at Mr. Wooster's villa was almost their last engagement. They were to return to Arden in 2 days, and Clarissa was very glad that it was so. That weariness of spirit which had seemed to her so strange in some of the young ladies at Hale Castle had come upon herself. She longed for Arden Court and perfect rest; and then she remembered, with something like a shudder, that there were people invited for the autumn, and that Lady Laura Armstrong had promised to spend a week with her dearest Clarissa. "I want to put you into the way of managing that great house, Clary," said my lady, brimming over with good nature and officiousness. "As to leaving the housekeeping in Miss Granger's hands, that's not to be dreamt of. It might do very well for the first 6 months, just to let her down gently, as it were; but from henceforth you must hold the reins yourself, Clary, and I'll teach you how to drive." "But, dear Lady Laura, I don't want the trouble and responsibility of housekeeping. I would much rather leave all that in Sophy's hands," protested Clarissa. "You have no idea how clever she is, and I have my own rooms and my painting." "Yes," exclaimed Lady Laura, "and you will mope yourself to death in your own rooms, with your painting, whenever you have no company in the house. You are not going to become a cipher, surely, Clarissa? What with Miss Granger's schools, and Miss Granger's clothing club, and Miss Granger's premiums and prizes for this, that, and the other, you stand a fair chance of sinking into the veriest nobody, or you would, if it were not for your pretty face. And then you really must have employment for your mind, Clary. Look at me, see the work I get through." "But you are a wonder, dear Lady Laura, and I have neither your energy nor your industry." Laura Armstrong would not admit this, and held to the idea of putting Clarissa in the right way. "Wait till I come to you in the autumn," she said; and in that depression of spirit which had grown upon her of late, Mrs. Granger found it a hard thing to say that she should be rejoiced when that time came. She wanted to get back to Arden Court, and was proud to think of herself as the mistress of the place she loved so dearly; but it seemed to her that an existence weighed down at once by the wisdom of Sophia Granger and the exuberant gaiety of Lady Laura would be barely endurable. She sighed for Arden Court as she remembered it in her childhood; the dreamy quiet of the dull old house, brightened only by her brother's presence; the perfect freedom of her own life, so different from the life whose every hour was subject to the claims of others. She had changed very much since that visit to Hale Castle. Then all the pleasures of life were new to her. To day they seemed all alike flat, stale, and unprofitable. She had been surfeited with splendours and pleasures since her marriage. The wealth which Daniel Granger so freely lavished upon her had rendered these things common all at once. She looked back and wondered whether she had really ever longed for a new dress, and been gladdened by the possession of a £5 note. CHAPter XXIX. Chapter XXIX of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXIX. If I should meet thee. Mr. Wooster's villa was almost perfection in its way; but there was something of that ostentatious simplicity whereby the parvenu endeavours sometimes to escape from the vulgar glitter of his wealth. The chairs and tables were of unpolished oak, and of a rustic fashion. There were no pictures, but the walls of the dining room were covered with majolica panels of a pale grey ground, whereon sported groups of shepherds and shepherdesses after Boucher, painted on the earthenware with the airiest brush in delicate rose colour. The drawing room and breakfast room were lined with fluted chintz, in which the same delicate greys and rose colours were the prevailing hues. The floors were of inlaid woods, covered only by a small Persian carpet here and there. There was no buhl or marquetry, not a scrap of gilding or a yard of silk or satin, in the house; but there was an all-pervading coolness, and in every room the perfume of freshly gathered flowers. Mr. Wooster told his fashionable acquaintance that in winter the villa was a howling wilderness by reason of damp and rats; but there were those of his Bohemian friends who could have told of jovial parties assembled there in November, and Saturnalias celebrated there in January, for Mr. Wooster was a bachelor of very liberal opinions, and had 2 sets of visitors. To day the villa was looking its best and brightest. The hothouses had been almost emptied of their choicest treasures, in order to fill jardinières and vases for all the rooms. Mr. Wooster had obeyed Lady Laura, and there was nothing but tea, coffee, and ices to be had in the house; nor were the tea and coffee dispensed in the usual businesslike manner, which reduces private hospitality to the level of a counter at a railway station. Instead of this, there were about 50 little tables dotted about the rooms, each provided with a gem of a teapot, and egg-shell cups and saucers for 3 or 4, so that Mr. Wooster's feminine visitors might themselves have the delight of dispensing that most feminine of all beverages. This contrivance gave scope for flirtation, and was loudly praised by Mr. Wooster's guests. The gardens of the villa were large; indeed, the stockbroker had pulled down a fine old family mansion to get a site for his dainty little dwelling. There was a good stretch of river frontage, from which the crowd could watch the boats flash by, now the striped shirts shooting far ahead to the cry of "Bravo, Brasenose!" anon the glitter of a line of light blue caps, as the Etonian crew answered to the call of their coxswain, and made a gallant attempt to catch their powerful opponents; while Radley, overmatched and outweighed, though by no means a bad crew, plodded hopelessly but pluckily in the rear. Here Clarissa strolled for some time, leaning on her husband's arm, and taking a very faint interest in the boats. It was a pretty sight, of course; but she had seen so many pretty sights lately, and the brightness of them had lost all their power to charm her. She looked on like a person in a picture gallery, whose eyes and brain are dazed by looking at too many pictures. Mr. Granger noticed her listlessness, and was quick to take alarm. She was paler than usual, he thought. "I'm afraid you've been overdoing it with so many parties, Clary," he said. "You are looking quite tired to-day." "I am rather tired. I shall be glad to go back to Arden." "And I too, my dear. The fact is, there's nothing in the world I care less for than this sort of thing. But I wanted you to have all the enjoyment to be got out of a London season. It is only right that you should have any pleasure I can give you." "You are too good to me," Clarissa answered with a faint sigh. Her husband did not notice the sigh, but he did remark the phrase, which was one she had used very often, one that wounded him a little whenever he heard it. "It is not a question of goodness, my dear," he said. "I love you, and I want to make you happy." Later in the afternoon, when the racing was at its height, and almost all Mr. Wooster's visitors had crowded to the terrace by the river, Clarissa strolled into one of the shrubbery walks, quite alone. It was after luncheon, and the rattle of plates and glasses, and the confusion of tongues that had obtained during the banquet, had increased the nervous headache with which she had begun the day. This grove of shining laurel and arbutus was remote from the river, and as solitary just now as if Mr. Wooster's 100 or so of guests had been miles away. There were rustic benches here and there, and Clarissa seated herself upon one of them, which was agreeably placed in a recess amongst the greenery. She was more than usually depressed to-day, and no longer able to maintain that artificial vivacity by which she had contrived to conceal her depression. Her sin had found her out. The loveless union, entered upon so lightly, was beginning to weigh her down, as if the impalpable tie that bound her to her husband had been the iron chain that links a galley slave to his companion. "I have been very wicked," she said to herself, "and he is so good to me. If I could only teach myself to love him." She knew now that the weakness which had made her so plastic a creature in her father's hands had been an injustice to her husband; that it was not herself only that she had been bound to consider in this matter. It was one thing to fling away her own chances of happiness, but it was another thing to jeopardise the peace of the man she married. She was meditating on these things with a hopeless sense of confusion, a sense that her married life was like some dreadful labyrinth, into which she had strayed unawares, and from which there was no hope of escape, when she was startled by an approaching footstep, and looking up suddenly, saw George Fairfax coming slowly towards her, just as she had seen him in Marley Wood that summer day. How far away from her that day seemed now! They had not met since that night in the orchard, nearly 2 years ago. She felt her face changing from pale to burning red, and then growing pale again. But by a great effort she was able to answer him in a steady voice presently, when he spoke to her. "What a happiness to see you again, my dear Mrs. Granger," he said in his lightest tone, dropping quietly down into the seat by her side. "I was told you were to be here to-day, or I should not have come. I am so heartily sick of all this kind of thing, but I really wanted to see you." "You were not at the luncheon, were you?" asked Clarissa, feeling that she must say something, and not knowing what to say. "No, I have only been here half an hour or so. I hunted for you amongst that gaping crowd by the river, and then began a circuit of the grounds. I have been lucky enough to find you without going very far. I have some news for you, Mrs. Granger." "News for me?" "Yes, about your brother, about Mr. Austin Lovel." That name banished every other thought. She turned to the speaker eagerly. "News of him, of my dear Austin? Oh, thank you 1,000 times, Mr. Fairfax. Have you heard where he is, and what he is doing? Pray tell me quickly," she said, tremulous with excitement. "I have done more than that. I have seen him." "In England? In London?" cried Clarissa, making a little movement as if she would have gone that moment to find him. "No, not in England. Pray take things quietly, my dear Mrs. Granger. I have a good deal to tell you, if you will only listen calmly." "Tell me first that my brother is well and happy, and then I will listen patiently to everything." "I think I may venture to say that he is tolerably well; but his happiness is a fact I cannot vouch for. If he does find himself in a condition so unusual to mankind, he is a very lucky fellow. I never met a man yet who owned to being happy, and my own experience of life has afforded me only some few brief hours of perfect happiness." He looked at her with a smile that said as plainly as the plainest words, "And those were when I was with you, Clarissa." She noticed neither the look nor the words that went before it. She was thinking of her brother, and of him only. "But you have seen him," she said. "If he is not in England, he must be very near in Paris, perhaps. I heard you were in Paris." "Yes, it was in Paris that I saw him." "So near! Oh, thank God, I shall see my brother again. Tell me everything about him, Mr. Fairfax, everything." "I will. It is best you should have a plain unvarnished account. You remember the promise I made you at Hale? Well, I tried my utmost to keep that promise. I hunted up the man I spoke of, a man who had been an associate of your brother's; but unluckily there had been no correspondence between them after Mr. Lovel went abroad. In short, he could tell me nothing, not even where your brother went. He had only a vague idea that it was somewhere in Australia. So, you see, I was quite at a standstill here. I made several attempts in other directions, but all with the same result; and at last I gave up all hope of ever being of any use to you in this business." "You were very kind to take so much trouble." "I felt quite ashamed of my failure. I feel almost as much ashamed of my success, for it was perfectly accidental. I was looking at some water-coloured sketches in a friend's rooms in the Rue du Faubourg Saint Honoré, sketches of military life, caricatures full of dash and humour, in a style that was quite out of the common way, and which yet seemed in some manner familiar to me. My friend saw that I admired the things. 'They are my latest acquisitions in the way of art,' he said. 'They are done by a poor fellow who lives in a shabby third floor near the Luxembourg, an Englishman called Austin. If you admire them so much, you might as well order a set of them. It would be almost an act of charity.' The name struck me at once, your brother's Christian name; and then I remembered that I had been shown some caricature portraits which he had done of his brother officers, things exactly in the style of the sketches I had been looking at. I asked for this Mr. Austin's address, and drove off at once to find him, with a few lines of introduction from my friend. 'The man is proud,' he said, 'though he carries his poverty lightly enough.'" "Poor Austin!" cried Clarissa. "I need not weary you with minute details. I found this Mr. Austin, and at once recognised your brother, though he is much altered, very much altered. He did not know me until afterwards, when I told him my name, and recalled our acquaintance. There was every sign of poverty. He looked worn and haggard. His clothes were shabby. His painting room was the common sitting room. His wife was seated by the open window, patching a child's frock. His 2 children were playing about the room." "He is married, then? I did not even know that." "Yes, he is married, and I could see at a glance that an unequal marriage has been one amongst the causes of his ruin. The woman is well enough, pretty, with a kind of vulgar prettiness, and evidently fond of him; but such a marriage is moral death to any man. I contrived to get a little talk with him alone; told him of my acquaintance with you, and of the promise that I had made to you. His manner had been all gaiety and lightness until then; but at the mention of your name he fairly broke down. 'Tell her that I have never ceased to love her,' he said. 'Tell her there are times when I dare not think of her.'" "He has not forgotten me, then. But pray go on, tell me everything." "There is not much more to tell. He gave me a brief sketch of his adventures since he sold out. Fortune had gone against him. He went to Melbourne, soon after his marriage, which he confessed was the chief cause of his quarrel with his father. But in Melbourne, as in every other Australian city to which he pushed his way, he found art at a discount. It was the old story. The employers of labour wanted skilled mechanics or stalwart navigators. There was no field for a gentleman or a genius. Your brother and his wife just escaped starvation in the New World, and just contrived to pay their way back to the Old World. There were reasons why he should not show himself in England, so he shipped himself and his family in a French vessel bound for Havre, and came straight on to Paris, where he told me he found it tolerably easy to get employment for his pencil. 'I give a few lessons,' he said, 'and work for a dealer, and by that means we just contrive to live. We dine every day, and I have a decent coat, though you don't happen to find me in it. I can only afford to wear it when I go to my pupils. It is from hand-to-mouth work, and if any illness should strike me down, the wife and little ones must starve.'" "Poor fellow! Poor fellow! Did you tell him that I was rich, that I could help him?" "Yes," answered Mr. Fairfax, with an unmistakable bitterness in his tone. "I told him that you had married the rich Mr. Granger." "How can I best assist him?" asked Clarissa eagerly. "Every penny I have in the world is at his disposal. I can give him 300 or 400 a year. I have 500 quite in my own control, and need not spend more than 1. I have been rather extravagant since my marriage, and have not much money by me just now; but I shall economise from henceforward, and I do not mind asking Mr. Granger to help my brother." "If you will condescend to take my advice, you will do nothing of that kind. Even my small knowledge of your brother's character is sufficient to make me very certain that an appeal to Mr. Granger is just the very last thing to be attempted in this case." "But why so? My husband is one of the most generous men in the world, I think." "To you, perhaps, that is very natural. To a man of Mr. Granger's wealth a few thousands more or less are not worth consideration; but where there is a principle or a prejudice at stake, that kind of man is apt to tighten his purse strings with a merciless hand. You would not like to run the risk of a refusal?" "I do not think there is any fear of that." "Possibly not; but there is your brother to be considered in this matter. Do you think it would be pleasant for him to know that his necessities were exposed to to a brother-in-law whom he had never seen?" "I do not know," said Clarissa thoughtfully. "I fancied that he would be glad of any helping hand that would extricate him from his difficulties. I should be so glad to see him restored to his proper position in the world." "My dear Mrs. Granger, it is better not to think of that. There is a kind of morass from which no man can be extricated. I believe your brother has sunk into that lower world of Bohemianism from which a man rarely cares to emerge. The denizens of that nethermost circle lose their liking for the upper air, can scarcely breathe it, in fact. No, upon my word, I would not try to rehabilitate him, least of all through the generosity of Mr. Granger." "If I could only see him!" said Clarissa despondingly. "I doubt whether he would come to England, even for the happiness of seeing you. If you were in Paris, now, I daresay it might be managed. We could bring about a meeting. But I feel quite sure that your brother would not care to make himself known to Mr. Granger, or to meet your father. There is a deadly feud between those two, and I should think it likely Mr. Lovel has prejudiced your husband against his son." Clarissa was fain to admit that it was so. More than once she had ventured to speak of her brother to Daniel Granger, and on each occasion had quickly perceived that her husband had some fixed opinion about Austin, and was inclined to regard her love for him as an amiable weakness that should be as far as possible discouraged. "Your father has told me the story of his disagreement with his son, my dear Clarissa," Daniel Granger had said in his gravest tone, "and after what I have heard, I can but think it would be infinitely wise in you to forget that you had ever had a brother." This was hard, and Clarissa felt her husband's want of sympathy in this matter as keenly as she could have felt any overt act of unkindness. "Will you give me Austin's address?" she said, after a thoughtful pause. "I can write to him, at least, and send him some money, without consulting any one. I have about £30 left of my last quarter's money, and even that may be of use to him." "Most decidedly. The poor fellow told me he had been glad to get 10 napoleons for half a dozen sketches more than a fortnight's hard work. Would it not be better, by the way, for you to send your letter to me, and allow me to forward it to your brother? And if you would like to send him £50 or 100, I shall be only too proud to be your banker." Clarissa blushed crimson, remembering that scene in the orchard, and her baffled lover's menaces. Had he forgiven her altogether, and was this kind interest in her affairs an unconscious heaping of coals of fire on her head? Had he forgiven her so easily? Again she argued with herself, as she had so often argued before, that this love had never been more than a truant fancy, a transient folly, the merest vagabondage of an idle brain. "You are very good," she said, with a tinge of hauteur, "but I could not think of borrowing money, even to help my brother. If you will kindly tell me the best method of remitting money to Paris." Here Mr. Fairfax said there was a difficulty. It ought to be remitted through a banker, and Mrs. Granger might find this troublesome to arrange, unless she had an account of her own. Clarissa said she had no account, but met the objection by suggesting bank notes, and Mr. Fairfax was compelled to own that notes upon the Bank of England could be converted into French coin at any Parisian money changer's. He gave Clarissa the address, 13 Rue du Chevalier Bayard, near the Luxembourg. "I will write to him to night," she said, and then rose from the rustic bench among the laurels. "I think I must go and look for my husband now. I left him some time ago on account of a headache. I wanted to get away from the noise and confusion on the river bank." "Is it wise to return to the noise and confusion so soon?" asked Mr. Fairfax, who had no idea of bringing this interview to so sudden a close. He had been waiting for such a meeting for a long time, waiting with a kind of sullen patience, knowing that it must come sooner or later, without any special effort of his, waiting with a strange mixture of feelings and sentiments, disappointed passion, wounded pride, mortified vanity, an angry sense of wrong that had been done to him by Clarissa's marriage, an eager desire to see her again, which was half a lover's yearning, half an enemy's lust of vengeance. He was not a good man. Such a life as he had led is a life that no man can lead with impunity. To say that he might still be capable of a generous action or unselfish impulse would be to say much for him, given the story of his manhood. A great preacher of to-day has declared that he could never believe the man who said he had never been tempted. For George Fairfax life had been crowded with temptations, and he had not made even the feeblest stand against the tempter. He had been an eminently fortunate man in all the trifles which make up the sum of a frivolous existence, and though his successes had been for the most part small social triumphs, they had not been the less agreeable. He had never felt the sting of failure until he stood in the Yorkshire orchard that chill October evening and pleaded in vain to Clarissa Lovel. She was little more than a schoolgirl, and she rejected him. It was as if Lauzun, after having played fast and loose with that eldest daughter of France who was afterwards his wife, had been flouted by some milliner's apprentice, or made light of by an obscure little soubrette in Molière's troupe of comedians. He had neither forgotten nor forgiven this slight, and mingled with that blind unreasoning passion which he had striven in vain to conquer, There was an ever-present sense of anger and wrong. When Clarissa rose from the bench, he rose too, and laid his hand lightly on her arm with a detaining gesture. "If you knew how long I have been wishing for this meeting, you would not be so anxious to bring it to a close," he said earnestly. "It was very good of you to wish to tell me about poor Austin," she said, pretending to misunderstand him, "and I am really grateful; but I must not stay any longer away from my party. Clarissa, Mrs. Granger." There is no describing the expression he gave to the utterance of that last name, a veiled contempt and aversion that just stopped short of actual insolence, because it seemed involuntary. "Why are you so hard upon me? You have confessed that you wanted to escape the noise yonder, and yet to avoid me you would go back to that. Am I so utterly obnoxious to you?" "You are not at all obnoxious to me, but I am really anxious to rejoin my party. My husband will begin to wonder what has become of me. Ah, there is my stepdaughter coming to look for me." Yes, there was Miss Granger, slowly advancing towards them. She had been quite in time to see George Fairfax's entreating gestures, his pleading air. She approached them with a countenance that would have been quite as appropriate to a genteel funeral, where any outward demonstration of grief would be in bad taste, as it was to Mr. Wooster's fête, a countenance expressive of a kind of dismal resignation to the burden of existence in a world that way unworthy of her. "I was just coming back to the river, Sophia," Mrs. Granger said, not without some faint indications of embarrassment. I'm afraid Daniel must have been looking for me." "Papa has been looking for you," Miss Granger replied with unrelenting stiffness. "How do you do, Mr. Fairfax?" shaking hands with him in a frigid manner. "He quite lost the last race. When I saw that he was growing really anxious, I suggested that he should go one way and I the other, in search of you. That is what brought me here." It was as much as to say, "Pray understand that I have no personal interest in your movements." "And yet I have not been so very long away," Clarissa said, with a deprecating smile. "You may not have been conscious of the lapse of time. You have been long. You said you would go and rest for a quarter of an hour or so, and you have been resting more than an hour." "I don't remember saying that; but you are always so correct, Sophia." "I make a point of being exact in small things. We had better go round the garden to look for papa. Good afternoon, Mr. Fairfax." "Good afternoon, Miss Granger." George Fairfax shook hands with Clarissa. "Good bye, Mrs. Granger." That was all, but the words were accompanied by a look and a pressure of the hand that brought the warm blood into Clarissa's cheeks. She had made for herself that worst enemy a woman can have, a disappointed lover. While they were shaking hands, Mr. Granger came in sight at the other end of the walk, so it was only natural that Mr. Fairfax, who had been tolerably intimate with him at Hale Castle, should advance to meet him. There were the usual salutations between the two men, exchanged with that stereotyped air of heartiness which seems common to Englishmen. "I think we had better get home by the next train, Clarissa," said Mr. Granger. 5:50. I told them to have the brougham ready for us at Paddington from 6:30. "I am quite ready to go," Clarissa said. "Your headache is better, I hope?" "Yes, I had almost forgotten it." Miss Granger gave an audible sniff, which did not escape George Fairfax. "What, suspicion already?" he said to himself. "You may as well come and dine with us, Mr. Fairfax, if you have nothing better to do," said Mr. Granger, with his lofty air, as much as to say, "I suppose I ought to be civil to this young man." "It is quite impossible that I could have anything better to do," replied Mr. Fairfax. "In that case, if you will kindly give your arm to my daughter, we'll move off at once. I have wished Mr. Wooster good afternoon on your part, Clary. I suppose we may as well walk to the station." "If you please." And in this manner they departed, Miss Granger just touching George Fairfax's coat sleeve with the tips of her carefully gloved fingers; Clarissa and her husband walking before them arm in arm. Mr. Fairfax did his utmost to make himself agreeable during that short walk to the station, so much so that Sophia unbent considerably, and was good enough to inform him of her distaste for these frivolous pleasures, and of her wonder that other people could go from year to year with an appearance of enjoyment. "I really don't see what else one can do with one's life, Miss Granger," her companion answered lightly. "Of course, if a man had the genius of a Beethoven, or a Goethe, or a Michelangelo, or if he weren't a heaven-born general, like Clive, it would be different. He would have some purpose and motive in his existence. But for the ruck of humanity, what can they do but enjoy life, after their lights?" If all the most noxious opinions of Voltaire and the rest of the encyclopedists had been expressed in one sentence, Miss Granger could not have looked more horrified than she did on hearing this careless remark of Mr. Fairfax's. She gave a little involuntary shudder, and wished that George Fairfax had been one of the model children, so that she might have set him to learn the first 5 chapters in the first book of Chronicles, and thus poured the light of what she called biblical knowledge upon his benighted mind. "I do not consider the destiny of a Michelangelo or a Goethe to be envied," she said solemnly. "Our lives are given us for something better than painting pictures or writing poems." "Perhaps; and yet I have read somewhere that St. Luke was a painter," returned George Fairfax. "Read somewhere" was too vague a phrase for Miss Granger's approval. "I am not one of those who set much value on tradition," she said with increased severity. "It has been the favourite armour of our adversaries." "Our adversaries?" "Yes, Mr. Fairfax, of Rome." Happily for George Fairfax, they were by this time very near the station. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had walked before them, and Mr. Fairfax had been watching the tall slender figure by the manufacturer's side, not ill pleased to perceive that those two found very little to say to each other during the walk. In the railway carriage, presently, he had the seat opposite Clarissa, and was able to talk to her as much as he liked. For Mr. Granger, tired with staring after swift flashing boats in the open sunshine, leaned his head back against the cushions and calmly slumbered. The situation reminded Mr. Fairfax of his first meeting with Clarissa; but she was altered since then. That charming air of girlish candour, which he had found so fascinating, had now given place to a womanly self-possession that puzzled him not a little. He could make no headway against that calm reserve, which was yet not ungracious. He felt that from first to last in this business he had been a fool. He had shown his cards in his anger, and Clarissa had taken alarm. He was something less than a deliberate villain; but he loved her. He loved her, and until now fate had always given him the thing that he cared for. Honest Daniel Granger, sleeping the sleep of innocence, seemed to him nothing more than a gigantic stumbling block in his way. He was utterly reckless of consequences, of harm done to others above all, just as his father had been before him. Clarissa's rejection had aroused the worst attributes of his nature: an obstinate will, a boundless contempt for any human creature not exactly of his own stamp, for that prosperous trader, Daniel Granger, for instance, and a pride that verged upon the diabolic. So during that brief express journey he sat talking gaily enough to Clarissa about the Parisian opera houses, the last new plays at the Gymnase and the Odéon, the May races at Chantilly, and so on; yet hatching his grand scheme all the while. It had taken no definite shape as yet, but it filled his mind none the less. "Strange that this fellow Granger should have been civil," he said to himself; "for that kind of man generally contrives to aid and abet his own destruction." And then he glanced at this fellow Granger, sleeping peacefully with his head in an angle of the carriage, and made a contemptuous comparison between himself and the millionaire. Mr. Granger had been all very well in the abstract, before he became an obstacle in the path of George Fairfax; but things were altered now, and Mr. Fairfax scrutinised him with the eyes of an enemy. The dinner in Clarges Street was a very quiet affair. George Fairfax was the only visitor, and the Grangers were due at an evening party. He learned with considerable annoyance that they were to leave London at the end of that week, whereby he could have little opportunity of seeing Clarissa. He might have followed her down to Yorkshire, certainly; but such a course would have been open to remark, nor would it be good taste for him to show himself in the neighbourhood of Hale Castle while Geraldine Challoner was there. He had an opportunity of talking confidentially to Clarissa once after dinner, when Mr. Granger, who had not fairly finished his nap in the railway carriage, had retired to a dusky corner of the drawing-room and sunk anew into slumber, and when Miss Granger seemed closely occupied in the manufacture of an embroidered pincushion for a fancy fair. Absorbing as the manipulation of chenille and beads might be, however, her work did not prevent her keeping a tolerably sharp watch upon those two figures by the open piano. Clarissa with one hand wandering idly over the keys, playing some random passage, pianissimo, now and then; George Fairfax standing by the angle of the piano, bending down to talk to her with an extreme earnestness. He had this opportunity, and he knew how to improve it. He was talking of her brother. That subject made a link between them that nothing else could have made. She forgot her distrust of George Fairfax when he spoke with friendly interest of Austin. "Is the wife very vulgar?" Clarissa asked, when they had been talking some time. "Not so especially vulgar. That sort of thing would be naturally toned down by her association with your brother. But she has an unmistakable air of bohemianism; looks like a third-rate actress or dancer, in short; or perhaps an artist's model. I should not wonder if that were her position, by the way, when your brother fell in love with her. She is handsome still, though a little faded and worn by her troubles, poor soul, and seems fond of him." "I am glad of that. How I should like to see him, and the poor wife, and the children, my brother's children. I have never had any children fond of me." She thought of Austin in his natural position, as the heir of Arden Court, with his children playing in the old rooms, not as they were now, in the restored splendour of the Middle Ages, but as they had been in her childhood, sombre and faded, with here and there a remnant of former grandeur. Mr. Granger woke presently, and George Fairfax wished him good night. "I hope we shall see you at the court some day," Clarissa's husband said, with a kind of stately cordiality. "We cannot offer you the numerous attractions of Hale Castle, but we have good shooting, and we generally have a houseful in September and October." "I shall be most happy to make one of the houseful," Mr. Fairfax said with a smile, that winning smile which had helped him to make so many friends, and which meant so little. He went away in a thoughtful spirit. "Is she happy?" he asked himself. "She does not seem unhappy; but then women have such a marvellous power of repression, or dissimulation, one can never be sure of anything about them. At Hale I could have sworn that she loved me. Could a girl of that age be absolutely mercenary, and be caught at once by the prospect of bringing down such big game as Daniel Granger? Has she sold herself for a fine house and a great fortune? And is she satisfied with the price? Surely no. She is not the sort of woman to be made happy by splendid furniture and fine dresses. No, nor by the common round of fashionable pleasures. There was a sadness in her face when I came upon her unawares to-day. Yes, I am sure of that. But she has schooled herself to hide her feelings." "I wonder you asked Mr. Fairfax to Arden, papa," said Miss Granger, when the visitor had departed. "Why, my dear? He is a very pleasant young man, and I know he likes our part of the country. Besides, I suppose he will be a good deal at Hale this year, and that his marriage will come off before long. Lord Calderwood must have been dead a year." "Lord Calderwood has been dead nearly 2 years," replied Miss Granger. "I fancy that engagement between Mr. Fairfax and Lady Geraldine must have been broken off. If it were not so, they would surely have been married before now. And I observed that Mr. Fairfax was not with Lady Laura to-day. I do not know how long he may have been in the gardens," Miss Granger added, with a suspicious glance at her stepmother, "but he certainly was not with Lady Laura during any part of the time." Clarissa blushed when Lady Geraldine's engagement was spoken of. She felt as if she had been in some manner guilty in not having communicated the intelligence Lady Laura had given her. It seemed awkward to have to speak of it now. "Yes," she said, with a very poor attempt at carelessness. "The engagement is broken off. Lady Laura told me so some time ago." "Indeed!" exclaimed Sophia. "How odd that you should not mention it!" Daniel Granger looked first at his daughter and then at his wife. There was something in this talk, a sort of semi-significance, that displeased him. What was George Fairfax, that either his wife or his daughter should be interested in him? "Clarissa may not have thought the fact worth mentioning, my dear," he said stiffly. "It is quite unimportant to us." He waved the subject away, as he might have done if it had been some small operation in commerce, altogether unworthy of his notice. But in his secret heart he kept the memory of his wife's embarrassed manner. He had not forgotten the portfolio of drawings among which the likeness of George Fairfax figured so prominently. It had seemed a small thing at the time, the merest accident. One head was as good to draw as another, and so on. He had told himself. But he knew now that his wife did not love him, and he wanted to know if she had ever loved any one else. Chapter XXIX. Chapter XXX of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXX. The Heir of Arden. Clarissa wrote to her brother a long letter full of warmth and tenderness, with loving messages for his children, and even for the wife who was so much beneath him. She enclosed 3 £10 notes, all that remained to her of a quarter's pin money; and oh, how bitterly she regretted the frivolous extravagances that had reduced her exchequer to so low a condition. Toward the close of her letter she came to a standstill. She had begged Austin to write to her, to tell her all he could about himself, his hopes, his plans for the future; but when it came to the question of receiving a letter from him, she was puzzled. From the first day of her married life she had made a point of showing all her letters to her husband, as a duty, just as she had shown them to her father, who had very rarely taken the trouble to read them, by the way. But Daniel Granger did read his wife's letters, and expected that they should be submitted to him. It would be impossible to reserve from him any correspondence that came to her in the common way. So Clarissa, though not given to secrecy, was on this occasion fain to be secret. After considerable deliberation, she told her brother to write to her under cover to her maid, Jane Target, at Arden Court. The girl seemed a good honest girl, and Mrs. Granger believed that she could trust her. They went back to Arden a day or two afterwards, and Miss Granger returned with rapture to her duties as commander-in-chief of the model villagers. No martinet ever struck more terror into the breasts of rank and file than did this young lady cause in the simple minds of her prize cottagers, conscience-stricken by the knowledge that stray cobwebs had flourished and dust-bins run to seed during her absence. There was not much room for complaint, however, when she did arrive. The note of warning had been sounded by the servants of the court, and there had been a general scrubbing and cleansing in the habitations of New Arden, that particular Arden which Mr. Granger had built for himself, and the very bricks whereof ought to have been stamped with his name and titles, as in the case of Nebuchadnezzar, son of Nabopolassar, king of Babylon. For a week before Miss Granger's coming, there had been heard the splashing of innumerable pails of water, and the scrubbing of perpetual scrubbing brushes. Windows had been polished to the highest degree of transparency. Tin tea kettles had been sandpapered until they became as silver. There had been quite a run upon the village chandler for mottled soap and hearthstone. So, after a rigorous inspection, Miss Granger was obliged to express her approval. Not an unqualified approval, by any means. Too much praise would have demoralized the Ardenites, and lowered the standard of perfection. "I like to be able to say that my papa's village is the cleanest village in England," she said. "Not one of the cleanest, but the cleanest. Why have you turned the back of that tea kettle to the wall, Mrs. Binks? I'm afraid it's smoky. Now there never need be a smoky kettle. Your place looks very nice, Mrs. Binks, but from the strong smell of soap, I fancy it must have been cleaned very lately. I hope you have not been neglecting things while I've been away. That sort of thing would militate against your obtaining my prize for domestic cleanliness next Christmas." Mrs. Binks did not know what militate meant, unless it might be something in connection with the church militant, of which she had heard a great deal; but she was not a mild-tempered woman, and she grew very red in the face at this reproof. "Well, miss, if to toil and scrub early and late, with a husband and 5 children to do for, and to keep the place pretty much as you see it now, though I don't say as it ain't a little extry perhaps, in honour of your coming back, if that ain't hard work and cleanliness, and don't deserve a prize of £2 at the year's end, I don't know what do. It's hard-earned money, Miss Granger, when all's said and done." Sophia turned the eyes of reproof upon Mrs. Binks. "I did not think it was the money you cared for," she said. "I thought it was the honour you valued most." She pointed to a card, framed and glazed, over the mantelpiece; a card upon which, with many nourishes and fat initial letters in red ink, the model schoolmaster had recorded the fact that Mrs. Binks, at the preceding Christmas distributions, had obtained Miss Granger's annual reward for domestic cleanliness. "Well, of course, miss, I set store by the card. It's nice to see one's name wrote out like that; and any strangers as chance to come in the summer time, they takes notice. But to a hard working man's wife £2 is a consideration. I'm sure I beg your parding humbly, miss, if I spoke a bit short just now; but it is trying, when one has worked hard, to have one's work found fault with." "I am not aware that I found fault with your work, Mrs. Binks," Sophia replied with supreme dignity. "I merely remarked that it appeared to have been done hastily. I don't approve of spasmodic industry." And with this last crushing remark, Miss Granger sailed out of the cottage, leaving the luckless Mrs. Binks to repent her presumption at leisure, and to feel that she had hazarded her hopes of Christmas bounties, and enhanced the chances of her detested rival of 3 doors off, Mrs. Trotter, a sanctimonious widow, with 3 superhuman children, who never had so much as a spot on their pinafores, and were far in advance of the young Binkses in Kings and Chronicles. Indeed, the youngest Trotter had been familiar with all the works of Hezekiah before the eldest Binks had grasped the abstract idea of Saul. For Clarissa the change to Arden Court was a pleasant one. That incessant succession of London gaieties had wearied her beyond measure. Here, for a little time before her visitors began to arrive, she lived her own life, dreaming away a morning over a sketch book, or reading some newly published volume in a favourite thicket in the park. There was a good deal of time, of course, that she was obliged to devote to her husband, walking or driving or riding with him, in rather a ceremonial manner, almost as she might have done had she belonged to that charmed circle whose smallest walk or drive is recorded by obsequious chroniclers in every journal in the United Kingdom. Then came 6 brilliant weeks in August and September, when Arden Court was filled with visitors, and Clarissa began to feel how onerous are the duties of a châtelaine. She had not Lady Laura Armstrong's delight in managing a great house. She was sincerely anxious that her guests might be pleased, but somewhat overburdened by the responsibility of pleasing them. It was only after some experience that she found there was very little to be done after all. With a skilful combination of elements, the result was sure to be agreeable. Morning after morning the cheerful faces gathered round the breakfast table; and morning after morning vast supplies of dried salmon, fresh trout, grilled fowl, and raised pie, to say nothing of lighter provender in the way of omelettes, new-laid eggs, hot buttered cakes of various descriptions, huge wedges of honeycomb, and jars of that Scotch marmalade, so dear to the hearts of boating men, vanished like smoke before a whirlwind. Whatever troubles these nomads may have had were hidden in their hearts for the time being. A wise custom prevailed in Mr. Granger's establishment with regard to the morning letters, which were dealt out to each guest with his or her early cup of tea, and not kept back for public distribution, to the confusion of some luckless recipient who feels it difficult to maintain an agreeable smirk upon his countenance while he reads, that unless such or such an account is settled immediately, proceedings will be taken without delay. Lady Laura came, as she had promised, and gave her dearest Clarissa lessons in the art of presiding over a large establishment, and did her utmost to oust Miss Granger from her position of authority in the giving out of stores and the ordering of grocery. This, however, was impossible. Sophia clung to her grocer's book as some unpopular monarch tottering on his insecure throne might cling to his sceptre. If she could not sit in the post of honour at her father's dinner table, as she had sat so long, it was something to reign supreme in the store-room. If she found herself a secondary person in the drawing-room, and that unpunctilious callers were apt to forget the particular card due to her, she could at least hold on by the keys of those closets in which the superfine china services for Mr. Granger's great dinners were stored away, with chamois leather between all the plates and dishes. She had still the whip hand of the housekeeper, and could ordain how many French plums and how many muscatel raisins were to be consumed in a given period. She could bring her powers of arithmetic to bear upon wax candles, and torment the souls of hapless underlings by the precision of her calculations. She had an eye to the preserves, and if awakened suddenly in the dead of the night, could have told, to a jar, how many pots of strawberry, and raspberry, and currant, and greengage were ranged on the capacious shelves of that stronghold of her power, the store-room. Even Lady Laura's diplomacy failed here. The genius of a Talleyrand would not have dislodged Miss Granger. "I like to feel that I am of some use to papa," she remarked very often, with the air of a household Antigone. "He has new outlets for his money now, and it is more than ever my duty as a daughter to protect him from the wastefulness of servants. With all my care, there are some things in Mrs. Plumtree's management which I do not understand. I'm sure what becomes of all the preserved ginger and crystallized apricots that I give out is a mystery that no one could fathom. Who ever eats preserved ginger? I've taken particular notice, and could never see any one doing it. The things are not eaten; they disappear." Lady Laura suggested that, with such a fortune as Mr. Granger's, a little waste more or less was hardly worth thinking of. "I cannot admit that," Miss Granger replied solemnly. "It is the abstract sinfulness of waste which I think of. An under butler who begins by wasting preserved ginger may end by stealing his master's plate." The summer went by. Picnics and boating parties, archery meetings and flower shows, and all the familiar round of country pleasures repeated themselves just as they had done at Hale Castle 2 years ago; and Clarissa wondered at the difference in her own mind which made these things so different. It was not that all capacity for enjoyment was dead in her. Youth is too bright a thing to be killed so easily. She could still delight in a lovely landscape, in exquisite flowers, in that art which she had loved from her childhood. She could still enjoy good music and pleasant society; but that keen sense of happiness which she had felt at Hale, that ardent appreciation of small pleasures, that eager looking forward to the future, these were gone. She lived in the present. To look back to the past was to recall the image of George Fairfax, who seemed somehow interwoven with her girlhood. To look forward to the future was to set her face towards a land hidden in clouds and darkness. She had positively nothing to hope for. Mr. Granger took life very calmly. He knew that his wife did not love him, and he was too proud a man to lay himself out to win her love, even if he had known how to set about a task so incongruous with the experience of his life. He was angry with himself for having ever been weak enough to think that this girlish creature, between whom and himself there stretched a gulf of 30 years, could by any possibility be beguiled into loving him. Of course she had married him for his money. There was not one among his guests who would not have thought him a fool for supposing that it could be otherwise, or for expecting more from her than a graceful fulfilment of the duties of her position. He had little ground for complaint. She was gentle and obedient, deferential in her manner to him before society, amiable always. He only knew that she did not love him; that was all. But Daniel Granger was a proud man, and this knowledge was a bitter thing to him. There were hours in his life when he sat alone in his own room, that plainly furnished chamber which was half study, half dressing-room, withdrawing himself from his guests under pretence of having business letters to write to his people at Bradford and Leeds; sat with his open desk before him, and made no attempt to write; sat brooding over thoughts of his young wife, and regretting the folly of his marriage. Was it true that she had never cared for any one else? He had her father's word for that; but he knew that Marmaduke Lovel was a selfish man, who would be likely enough to say anything that would conduce to his own advantage. Had her heart been really true and pure when he won her for his wife? He remembered those sketches of George Fairfax in the portfolio, and one day when he was waiting for Clarissa in her morning room, he took the trouble to look over her drawings. There were many that he recollected having seen that day at Mill Cottage, but the portraits of Mr. Fairfax were all gone. He looked through the portfolio very carefully, but found none of those careless yet lifelike sketches which had attracted the attention of Sophia Granger. "She has destroyed them, then, I suppose," he said to himself, and the notion of her having done so annoyed him a little. He did not care to question her about them. There would have been an absurdity in that, he thought; as if it could matter to him whose face she chose for her unstudied sketches mere vagabondage of the pencil. Upon rare occasions Marmaduke Lovel consented to take a languid share in the festivities at Arden; but although he was very well pleased that his daughter should be mistress of the house that he had lost, he did not relish a secondary position in the halls of his forefathers, nor had the gaieties of the place any charm for him. He was glad to slip away quietly at the beginning of September, and to go back to Spa, where the waters agreed with his rheumatism, that convenient rheumatism which was an excuse for anything he might choose to do. As for his daughter, he washed his hands of all responsibility in connection with her. He felt as if he had provided for her in a most meritorious manner by the diplomacy which had brought about her marriage. Whether she was happy in her new life was a question which he had never asked himself; but if any one else had propounded such a question, he would have replied unhesitatingly in the affirmative. Of course Clarissa was happy. Had she not secured for herself all the things that women most value? Could she not run riot in the pleasures for which women will imperil their souls? He remembered his own wife's extravagance, and he argued with himself that if she could have had a perennial supply of fine dresses, and a perpetual round of amusement, she would speedily have forgotten Colonel Fairfax. It was the dullness of her life, and the dismal atmosphere of poverty, that had made her false. So he went back to Spa, secure in the thought that he could make his home at Arden whenever he pleased. Perhaps at some remote period of old age, when his senses were growing dim, he might like to inhabit the familiar rooms, and feel no sting in the thought that he was a guest, and not the master. It would be rather pleasant to be carried to his grave from Arden Court, if anything about a man's burial could be pleasant. He went back to Spa and led his own life, and in a considerable measure forgot that he had ever had a son and daughter. With September and October there came guests for the shooting, but George Fairfax was not among them. Mr. Granger had not renewed that careless invitation of his in Clarges Street. After supervising Clarissa's existence for 2 or 3 weeks, Lady Laura had returned to Hale, there to reign in all her glory. Mr. and Mrs. Granger dined at the castle twice in the course of the autumn, and Clarissa saw Lady Geraldine for the first time since that fatal wedding day. There was very little alteration in the fair placid face. Geraldine Challoner was not a woman to wear the willow in any obvious manner. She was still coldly brilliant, with just a shade more bitterness perhaps in those little flashes of irony and cynicism which passed for wit. She talked rather more of old, Clarissa thought. She was dressed more elaborately than in the days of her engagement to George Fairfax, and had altogether the air of a woman who means to shine in society. To Mrs. Granger she was polite, but as cold as was consistent with civility. After a fortnight's slaughter of the pheasants, there was a lull in the dissipations of Arden Court. Visitors departed, leaving Mr. Granger's gamekeepers with a plethora of sovereigns and half-sovereigns in their corduroy pockets, and serious thoughts of the Holborough Savings Bank, and Mr. Granger's chief butler with views that soared as high as consols. All the twitter and cheerful confusion of many voices in the rooms and corridors of the grand old house dwindled and died away, until Mr. Granger was left alone with his wife and daughter. He was not sorry to see his visitors depart, though he was a man who, after his own fashion, was fond of society. But before the winter was over, an event was to happen at Arden which rendered quiet indispensable. Late in December, while the villagers were eating Mr. Granger's beef, and warming themselves before Mr. Granger's coals, and reaping the fruit of laborious days in the shape of Miss Granger's various premiums for humble virtue, while the park and woodland were wrapped in snow, and the Christmas bells were still ringing in the clear crisp air, God gave Clarissa a son, the first thing she had ever held in her arms, which she could and might love with all her heart. It was like some strange dream to her, this holy mystery of motherhood. She had not looked forward to the child's coming with any supreme pleasure, or supposed that her life would be altered by his advent. But from the moment she held him in her arms, a helpless morsel of humanity, hardly visible to the uninitiated amidst his voluminous draperies, she felt herself on the threshold of a new experience. With him was born her future. It was a most complete realisation of those sweet wise words of the poet: "A child, more than all other gifts that earth can offer to declining man, brings hope with it, and forward-looking thoughts." Mr. Granger was enraptured. For him too, even more than for his wife, this baby represented the future. Often and often, after some brilliant stroke of business which swelled the figures upon the left side of his bank book to an abnormal amount, he had felt a dismal sense of the extinction that must befall his glory by and by. There was no one but Sophia. She would inherit a fortune thrice as large as any woman need desire, and would in all likelihood marry, and give her wealth to fill the coffers of a stranger, whose name should wipe out the name of Granger, or preserve it in a half and half way in some inane compound, such as Granger Smith, or Jones Granger, extended afterwards into Jones Granger Jones, or Granger Smith Granger. Perhaps those wintry days that began the new year were the purest, happiest of Daniel Granger's life. He forgot that his wife did not love him. She seemed so much more his wife, seated opposite to him beside that quiet hearth, with her baby in her arms. She made such a lovely picture, bending over the child in her unconscious beauty. To sit and watch the two was an all-sufficient delight for him, sometimes withdrawing his mind from the present to weave the web of his boy's future. "I shall send him to Westminster, Clary," he said. It was a long time, by the way, since he had called his wife Clary, though she herself was hardly aware of the fact. "I shall certainly send him to Westminster. A provincial public school is all very well, my father sent me to one, but it's not quite up to the mark. I should like him to be a good classical scholar, which I never was, though I was a decent mathematician. I used to do my Virgil with a crib, a translation, you know, and I never could get on with Greek. I managed to struggle through the New Testament, but stuck in the first book of Thucydides. Dreary work it was. I was glad when it was all over, and my father let me come into his office. But with this fellow it will be different. He will have no occasion to soil his hands with trade. He will be a country gentleman, and may distinguish himself in the House of Commons. Yes, Clary, there may be the material for a great man in him," Mr. Granger concluded, with an almost triumphant air, as he touched the soft little cheek, and peered curiously into the bright blue eyes. They were something like his own eyes, he thought. Clarissa's were hazel. The mother drew the soft mass of muslin a little nearer to her heart. She did not care to think of her baby as a man, addressing a noisy constituency in Holborough market-place, nor even as a Westminster boy intent upon Virgil and cricket, Euclid and football. She liked to think of him as he was now, and as he would be for the next few years, something soft and warm and loving, that she could hold in her arms, beside whose bed she could watch and pray at night. Her future was bounded by the years of her son's childhood. She thought already, with a vague pang, of the time when he should go out into the world, and she be no longer necessary to him. The day came when she looked back to that interval of perfect quiet, the dimly lighted rooms, the low wood fire, and her husband's figure seated by the hearth, with a bitter sense of regret. Daniel Granger was so good to her in those days, so entirely devoted, in a quiet, unobtrusive way, and she was so selfishly absorbed by the baby as to be almost unconscious of his goodness at the time. She was inclined to forget that the child belonged to any one but herself. Indeed, had the question been brought home to her, she would have hardly liked to admit his father's claim upon him. He was her own, her treasure beyond all price, given to her by Heaven for her comfort and consolation. Not the least among the tranquil pleasures of that period of retirement, which Clarissa spun out until the spring flowers were blooming in the meadows about Arden, was a comparative immunity from the society of Miss Granger. That young lady made a dutiful call upon her stepmother every morning, and offered a chilling forefinger, rather a strong-minded forefinger, with a considerable development of bone, to the infant. On the child not receiving this advance with rapture, Miss Granger was wont to observe that he was not so forward in taking notice as some of her model children, at which the young mother flamed up in defence of her darling, declaring that he did take notice, and that it was a shame to compare him to nasty village children. "The nasty village children have immortal souls," Sophia replied severely. "So they may, but they don't take notice sooner than my baby. I would never believe that. He knows me, the precious darling." And the little soft warm thing in voluminous muslin was kissed and squeezed about to extinction. Miss Granger was great upon the management of infancy, and was never tired of expounding her ideas to Clarissa. They were of a Spartan character, not calculated to make the period of babyhood a pleasant time to experience, or to look back upon. Cold water and nauseous medicines formed a conspicuous part of the system, and where an ordinary nurse would have approached infancy with a sponge, Miss Granger suggested a flesh brush. The hardest, most impracticable biscuits, the huskiest rusks, constituted Miss Granger's notion of infant food. She would have excluded milk as bilious, and would have forbidden sugar, as a creator of acidity; and then, when the little victim was about 1½ she would have seated it before the most dry as dust edition of the alphabet, and driven it triumphantly upon the first stage on the high road to Kings and Chronicles. Among the model villagers, Miss Granger had ample opportunity of offering advice of this kind, and fondly believed that her counsel was acted upon. Obsequious matrons, with an eye to Christmas benefactions, pretended to profit by her wisdom; but it is doubtful whether the model infants were allowed to suffer from a practical exposition of her Spartan theories. Clarissa had her own ideas about the heir of the Grangers. Not a crumpled rose-leaf, had rose-leaves been flying about just then, must roughen her darling's bed. The softest lawn, the downiest, most delicate woollens, were hardly good enough to wrap her treasure. She had solemn interviews with a regiment of nurses before she could discover a woman who seemed worthy to be guardian of this infant demigod. And Mr. Granger showed himself scarcely less weak. It almost seemed as if this boy was his first child. He had been a busy man when Sophia was born, too entirely occupied by the grave considerations of commerce to enter into the details of the nursery, and the sex of the child had been something of a disappointment to him. He was rich enough even then to desire an heir to his wealth. During the few remaining years of his first wife's life he had hoped for the coming of a son, but no son had been given to him. It was now, in his sober middle age, that the thing he had longed for was granted to him, and it seemed all the more precious because of the delay. So Daniel Granger was wont to sit and stare at the infant as if it had been something above the common clay of which infancy is made. He would gaze at it for an hour together, in a dumb rapture, fully believing it to be the most perfect object in creation. And about this child there sprung up between his wife and himself a sympathy that had never been before. Only deep in Clarissa's heart there was a vague jealousy. She would have liked her baby to be hers alone. The thought of his father's claim frightened her. In the time to come her child might grow to love his father better than her. Finding her counsel rejected, Miss Granger would ask in a meek voice if she might be permitted to kiss the baby, and having chilled his young blood by the cool and healthy condition of her complexion, would depart with an air of long suffering. And this morning visit being over, Clarissa was free of her for the rest of the day. Miss Granger had her duties. She devoted her mornings to the regulation of the household, her afternoons to the drilling of the model villagers. In the evening she presided at her father's dinner, which seemed rather a chilling repast to Mr. Granger in the absence of that one beloved face. He would have liked to dine off a boiled fowl in his wife's room, or to have gone dinnerless and shared Clarissa's tea and toast, and heard the latest wonders performed by the baby, but he was ashamed to betray so much weakness. So he dined in state with Sophia, and found it hard work to keep up a little commonplace conversation with her during the solemn meal, his heart being elsewhere all the time. That phase of gloom and despondency through which his mind had passed during the summer that was gone had given place to brighter thoughts. A new dawn of hope had come for him with the birth of his child. He told himself again, as he had so often told himself in the past, that his wife would grow to love him, that time would bring him the fruition of his desires. In the meanwhile he was almost entirely happy in the possession of this new blessing. All his life was coloured by the existence of this infant. He had a new zest in the driest details of his position as the master of a great estate. He had bought some 2,000 acres of neighbouring land at different times since his purchase of Arden Court, and the estate, swollen by these large additions, was fast becoming one of the finest in the county. There was not a tree he planted in the beginning of this new year which he did not consider with reference to his boy; and he made extensive plantations on purpose that he might be able to point to them by and by and say, "These trees were planted the year my son was born." When he went round his stables, he made a special survey of one particularly commodious loose box, which would do for his boy's pony. He fancied the little fellow trotting by his side across farms and moorlands, or deep into the woods to see the newly felled timber, or to plan a fresh clearing. It was a pleasant daydream. Chapter XXXI. Chapter XXXI of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXXI. The nearest way to Carlsruhe. A great event befell George Fairfax in the spring of the new year. He received a summons to Lyvedon, and arrived there only in time to attend his uncle's deathbed. The old man died, and was buried in the tomb of his forefathers, a spacious vaulted chamber beneath Lyvedon church, and George Fairfax reigned in his stead. Since his brother's death he had known that this was to be, and had accepted the fact as a matter of course. His succession caused him very little elation. He was glad to have unlimited ready money, but in the altered aspect of his life he did not care much for the estate. With Geraldine Challoner for his wife, the possession of such a place as Lyvedon would have been very agreeable to him. He could have almost resigned himself to the ordinary country gentleman's life, to be a magnate in the county, to attend at petty sessions, and keep himself well posted in parochial questions, to make himself a terror to the soul of poachers, and to feel that his youth was over. But now it was different. He had no wife, nor any prospect of a wife. He had no definite plans for his future. For a long time he had been going altogether the wrong way, leading a roving, desultory kind of existence, living amongst men whose habits and principles were worse than his own. He sent for his mother, and installed her as mistress of Lyvedon. The place and the position suited her to admiration. He spent a month in dawdling about the neighbourhood, taking stock of his new possessions, now and then suggesting some alteration or improvement, but always too lazy to carry it out; strolling in the park with a couple of dogs and a cigar, or going fly-fishing along the bank of a little winding river; driving in an open carriage with his mother, yawning over a book or a newspaper all the evening, and then sitting up till late into the night, writing letters which might just as easily have been written in the day. His manner made his mother anxious. Once, with a sigh, she ventured to say how much she regretted the breaking off his engagement to Lady Geraldine. "You were so admirably adapted for each other," she said. "Yes, mother, admirably adapted, no doubt; but you see we did not love each other." He felt a little pang of remorse as he said this, for it misgave him that Geraldine had loved him. It would have been like those chestnut ponies you drive. They go very well together, and look superb, but they are always snapping at each other's heads. I don't mean to say that Geraldine and I would have quarrelled. One might as well try to quarrel with a rock; but we shouldn't have got on. In short, I have a prejudice in favour of marrying a woman I could love." "And yet I thought you were so much attached to her." "I was, in the way of friendship. Her society had become a kind of habit with me. I do really like her, and shall always consider her one of the handsomest and cleverest women I know. But it was a mistake to ask her to marry me, and might have been a fatal one. You will say, of course, that a man ought not to make that kind of mistake. I quite agree with you there, and I think it infinitely better to pull up even at an awkward point than to make two lives miserable." Mrs. Fairfax sighed, and shook her head doubtfully. "Oh, George, I'm afraid there was some newer fancy, some secret reason for your conduct to poor Geraldine," she said in a reproachful tone. "My dear mother, I have a dozen fancies in a month, and rarely know my own mind for a week at a stretch; but I do know that I never really loved Geraldine Challoner, and that it is better for me to be free from an ill-advised engagement." Mrs. Fairfax did not venture to press the question any farther. She had her suspicions, and her suspicions pointed to Clarissa. But Clarissa now being married and fairly out of the way, she had some faint hope that her son would return to his old allegiance, and that she might even yet have Geraldine Challoner for her daughter. In the meantime she was fain to be patient, and to refrain from any irritating persistence upon a subject that was very near to her heart. So far as her own interests were concerned, it would have been a pleasant thing for Mrs. Fairfax that her son should remain a bachelor. The sovereignty of Lyvedon was a pure and perfect delight to her. The place was the home of her childhood, and there was not a thicket in the park, or a flower bed in the garden, that was not familiar and dear to her. Every corner of the sombre old rooms, in which the furniture had been unchanged for a century, had its tender associations. All the hopes and dreams of her long vanished youth came back to her, faint and pale, like faded flowers shut in the leaves of a book. And in the event of her son's marriage, she must of course resign all this, must make a new home for herself outside the walls of Lyvedon, for she was not a woman to accept a secondary place in any household. Considering the question merely from a selfish point of view, she had every reason to be satisfied with the existing state of things. But it was not of herself she thought. She saw her son restless and unsettled, and had a secret conviction that he was unhappy. There had been much in the history of his past life that had troubled her, and for his future her chief hope had been in the security of a judicious marriage. She was a woman of strong religious feeling, and had shed many bitter tears and prayed many prayers on account of this beloved son. The beloved son in the meanwhile dawdled away life in a very unsatisfactory manner. He found the roads and lanes about Lyvedon remarkable for nothing but their dust. There were wildflowers, of course, possibly nightingales and that sort of thing, but he preferred such imported bouquets, grown on the flowery slopes of the Mediterranean, as he could procure to order at Covent Garden. And the song of nightingales in the dusky afternoon dinner-time made him melancholy. The place was a fine old place, and it was undoubtedly a good thing to possess it. But George Fairfax had lived too wild a life to find happiness in the simple pleasures of a Kentish squire. So, after enduring the placid monotony of Lyvedon for a couple of months, he grew insufferably weary all at once, and told his mother that he was going to the Black Forest. "It's too early to shoot capercailzies," he said, "but I daresay I shall find something to do. I am nothing but a bore to you here, mother, and you can amuse yourself while I'm gone in carrying out any of the improvements we've discussed." Mrs. Fairfax assured her son that his presence was always a delight to her, but that of course there was nothing in the world she desired so much as his happiness, and that it had been a pain to her to see him otherwise than happy. "I had hoped that the possession of this place would have given you so much occupation," she said, "that you would have gone into Parliament, and made a position for yourself." "My dear mother, I never had any affection for politics; and unless a man could be a modern Pitt, I don't see the use of that kind of thing. Every young Englishman turns his face towards the House of Commons, as the sunflower turns to the sun god, and see what a charming level of mediocrity we enjoy in consequence thereof." "Anything that would occupy your mind, George," remonstrated Mrs. Fairfax. "The question is, whether I have any mind to be occupied, mother," replied the young man with a laugh. "I think the average modern intellect, when it knows its own capacity, rarely soars above billiards. That is a science; and what can a man be more than scientific?" "It is so easy to laugh the subject down in that way, George," returned the mother with a sigh. "But a man has duties to perform." "Surely not a man with an estate like this, mother. I can never understand that talk about the duties of a rich man, except to pay his income tax properly. A fellow with a wife and children, and no income to speak of, has duties, of course. Imprimis, the duty of working for his belongings. But what are the privileges of wealth, if one may not take life as one pleases?" "Oh, George, George, I used to hope such great things of you." "The fond delusion common to maternity, my dearest mother. A brat learns his ABC a shade quicker than other children, or construes qui fit Maecenas with tolerable correctness, and straightway the doting mother thinks her lad is an embryo Canning. You should never have hoped anything of me, except that I would love you dearly all my life. You have made that very easy to me." Mr. Fairfax took his portmanteau and departed, leaving his servant to carry the rest of his luggage straight to Paris, and await his master's arrival at one of the hotels in the Rue de Rivoli. The master himself took a somewhat circuitous route, and began his journey to the Black Forest by going down to Holborough. "I can take a steamer from Hull to Hamburg," he said to himself, "and push on from there to Carlsruhe." He wanted to see Clarissa again. He knew that she was at Arden Court, and that Lady Laura Armstrong was not at Hale Castle. He wanted to see her. His ulterior views were of the vaguest; but that passionate yearning to see her, to hear the sweet winning voice, to look into the soft hazel eyes, was strong upon him. It was a year since the day he dined in Clarges Street; and in all that year he had done his uttermost to forget her, had hated himself for the weakness which made her still dearer to him than any other woman; and then, alike angry with her and with himself, had cried, with Wilmot Earl of Rochester, "Such charms by nature you possess, 'twere madness not to love you." He went up to London early one morning, and straight from London to Holborough, where he arrived late in the evening. He slept at the chief inn of the place, and in the golden summer noontide set out for Arden Court, not to make a formal visit, but rather to look about him in a somewhat furtive way. He did not care to make his advent known to Daniel Granger just yet. Perhaps, indeed, he might find it expedient to avoid any revelation of himself to that gentleman. He wanted to find out all he could of Clarissa's habits, so that he might contrive an interview with her. He had seen the announcement of the baby's birth, and oh, what a bitter pang the commonplace paragraph had given him! Never before had the fact that she was another man's wife come home to him so keenly. He tried to put the subject out of his thoughts, to forget that there had been a son born to the house of Granger; but often in the dreary spring twilight, walking among the oaks of Lyvedon, he had said to himself, "Her child ought to have been heir to this place." He went in at the lodge gate, and strolled idly into the park, not being at all clear as to how he was to bring about what he wanted. The weather was lovely; weather in which few people, untrammelled by necessity, would have cared to remain indoors. There was just the chance that Mrs. Granger might be strolling in the park herself, and the still more remote contingency that she might be alone. He was quite prepared for the possibility of meeting her accompanied by the lynx-eyed Miss Granger, and was not a man to be thrown off his guard, or taken at a disadvantage, come what might. The place wore its fairest aspect: avenues of elms, that had begun to grow when England was young, gigantic oaks dotted here and there upon the undulating open ground, reputed 1,000 years old; bright young plantations of rare fir and pine, that had a pert crisp newness about them, like the air of a modern dandy; everywhere the appearance of that perfect care and culture which is the most conclusive evidence of unlimited wealth. George Fairfax looked round him with a sigh. The scene he looked upon was very fair. It was not difficult to understand how dear association might have made so beautiful a spot to such a girl as Clarissa. She had told him she would give the world to win back her lost home, and she had given something less than the world only herself. "Paris is worth a mass," said the great Henry, and Clarissa's perjury was only one more of the many lies which men and women have told to compass their desires. He kept away from the carriage roads, loitering in the remoter regions of the park, and considering what he should do. He did not want to present himself at the court as a formal visitor. In the first place, it would have been rather difficult to give any adequate reason for his presence in Holborough, and in the second, he had an unspeakable repugnance to any social intercourse with Clarissa's husband. How he was ever to see her in the future without that hideous hypocrisy of friendliness towards Daniel Granger, he knew not; but he knew that it would cost him dearly to take the hand of the man who had supplanted him. He wandered on till he came to a dell where the ground was broken a good deal, and where the ferns seemed to grow more luxuriantly than in any other part of the park. There was a glimpse of blue water at the bottom of the slope, a narrow strip of a streamlet running between swampy banks where the forget-me-nots and pale water plants ran riot. This verdant valley was sheltered by some of the oldest hawthorns George Fairfax had ever seen, the very Methuselahs of trees, whose grim old trunks and crooked branches time had twisted into the queerest shapes, and whose massive boles and strange excrescences of limb were covered with the moss of past generations. It was such a valley as Gustave Doré would love to draw, a glimpse of wilderness in the midst of cultivation. There were not wanted figures to brighten the landscape. A woman dressed in white sat under one of the hawthorns, with a baby on her lap, and a nursemaid, in gayer raiment, stood by, looking down at the child. How well George Fairfax remembered the slight girlish figure, and the day when he had come upon it unawares in Marley Wood. He stood a few paces off, and listened to the soft sweet voice. Clarissa was talking to her baby in the unintelligible mother language inspired by the occasion. A baby just able to smile at her, and coo and crow and chuckle in that peculiarly unctuous manner common to babies of amiable character. A fair blue-eyed baby, big and bonny, with soft rings of flaxen hair upon his pink young head, and tender little arms that seemed meant for nothing so much as to be kissed. After a good deal of that sweet baby talk, there was a little discussion between the mistress and maid, and then the child was wrapped up as carefully as if destruction were in the breath of the softest June zephyr. Mr. Fairfax was afraid the mother was going away with the child, and that his chance would be lost; but it was not so. The maid tripped off with the infant, after it had been brought back 2 or 3 times to be half smothered with kisses which it seemed to relish in its own peculiar way, opening its mouth to receive them, as if they had been something edible. The baby was carried away at last, and Clarissa took up a book and began to read. George Fairfax waited till the maid had been gone about 10 minutes, and then came slowly down the hollow to the spot where Clarissa was seated. The rustle of the ferns startled her. She looked up, and saw him standing by her side. It was just a year since he had surprised her in Mr. Wooster's garden in Henley. She had thought of him very much in that time, but less since the birth of her boy. She turned very pale at sight of him, and when she tried to speak, the words would not come. Her lips only moved tremulously. "I hope I did not alarm you very much," he said, "by the suddenness of my appearance. I thought I heard your voice just now, speaking to some one," he had not the heart to mention her baby, "and came down here to look for you. What a charming spot it is!" She had recovered her self-possession by this time, and was able to answer him quite calmly. "Yes, it is very pretty. It was a favourite spot of Austin's. I have at least a dozen sketches of it done by him. But I did not know you were in Yorkshire, Mr. Fairfax." She wondered whether he was staying at Hale, and then it flashed upon her that there had been a reconciliation between him and Lady Geraldine. "I have not been long in Yorkshire. I am merely here en passant, in short. My only excuse for approaching you lies in the fact that I have come to talk to you about your brother." "About Austin!" exclaimed Clarissa, with a look of alarm. "There is nothing wrong? He is well, I hope?" "Pray don't alarm yourself. Yes, he is tolerably well, I believe; and there is nothing wrong, nothing that need cause you any immediate concern, at least. I am going to Paris, and I thought you might be glad to send some message." "You are very kind to think of that. Yes, I shall be glad to send to him. He is not a good correspondent, and I get very anxious about him sometimes. What you said just now seemed to imply that there was something wrong. Pray be candid with me, Mr. Fairfax." He did not answer her immediately. In fact, for the moment he scarcely was conscious of her words. He was looking at the beautiful face, looking at it with a repressed passion that was deeper and more real than any he had ever felt in his life. His thoughts wandered away from Austin Lovel. He was thinking what he would have given, what peril he would have dared, to call this woman his own. All this lower world seemed nothing to him when weighed against her; and in such a moment a man of his stamp rarely remembers any other world. "There is something wrong," repeated Clarissa with increasing anxiety. "I entreat you to tell me the truth." Yes, there is something wrong," he answered vaguely; and then, wrenching his mind away from those wild speculations as to what he would or would not do to win Daniel Granger's wife, he went on in another tone: "The truth is, my dear Mrs. Granger, I was in Paris last winter, and saw something of your brother's mode of life, and I cannot say that I consider it a satisfactory one. You have sent him a good deal of money since I saw you last, I daresay. Pray understand that there is nothing intrusive or impertinent in my question. I only wish to be of some use to you, if I can." "I am sure of that. Yes, I have sent him what I could, about £400, since last June, and he has been very grateful, poor fellow. He ought to know that he is welcome to every shilling I have. I could send him much more, of course, if I cared to ask my husband for money." "It is wiser to trust to your own resources, and I doubt if the command of much money would be a positive benefit to your brother. You have asked me to be candid, and I shall obey you, even at the hazard of giving you pain. There is a kind of constitutional weakness in your brother's nature. He's a man open to every influence, and not always governed by the best influences. I saw a good deal of him when I was last in Paris, and I saw him most in the fastest society, amongst people who petted him for the sake of his genius and vivacity, but who would turn their backs upon him to morrow if he were no longer able to amuse them. The set into which an artist is so apt to fall when his home influences are not strong enough to keep him steady, and when he has that lurking disposition to bohemianism which has been the bane of your brother's life. I speak entirely without reserve, you see." "I am grateful to you for doing so. Poor Austin, if he had only chosen more wisely! But his wife is fond of him, you say?" "Too fond of him, perhaps; for she is very much given to torment him with jealous outbreaks, and he is not a man to take that sort of thing pleasantly. She does not go into society with him. Indeed, I doubt if half a dozen out of the people whom he lives amongst know that he has a wife. I found his social position considerably improved, thanks to your remittances, no doubt. He was still in the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, as of course you know, but had moved a stage lower down, and had furnished a painting room in the stereotyped style, Flemish carved buffets, dingy tapestry from a passage behind the Rue Richelieu, and a sprinkling of bric-a-brac from the Quai Voltaire. The poor old woman and her children were banished, and he had a room full of visitors chattering round him while he painted. You know his wonderful facility. The atmosphere was cloudy with tobacco smoke, and the men were drinking that abominable concoction of wormwood with which young France cultivates madness and early doom." "It is not a pleasant picture," said Clarissa with a profound sigh. "No, my dear Mrs. Granger, but it is a faithful one. Mr. Lovel had won a certain reputation for his airy style of art, and was beginning to get better prices for his pictures, but I fancy he has a capacity for spending money, and an inability to save it, which would bring him always to the same level of comparative insolvency. I have known so many men like that, and a man who begins in that way so rarely ends in any other way." "What am I to do?" exclaimed Clarissa piteously. "What can I do to help him?" "I am almost at a loss to suggest anything. Perhaps if you were on the spot, your influence might do something. I know he loves you, and is more moved by the mention of your name than by any sermon one could preach to him. But I suppose there is no chance of your being in Paris." "I don't know. Mr. Granger talked some time ago of spending the autumn abroad, and asked me if I should like to see a New Year's Day in Paris. I think, if I were to express a wish about it, he would take me there; and it would be such happiness to me to see Austin." And then Mrs. Granger thought of her baby, and wondered whether the atmosphere of Paris would be favourable to that rare and beauteous blossom; whether the tops and bottoms of the French capital would agree with his tender digestive machinery; and if the cow-keepers of the Faubourg Saint Honoré were an honest and unadulterating race. The very notion of taking the treasure away from his own nurseries, his own cow, his own goat chaise, was enough to make her shudder. It would be the best chance for his redemption. A little womanly kindness and counsel from you to the wife might bring about a happier state of things in his home. And a man who can be happy at home is in a measure saved. It is hardly possible for your brother to mix much with the people amongst whom I saw him without injury to himself. They are people to whom dissipation is the very salt of life; people who breakfast at the Moulin Rouge at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and eat ices at midnight to the music of the cascade in the Bois; people to be seen at every race meeting; men who borrow money at 75 per cent. To pay for opera boxes and dinners at the Café Riche, and who manage the rest of their existence on credit." "But what could my influence do against such friends as these?" asked Clarissa in a hopeless tone. "Who can say? It might do wonders. I know your brother has a heart, and that you have power to touch it. Take my advice, Mrs. Granger, and try to be in Paris as soon as you can." "I will," she answered fervently. "I would do anything to save him." She looked at her watch, and rose from the seat under the hawthorn. "It is nearly 2 o'clock," she said, "and I must go back to the house. You will come to luncheon, of course?" "Thanks, no. I have an engagement that will take me back to the town immediately." "But Mr. Granger will be surprised to hear that you have been here without calling upon him." "Need Mr. Granger hear of my coming?" George Fairfax asked in a low tone. Clarissa flushed scarlet. "I have no secrets from my husband, Mr. Fairfax," she said, "even about trifles." "10,000 pardons. I scarcely want to make my presence here a secret; but, in short, I came solely to speak to you about a subject in which I knew you were deeply interested, and I had not contemplated calling upon Mr. Granger." They were walking slowly up the grassy slope as they talked, and after this there came a silence, during which Clarissa quickened her pace a little, George Fairfax keeping still by her side. Her heart beat faster than its wont, and she had a vague sense of danger in this man's presence, a sense of a net being woven round her, a lurking suspicion that this apparent interest in her brother veiled some deeper feeling. They came out of the hollow, side by side, into a short arcade of flowering limes, at the end of which there was a broad sweep of open grass. A man on a deep-chested, strong-limbed grey horse was riding slowly towards them across the grass. Daniel Granger. That picture of his wife walking in the little avenue of limes, with George Fairfax by her side, haunted Mr. Granger with a strange distinctness in days to come. The slight white-robed figure against the background of sunlit greenery; the young man's handsome head, uncovered, and stooping a little as he spoke to his companion. The master of Arden Court dismounted, and led his horse by the bridle as he came forward to meet Mr. Fairfax. The two men shook hands, but not very warmly. The encounter mystified Daniel Granger a little. It was strange to find a man he had supposed to be at the other end of England strolling in the park with his wife, and that man the one about whom he had had many a dreary half-hour of brooding. He waited for an explanation, however, without any outward show of surprise. The business was simple and natural enough, no doubt, he told himself. "Have you been to the house?" he asked. "I have been out all the morning." "No; I was on my way there, when I came upon Mrs. Granger in the most romantic spot yonder. I felt that I was rather early for a morning call, even in the depths of the country, and had strolled out of the beaten path to get rid of an hour or so." "I did not know you were in Yorkshire," said Mr. Granger, not in the most cordial tone. "You are staying at Hale, I suppose?" "No; Lady Laura is away, you know." "Ah, to be sure; I had forgotten." "I am spending a few days with a bachelor friend in Holborough. I am off to Germany before the week is out." Mr. Granger was not sorry to hear this. He was not jealous of George Fairfax. If anybody had suggested the possibility of his entertaining such a sentiment, that person would have experienced the full force of Daniel Granger's resentment. But this was just the one man whom he fancied his wife might have cared for a little before her marriage. He was not a man given to petty jealousies; and of late, since the birth of his son, there had been growing up in his mind a sense of security in his wife's fidelity, her affection even. The union between them had seemed very perfect after the advent of the child, and the master of Arden Court felt almost as if there were nothing upon this earth left for him to desire. But he was a little puzzled by the presence of George Fairfax, nevertheless. Holborough was a small place, and he began to speculate immediately upon the identity of this bachelor friend of Mr. Fairfax's. It was not a garrison town. The young men of the place were for the most part small professional men, half a dozen lawyers and doctors, 2 or 3 curates, a couple of bankers' sons, an auctioneer or two, ranking vaguely between the trading and professional classes, and the sons of tradesmen. Among them all Mr. Granger could remember no one likely to be a friend of George Fairfax. It might possibly be one of the curates, but it seemed scarcely probable that Mr. Fairfax would come 250 miles to abide 3 days with a curate. Nor was it the season of partridges. There was no shooting to attract Mr. Fairfax to the neighbourhood of Holborough. There was trout, certainly, to be found in abundance in brooks, and a river within a walk of the town, and Mr. Fairfax might be passionately fond of fly fishing. "You will come in and have some luncheon, of course," Mr. Granger said, when they came to the gateway, where George Fairfax pulled up, and began to wish them good-bye. Not to ask the man to eat and drink would have seemed to him the most unnatural thing in the world. "Thanks, I think I had better deny myself that pleasure," Mr. Fairfax said doubtfully. "The day is getting on, and I have an engagement for the afternoon." Trout, no doubt, thought Mr. Granger. "I have seen you, that is the grand point. I could not leave Yorkshire without paying my respects to you and Mrs. Granger." "Do you leave so soon?" "To-morrow, I think." A hurried journey for trout, thought Mr. Granger. He insisted upon the visitor coming in to luncheon. George Fairfax was not very obdurate. It was so sweet to be near the woman he loved, and he had not the habit of refusing himself the things that were sweet to him. They went into the small dining room. The luncheon bell had rung a quarter of an hour ago, and Miss Granger was waiting for her parents, with an air of placid self-abnegation, by an open window. There was a good deal of talk during luncheon, but the chief talker was George Fairfax. Clarissa was grave and somewhat absent. She was thinking of her brother Austin, and the gloomy account of him which she had just heard. It was hardly a surprise to her. His letters had been few and far between, and they had not been hopeful, or at the best brightened only by a flash of hopefulness, which was more like bravado, now and then. His necessity for money, too, had seemed without limit. She was planning her campaign. Come what might, she must contrive some means of being in Paris before long. Mr. Fairfax was going on to Carlsruhe. That was an advantage; for something in his manner to-day had told her that he must always be more or less than her friend. She had a vague sense that his eagerness to establish a confidence between her and himself was a menace of danger to her. "If I can only go to Austin myself," she thought, "there need be no intermediary." Luncheon was over, and still Mr. Fairfax lingered, strangely indifferent to the waning of an afternoon which seemed peculiarly advantageous for fly-fishing, Mr. Granger thought. They went into the drawing-room, and Mr. Fairfax dawdled an hour away talking of Lyvedon, and giving a serio-comic description of himself in the novel character of a country gentleman. It was not till Mr. Granger had looked at his watch once or twice in a surreptitious manner, thinking of an engagement to meet his architect for the inspection of some dilapidated cottages on the newest part of his estate, that the visitor rose to depart. Daniel Granger had quite warmed to him by this time. His manner was so natural in its pleasant airiness. It was not easy to think there could be any lurking evil beneath such a show of candour. "Can't you stay and dine with us?" asked Mr. Granger; "or will you go back to Holborough and fetch your friend? We shall be very glad to know him, if we don't know him already." If a blush had been possible to George Fairfax, this friendly speech would have raised it; but the capacity had departed from him before he left Eton. He did feel ashamed of himself, nevertheless. "You are more than good," he said; "but my friend seldom goes anywhere. Good-bye." He made his adieu with an agreeable abruptness, not caring to prolong the dinner question. Such men as he tell lies without stint upon occasion; but the men are few to whom it is actually congenial to lie. He was glad to get away even from the woman he loved, and the sense of shame was strong upon him as he departed. If his mother, who was anxiously awaiting a letter from Paris or Carlsruhe, could have known of his presence here in this place to which his father had come years ago to betray her; if she who loved him so fondly, and was so full of prayers and hopes for his future, could have seen him so utterly on the wrong road, what bitter shame and lamenting there would have been in the halls of Lyvedon that day, those deserted halls in which the lady sat alone among the sombre old-world grandeurs of oak and tapestry, and sighed for her absent son. Instead of going straight back to the Holborough high road, Mr. Fairfax struck across the woods by that path which led to the mill stream and the orchard, where he had parted from Clarissa on that cheerless October night nearly 3 years ago. He knew that Mr. Lovel was away, and the cottage only tenanted by servants, and he had a fancy for looking at the place where he had been so angry and so miserable. The scene of that one rejection which had stung him to the very quick, the single humiliation of his successful career. It was only the morbid fancy of an idle man, who had an afternoon to dispose of somehow. Half-way between the court and the cottage he heard the jingling of bells, and presently, flashing and gleaming among the trees, he saw a gaily painted carriage drawn by a pair of goats, with plated harness that shone in the sun. Mixed with the joyous jingle of the bells there came the sound of an infant's laughter. It was the baby taking his afternoon airing, attended by a couple of nurses. A turn in the path brought George Fairfax and the heir of Arden face to face. A sudden impulse seized him, a sudden impulse of tenderness for her child. He took the little bundle of rosy babyhood and lace and muslin in his arms, and kissed the soft little face as gently as a woman, and looked into the innocent blue eyes, dilated to an almost impossible extent in a wondering stare, with unspeakable love and melancholy in his own. Great Heaven, if Clarissa had been his wife, if Clarissa had been his wife, this child his son, what a happy man he might have been, what a new charm there would have been in the possession of a fine estate, what a new zest in life, the savour of which seemed to have departed altogether of late. He put the little one back into his cushioned seat in the goat chaise with supreme care and gentleness, not ruffling so much as a plume in his dainty white satin hat. "A fine boy, Mrs. Nurse," he said, feeling in his waistcoat pocket for backsheesh; to which proposition the portly head nurse, who had stared at him, aghast with horror while he handled the infant, assented with enthusiasm. I never nursed a finer, sir, and I was head nurse to Lady Fitzlubin, which my lady had 5 boys, and not a girl between them, and Mrs. Granger does dote on him so. I never see a ma that wrapped up in her child." Mr. Fairfax gave her half a sovereign, stooped down to kiss the baby again, it is doubtful if he had ever kissed a baby before, and then walked on, wondering at the new sensation. Such a little soft thing, that opened its mouth to be kissed, like a petted bird. And yet he could contemplate a future in which he should come between Clarissa and this child. He could dream of a possibility which should make its mother's name a shame to this little one. Mr. Granger kept his appointment with the architect, and came to the natural conclusion of a rich roan upon the subject of dilapidated buildings. After inspecting the lopsided old cottages, with their deep roomy chimneys, in which the farm labourer loved to sit of a night, roasting his ponderous boots, and smoking the pipe of meditation, and their impossible staircases, which seemed to have been designed with a deliberate view to the breaking of legs and endangerment of spines, Mr. Granger made a wry face, and ordered that rubbish to be swept away. "You can build me half a dozen upon the new Arden design," he said, "red brick with stone dressings, and be sure you put a tablet with the date in front of each." He was thinking of his son, anxious that there should be some notable improvement, some new building every year, to mark the progress of his boy's existence. The farm labourers and their wives did not look so delighted as they might have been by this edict. These benighted souls liked the old cottages, lopsided as they were; liked the crooked staircase squeezed into a corner of the living room below, the stuffy little dens above, with casement windows which only opened on one side, letting in the smallest modicum of air, and were not often opened at all. Cottages on the new Arden model meant stone floors below and open rafters above, thorough draughts everywhere, and, worst of all, they meant weekly inspection by Miss Granger. The free sons and daughters of Hickley on the Hill, this little cluster of houses which formed a part of Mr. Granger's new estate, had rejoiced that they were not as the Ardenites, that they could revel in warmth and dirt, and eat liver and bacon for supper on a Saturday night, without any fear of being lectured for their extravagance by the omniscient Sophia on the following Monday, convicted of their guilt by the evidence of the grease in an unwashed frying pan; that their children could sport on the hillside in garments that were guiltless of strings; that, in short, they were outside the circle of Miss Granger's sympathies, and could live their own lives. But that sweet liberty was all over now. With the red brick and stone dressings would come the draconian laws of New Arden. No more corners for the comfortable accumulation of dirt, no more delicious little cupboards for the stowing away of rubbish. Everything was to be square and solid and stony. They heard Mr. Granger giving orders that the chimney was to be flush with the wall, and so on. The stove, an Oxford front, warranted to hold not more than 1.5 pounds of coal, no recesses in which old age could sit and croon, no cosy nook for the cradle of infancy. After this interview with the architect, Mr. Granger rode home through Holborough. His way took him past that very hotel where George Fairfax was staying, the chief inn of the town, a fine old red brick building that filled nearly one side of the market-place. It happened that just as Mr. Granger rode along the High Street, where there were some 6 stragglers visible upon a wide expanse of pavement, and one carriage waiting at the draper's, Mr. Fairfax walked up the broad steps of the hotel and entered with the air of a man who lived there, Daniel Granger thought; and he had said that he was staying with a bachelor friend. Mr. Granger rode slowly past the principal part of the hotel to an archway at the end, an archway leading to livery stables, where the ostler was lounging. He stopped opposite this archway, and beckoned the man over to him. "There was a gentleman went into the hotel just now," he said. "Did you see him?" "Yes, sir, I seed him. Mr. Fairfax, him as was to have married Lady Laura Armstrong's sister." "Is he staying in the house, do you know?" "Yes, sir, came last night, down from London. Shall I take him your card, sir?" "No, thank you, Giles. I won't call upon him this afternoon. I only wanted to be sure. Good day." He rode on. What was the meaning of this lie which George Fairfax had told him? Had it any meaning which it behoved him to fathom? It was strange, at the least; strange enough to make Mr. Granger very uncomfortable as he rode slowly back to the court. Chapter XXXII. Chapter XXXII of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXXII. Austin. Late in the autumn of that year, Mr. Granger and his household took up their abode in Paris. Clarissa had expressed a wish to winter in that brilliant city, and Daniel Granger had no greater desire than to please her. But in making any concession of this kind, he did it in such a quiet unobtrusive way that his wife was scarcely aware how entirely her wishes had been studied. He was too proud a man to parade his affection for her. He kept a check upon himself rather, and in a manner regulated his own conduct by the standard of hers. There was never any show of devotion on his part. The world might have taken them for a couple brought together by convenience, and making the best of their loveless union. So, with regard to the gratification of her wishes, it seemed always that the thing which Clarissa desired happened to suit his own humour, rather than that he sacrificed all personal feeling for her pleasure. In this Parisian arrangement it had been so, and his wife had no idea that it was entirely on her account that Daniel Granger set up his tent in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. The fair Sophia had, however, a very shrewd suspicion of the fact, and for some weeks prior to the departure from Arden existed in a state of suppressed indignation, which was not good for the model villagers. Her powers of observation were, if possible, sharpened in the manner of cobwebs; her sense of smell intensified in relation to cabbage water; nor did she refrain from making herself eminently disagreeable to her stepmother. "I should not have supposed you would so soon be tired of Arden Court," she remarked pleasantly, during that dreary quarter of an hour after dinner which Mr. Granger and his wife and daughter were wont to pass in the contemplation of crystallized apricots and hothouse grapes, and the exchange of the baldest commonplaces in the way of conversation. Perhaps if Clarissa and her husband had been alone on such occasions, that air of ceremony might have vanished. The young wife might have drawn her chair a little nearer her husband's, and there might have been some pleasant talk about that inexhaustible source of wonder and delight, the baby. But with Miss Granger always at hand, the dessert was as ceremonious as if there had been a party of 18, and infinitely more dreary, lacking the cheery clatter and buzz of company. She ate 5 hothouse grapes, and sipped half a glass of claret, with as solemn an air as if she had been making a libation to the gods. Mr. Granger looked up from his plate when his daughter made this remark about Arden, and glanced inquiringly at his wife, with a shadow of displeasure in his face. Yielding and indulgent as he had been to her, there was in his composition something of the stuff that makes a tyrant. His wife must love the things that he loved. It would have been intolerable to him to suppose that Mrs. Granger could grow weary of the house that he had beautified. "I am not tired of the Court," Clarissa answered with a sad smile. "There are too many recollections to make it dear to me." Daniel Granger's flushed ever so slightly at this speech. It was the past then, and not the present, that rendered the place dear to her. "I could never grow tired of Arden," she went on; "but I think it will be very nice to spend a winter in Paris." "Lady Laura Armstrong has put that notion into your head, no doubt," said Miss Granger, with the faintest suspicion of a sneer. She was not very warmly attached to the lady of Hale Castle nowadays, regarding her as the chief promoter of Mr. Granger's marriage. "Lady Laura has said that they enjoyed themselves very much in Paris the winter before last," Clarissa answered frankly, "and has promised me plenty of introductions. She even promises that she and Mrs. Armstrong will come over for a week or two whilst we are there." "And poor Lady Geraldine Challoner?" Miss Granger always exhibited a profound pity for Lady Geraldine, and never lost any opportunity of dwelling upon Mr. Fairfax's bad conduct. "No, I suppose Lady Geraldine would go with them," Clarissa answered, colouring a little. The name of Geraldine Challoner was always painful to her. "She doesn't care about going anywhere." "Perhaps she would not care to run the risk of meeting Mr. Fairfax," suggested Sophia. Mr. Granger looked up again, with that shadow of displeasure upon his countenance. "She would not be more likely to meet him in Paris than at Hale," replied Clarissa. "He has gone to Germany." "Yes, for the autumn, he said. Depend upon it, he will spend the winter in Paris. I have always observed that those dissipated kind of men prefer Paris to London." "I don't think you have any right to call Mr. Fairfax dissipated, Sophia," said her father, with an offended air; "and I don't think that his movements can be of the smallest consequence to you, nor those of the Hale Castle people either. Clarissa and I have determined to spend 2 or 3 months in Paris, and we are not in the slightest degree dependent upon our English friends for our enjoyment there. If you are disinclined to accompany us, and would rather remain at Arden—" "Oh, papa, papa!" cried Sophia, with an injured look, "don't say that. Don't allow me to think I have grown quite indifferent to you." "You have not grown indifferent to me, but I don't want to take you away from home against your wish. My wish is to be anywhere with you, papa, anywhere, even though you may feel me an encumbrance. I could endure the humiliation of feeling that, so long as I was allowed to remain with you." Mr. Granger gave a sigh that was almost a groan, and for perhaps the first time in his life it occurred to him that it would be a pleasant thing if his only daughter were to fall in love with some fortunate youth and desire to marry him. A curate even. There was Tillott. Why shouldn't she marry Tillott? He, Daniel Granger, would give his child a handsome portion, and they could go through life inspecting model cottages, and teaching village children the works and ways of all those wicked kings of Israel, who made groves and set up the idols of their heathen neighbours. A pure and virtuous and useful life, without question, if tempered with some consideration for the feelings of the model cottagers, and some mercy for the brains of the humble scholars. In the interval between this little after-dinner scene and the departure from Arden, Mr. Granger invited Mr. Tillott to dinner 2 or 3 times, and watched him with the eyes of anxiety as he conversed with Sophia. But although the curate was evidently eager to find favour in the sight of the damsel herself showed no sign of weakness. Mr. Granger sighed, and told himself that the lamp of hope burned dimly in this quarter. "She really ought to marry," he said to himself. "A girl of her energetic indefatigable nature would be a treasure to some man, and she is only wasting herself here. Perhaps in Paris we shall meet some one." And then there arose before Mr. Granger the vision of some foreign adventurer seeking to entangle the wealthy English miss in his meshes. Paris might be a dangerous place, but with such a girl as Sophia there could be no fear. She was a young woman who might be trusted to walk with unfaltering steps through the most tortuous pathways of this life, always directing herself aright, and coming in at the finish just at that very point at which a well brought up young person should arrive. Mr. Granger made his Parisian arrangements on the large scale which became him as a landed gentleman of unlimited wealth. A first floor of some 10 spacious rooms was selected in one of the brand new stone mansions in a brand new street in the fashionable Faubourg; a house that seemed to have been built for the habitation of giants, a house made splendid by external decoration in carved stonework, garlands of stone fruit and flowers, projecting lion heads, caryatids, and so on. No gloomy porte cochère, but a street door, through which a loaded drag might have been driven without damage to the hats of the outside passengers; a house glorified within by egg and dart mouldings, white enamelled woodwork and much gilding, but a house in which the winter wind howled as in a primeval forest, and which required to be supplied with supplementary padded crimson velvet doors before the spacious chambers could be made comfortable. Here Mr. Granger took up his abode, with 10 of his Arden Court servants quartered on a floor above. The baby had a nursery loosing into the broad bare street, where some newly planted sticks of the sycamore species shivered in the north east wind, and the baby took his matitudinal airings in the Tuileries gardens, and his afternoon drives in the Bois, while every movement of his infant existence was watched or directed by the tenderest of mothers. The chief nurse, who had lived with more fashionable mistresses, for whom the duties of the nursery were subordinate to the business of society, pronounced Mrs. Granger fidgety; a very sweet lady, but too fond of interfering about trifles, and not reposing boundless confidence in the experience of her nurse. There were a good many English people in Paris this year whom the Grangers knew, and Lady Laura had insisted upon giving Clarissa introductions to some of her dearest friends among the old French nobility, people who had known Lord Calderwood in their days of exile, and more than one dearest friend among the newer lights of the Napoleonic firmament. Then there were a Russian princess and a Polish countess or so, whom Lady Laura had brought to Mrs. Granger's receptions in Clarges Street, so that Clarissa and her husband found themselves at once in the centre of a circle, from the elegant dissipations whereof there was no escape. The pretty Mrs. Granger and the rich Mr. Granger were in request everywhere; nor was the stately Sophia neglected, although she took her share in all festivities with the familiar Sunday school primness, and seemed to vivacious Gaul the very archetype of that representative young English lady who was always exclaiming "Shocking!" Even after her arrival in Paris, when she felt herself so very near him, after so many years of severance, Clarissa did not find it the easiest thing in the world to see her brother. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had only spent a couple of days in Paris during their honeymoon, and Daniel Granger planned a round of sightseeing, in the way of churches, picture galleries, and cemeteries, which fully occupied the first 4 or 5 days after their arrival. Clarissa was obliged to be deeply interested in all the details of Gothic architecture, to appreciate Ingres, to give her mind to Jérôme, when her heart was yearning for that meeting which she had waited so long to compass. Mr. Granger, as an idle man, with no estate to manage, no new barns being built within his morning's ride, no dilapidated cottages to be swept away, was not easily to be got rid of. He devoted his days to showing his wife the glories of the splendid city, which he knew by heart himself, and admired sufficiently in a sober business-like way. The evenings were mortgaged to society. Clarissa had been more than a week in Paris before she had a morning to herself, and even then there was Miss Granger to be disposed of, and Miss Granger's curiosity to be satisfied. Mr. Granger had gone to breakfast at the Maison Dorée with a mercantile magnate from his own country, a solemn commercial breakfast, whereat all the airy trifles and dainty compositions of fish, flesh and fowl with which the butterfly youth of France are nourished, were to be set before unappreciative Britons. At 10 o'clock Clarissa ordered her carriage. It was best to go in her own carriage, she thought, even at the risk of exciting the curiosity of servants. To send for a hired vehicle would have caused greater wonder; to walk alone was impossible; to walk with her nurse and child might have been considered eccentric. She could not even take an airing, however, without some discussion with Miss Granger. That young lady was established in the drawing room, the vast foreign chamber, which never looked like a home, illuminating a new set of Gothic texts for the adornment of her school. She sorely missed the occupation and importance afforded her by the model village. In Paris there was no one afraid of her; no humble matrons to quail as her severe eyes surveyed wall and ceiling, floor and surbase; and being of a temperament which required perpetual employment, she was fain to fall back upon illumination, Berlin wool work, and early morning practice of pianoforte music of the most strictly mathematical character. It was her boast that she had been thoroughly grounded in the science of harmony; but although she could have given a reason for every interval in a sonata, her playing never sparkled into brilliancy or melted into tenderness, and never had her prim cold fingers found their way to a human soul. "Are you going out so early?" this wise damsel asked wonderingly, as Clarissa came into the drawing room in her bonnet and shawl. "Yes, it is such a fine morning, and I think baby will enjoy it. I have not had a drive with him since we have been here." "No," replied Sophia, "you have only had papa. I shouldn't think he would be very much flattered if he heard you preferred baby." "I did not say that I preferred baby, Sophia. What a habit you have of misrepresenting me!" The nurse appeared at this moment, carrying the heir of the Grangers, gloriously arrayed in blue velvet, and looking fully conscious of his magnificence. "But I do like to have a drive with my pet lamb, don't I, darling?" said the mother, stooping to kiss the plump rosy cheek; and then there followed some low confidential talk, in the fond baby language peculiar to young mothers. "I should have thought you would have been glad to get a morning alone, for once in a way," remarked Sophia, coming over to the baby, and giving him a stately kiss. She liked him tolerably well in her own way, and was not angry with him for having come into the world to oust her from her proud position as sole heiress to her father's wealth. The position had been very pleasant to her, and she had not seen it slip away from her without many a pang. But however she might dislike Clarissa, she was not base enough to hate her father's child. If she could have had the sole care and management of him, physicked and dieted him after her own method, and developed the budding powers of his infant mind by her favourite forcing system, making a model villager of him, in short, she might have grown even to love him. But these privileges being forbidden to her, her wisdom being set at naught, and her counsel rejected, she could not help regarding Lovel Granger as more or less an injury. "I should have thought you would have been glad of a morning at home, Clarissa," she repeated. "Not such a fine morning as this, Sophy. It would be such a pity for baby to lose the sunshine, and I have really nothing to do." "If I had known a little sooner that you were going, I would have gone with you," said Miss Granger. Clarissa's countenance fell. She could not help that little troubled look, which told Miss Granger that her society would not have been welcome. "You would have had no objection to my coming with you, I suppose?" the fair Sophia said sharply. "Baby is not quite a monopoly." "Of course not. If you'll put on your things now, Sophia, I'll wait for you." It was a hard thing for Clarissa to make the offer, when she had been waiting so anxiously for this opportunity of seeing her brother. To be in the same city with him, and not see him, was more painful than to be divided from him by half the earth, as she had been. It was harder still to have to plot and plan, and stoop to falsehood in order to compass a meeting. But she had remembered the stern cold look in her husband's face when she had spoken of Austin, and she could not bring herself to degrade her brother by entreating Daniel Granger's indulgence for his past misdeeds, or Daniel Granger's interest in his future fortunes. Happily, Sophia had made elaborate preparations for the Gothic texts, and was not inclined to waste so much trouble. "I have got my colours all ready," she said, "and have put everything out, you see. No, I don't think I'll go out to-day; but another time, if you'll be so kind as to let me know beforehand, I shall be pleased to go with my brother. I suppose you know there's an east wind to-day, by the by." The quarter whence the wind came was a subject about which Clarissa had never concerned herself. The sun was shining and the sky was blue. "We have plenty of wraps," she said, "and we can have the carriage closed if we are cold." "It is not a day upon which I should take an infant out," Miss Granger murmured, dipping her brush in some Prussian blue; "but of course you know best." "O, we shall take care of baby, depend upon it. Good-bye, Sophy." And Clarissa departed, anxious to avoid further remonstrance on the part of her stepdaughter. She told a coachman to drive to the Luxembourg Gardens, intending to leave the nurse and baby to promenade that favourite resort, while she made her way on foot to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard. She remembered that George Fairfax had described her brother's lodging as near the Luxembourg. They drove through the gay Parisian streets, past the pillar in the Place Vendôme, and along the Rue de la Paix, all shining with jewellers' ware, and the Rue de Rivoli, where the chestnut trees in the gardens of the Tuileries were shedding their last leaves upon the pavement, past the airy tower of St. Jacques, and across the bridge into that unknown world on the other side of the Seine. The nurse, who had seen very little of that quarter of the town, wondered what obscure region she was traversing, and wondered still more when they alighted at the somewhat shabby-looking gardens. "These are the Luxembourg Gardens," said Clarissa. "As you have been to the Tuileries every day, I thought it would be a change for you to come here." "Thank you, ma'am," replied Mrs. Brobson, the chief nurse; "but I don't think as these gardings is anyways equal to the Tuileries, or to Regent's Park even. When I were in Paris with Lady Fitzlubin, we took the children to the Tuileries or the Bois de Boulogne every day; but, law me, the Bois de Boulogne were a poor place in those days to what it is now." Clarissa took a couple of turns along one of the walks with Mrs. Brobson, and then, as they were going back towards the gate, she said, as carelessly as she could manage to say, "There is a person living somewhere near here whom I want to see, Mrs. Brobson. I'll leave you and baby in the gardens for half an hour or so, while I go and pay my visit." Mrs. Brobson stared. It was not an hour in the day when any lady she had ever served was wont to pay visits; and that Mrs. Granger of Arden Court should traverse a neighbourhood of narrow streets and tall houses, on foot and alone, to call upon her acquaintance at 11 o'clock in the morning, seemed to her altogether inexplicable. "You'll take the carriage, won't you, ma'am?" she said, with undisguised astonishment. "No, I shall not want the carriage. It's very near. Be sure you keep the baby warm, Mrs. Brobson." Clarissa hurried out into the street. The landau, with its pair of Yorkshire-bred horses, was moving slowly up and down, to the admiration of juvenile Paris, which looked upon Mr. Granger's deep-chested, strong-limbed bays almost as a new order in the animal creation. Mrs. Granger felt that the eyes of coachman and footman were upon her as she turned the first corner, thinking of nothing for the moment but how to escape the watchfulness of her own servants. She walked a little way down the street, and then asked a sleepy-looking waiter, who was sweeping the threshold of a very dingy restaurant, to direct her to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard. It was tout près, the man said; only a turn to the right, and that corner yonder, and the next turning was the street she wanted. She thanked him, and hurried on, with her heart beating faster at every step. Austin might be out, she thought, and her trouble wasted; and there was no knowing when she might have another opportunity. Even if he were at home, their interview must needs be brief. There was the nurse waiting and wondering, the baby exposed to possible peril from east winds. The Rue du Chevalier Bayard was a street of tall gaunt houses that had seen better days; houses with porte cochères, exaggerated iron knockers, and queer old lamps; dreary balconies on the first floor, with here and there a plaster vase containing some withered member of the palm tribe, or a faded orange tree; everywhere and in everything an air of dilapidation and decay; faded curtains, that had once been fine, flapping in the open windows; Venetian shutters going to ruin; and the only glimpse of brightness or domestic comfort confined to the humble parlour of the portress, who kept watch and ward over one of the dismal mansions, and who had a bird-cage hanging in her window, an Angora cat sunning itself on the stone sill, and a row of scarlet geraniums in the little iron balcony. But this model portress did not preside over the house inhabited by Austin Lovel. There Clarissa found only a little deaf old man, who grinned and shook his head helplessly when she questioned him, and shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the staircase, a cavernous stone staircase, with an odour as of newly opened graves. She went up to the first floor, past the entresol, where the earthy odour was subjugated by a powerful smell of cooking, in which garlic was the prevailing feature. One tall door on the first floor was painted a pale pink, and had still some dingy indications of former gilding upon its mouldings. On this pink door was inscribed the name of Mr. Austin, painter. Clarissa rang the bell, and a tawdry-looking French servant, with big earrings and a dirty muslin cap, came to answer her summons. Mr. Austin was at home. Would Madame please to enter? Madame, having replied in the affirmative, was shown into a small sitting-room, furnished with a heterogeneous collection of cabinets, tables, and sofas, every one of which bore the stamp of the broker's shop, things which had been graceful and pretty in their day, but from which the ormolu moulding had been knocked off here, and the inlaid wood chipped away there, and the tortoise-shell cracked in another place, until they seemed the very emblems of decay. It was as if they had been set up as perpetual monitors, monuments of man's fragility. "This is what life comes to," they said in their silent fashion. This faded rubbish and bull and marqueterie was useful enough to Mr. Lovel, however, and on his canvas the faded furniture glowed and sparkled with all its original brightness, fresh as the still life of Meissonier. There were child's toys scattered on the floor, and Clarissa heard a woman's voice talking to a child in an adjoining room, on the other side of a pair of tall pink folding doors. Then she heard her brother's voice saying something to the servant, and at the sound she felt as if she must have fallen to the ground. Then one of the doors was opened, and a woman came in, a pretty, faded-looking woman, dressed in a light blue morning wrapper that might very well have been cleaner, a woman with a great deal of dyed hair in an untidy mass at the back of her head, a woman whom Clarissa felt it must be a difficult thing to like. This was her brother's wife, of course. There was a boy of 4 or 5 years old clinging to his mother's gown, and Clarissa's heart yearned to the child. He had Austin's face. It would be easy to love him, she thought. "Mr. Austin is in his paintin' room, madame," said the wife, putting on a kind of company manner. "Did you wish to see him about a picture? Je parle très peu de français, mais si—" "I am English," Clarissa answered, smiling. "If you will kindly tell Mr. Austin a lady from England wishes to see him." "What a dear little boy! May I shake hands with him?" "Give the lady your hand, Henry," said the mother. "Not that one," as the boy, after the invariable custom of childhood, offered his left, "the right hand." Clarissa took the sticky little paw tenderly in her pearl grey glove. To think that her brother Austin Lovel should have married a woman who could call her son Henry, and who had such an unmistakable air of commonness! The wife went back to the painting room, and returned the next minute to beg the visitor to step this way, if you please, ma'am. She opened one of the folding doors wide as she spoke, and Clarissa went into a large room, at the other end of which there stood a tall slim young man, in a short velvet coat, before a small easel. It was her brother Austin. Pale, and a trifle haggard, too old in looks for his years, but very handsome, a masculine edition of Clarissa herself, in fact. The same delicate, clearly cut features, the same dark hazel eyes, shaded by long brown lashes tinged with gold. This was what Mrs. Granger saw in the broad noonday sunshine, while the painter, looking up from his easel, beheld a radiant creature approaching him, a woman in pale grey silk that it would have been rapture to paint, a woman with one of the loveliest faces he had ever seen, crowned with a broad pleat of dark brown hair, and some delicate structure of point lace and pink roses, called by courtesy a bonnet. He laid down his mahl stick, and came to meet her, with a puzzled look on his face. Her beauty seemed familiar to him somehow, and yet he had no recollection of ever having seen her before. He saw the faded counterpart of that bright face every morning in his looking-glass. She held out both her hands. "Austin, don't you know me?" He gave a cry of pleased surprise, and caught her in his arms. "Clarissa!" he exclaimed. "Why, my darling, how lovely you have grown! My dear little Clary! How well I remember the sweet young face, and the tears and kisses, and the slender little figure in its childish dress, that day your father carried you off to school. My own little Clary! What a happiness to see you! But you never told me you were coming to Paris." "No, dear; I kept that for a surprise. And are you really glad to see me, Austin?" "Really glad! Is there any one in the world could make me gladder?" "I am so happy to hear that. I was almost afraid you had half forgotten me. Your letters were so few and so short." "Letters!" cried Austin Lovel with a laugh. "I never was much of a hand at letter writing. And then I hadn't anything particularly pleasant to write about. You mustn't gauge my affection by the length of my letters, Clary. And then I have to work deucedly hard when I am at home, and have very little time for scribbling." Clarissa glanced round the room while he was speaking. Every detail in her brother's surroundings had an interest for her. Here, as in the drawing room, there was an untidy air about everything, a want of harmony in all the arrangements. There were Flemish carved oak cabinets and big Japan vases, a mantelpiece draped with dusty crimson velvet, a broken Venetian glass above it, and a group of rusty-looking arms on each side, long limp amber curtains to the 3 tall windows, with festooned valances in an advanced state of disarrangement and dilapidation. There were some logs burning on the hearth, a pot of chocolate simmering among the ashes, and breakfast laid for one person upon a little table by the fire, the remnant of a Perigord pie, flanked by a stone bottle of curaçoa. She looked at her brother with anxious scrutinising eyes. No, George Fairfax had not deceived her. He had the look of a man who was going the wrong way. There were premature lines across the forehead, and about the dark brilliant eyes, a nervous expression in the contracted lips. It was the face of a man who burns the candle of life at both ends. Late hours, anxiety, dissipation of all kinds, had set their fatal seal upon his countenance. "Dear Austin, you are as handsome as ever, but I don't think you are looking well," she said tenderly. "Don't look so alarmed, my dear girl," he answered lightly. "I am well enough. That is to say, I'm never ill, never knock under or strike work. There are men who go through life like that, never ill and never exactly well. I rarely get up in the morning without a headache, but I generally brighten considerably as the sun goes down. We move with a contrary motion, Helios and I." "I'm afraid you work too hard, and sit up too late." "As to working hard, my dear, that is a necessity; and going out every night is another necessity. I get my commissions in society." "But you must have a reputation by this time, Austin; and commissions would come to you, I should think, without your courting them." "No, child, I have only a reputation de salon. I am only known in a certain set; and a man must live, you see. To a man himself that is the primary necessity. Your generosity set me on my legs last year, and tempted me to take this floor, and make a slight advance movement altogether. I thought better rooms would bring me better work; sitters for a new style of cabinet portraits, and so on. But so far the rooms have been comparatively a useless extravagance. However, I go out a good deal, and meet a great many influential people, so I can scarcely miss a success in the end." "But if you sacrifice your health in the meantime, Austin." "Sacrifice my health? That's just like a woman. If a man looks a trifle pale, and dark under the eyes, she begins to fancy he's dying. My poor little wife takes just the same notions into her head, and would like me to stop at home every evening to watch her darn the children's stockings." "I think your wife is quite right to be anxious, Austin; and it would be much better for you to stay at home, even to see stockings darned. It must be very dull for her too when you are out, poor soul." Mr. Lovel shrugged his shoulders with a deprecating air. "C'est son métier," he said. "I suppose she does find it rather dismal at times; but there are the children, you see. It's a woman's duty to find all sufficient society in her children. And now, Clary, tell me about yourself. You have made a brilliant match, and are mistress of Arden Court. A strange stroke of fortune that. And you are happy, I hope, my dear?" "I ought to be very happy," Clarissa answered, with a faint sigh, thinking perhaps that, bright as her life might be, it was not quite the fulfilment of her vague girlish dreams; not quite the life she had fancied lying before her when the future was all unknown. "I ought to be very happy, and very grateful to Providence. And oh, Austin, my boy is the sweetest darling in the world." Austin Lovel looked doubtful for a moment, half inclined to think "my boy" might stand for Daniel Granger. "You must see him, Austin," continued his sister. "He is nearly 10 months old now, and such a beauty." "Oh, the baby," said Austin, rather coolly. "I daresay he's a nice little chap, and I should like to see him very much, if it were practicable. But how about Granger himself? He's a good sort of fellow, I hope?" "He is all goodness to me," Clarissa answered gravely, casting down her eyes as she spoke; and Austin Lovel knew that the marriage which had given his sister Arden Court had been no love match. They talked for some time, talked of the old days when they had been together at Arden; but of the years that made the story of his life Austin Lovel spoke very little. "I have always been an unlucky beggar," he said, in his careless way. "There's very little use in going over old ground. Some men never get fairly on the high road of life. They spend their existence wading across swamps and scrambling through bushes, and never reach any particular point at the end. My career has been that sort of thing." "But you are so young, Austin," pleaded Clarissa, "and may do so much yet." He shook his head with an air of hopelessness that was half indifference. "My dear child, I am neither a Raphael nor a Doré," he said, "and I need be one or the other to redeem my past. But so long as I can pick up enough to keep the little woman yonder in the bairns, and get a decent cigar and an honest bottle of Bordeaux, I'm content. Ambition departed from me 10 years ago." "Oh, Austin, I can't bear to hear you say that. With your genius you ought to do so much. I wish you would be friends with my husband, and that he could be of use to you." "My dear Clarissa, put that idea out of your mind at once and for ever. There can be no such thing as friendship between Mr. Granger and me. Do you remember what Samuel Johnson said about someone's distaste for clean linen? And I, sir, have no passion for it. I confess to having no passion for respectable people. I am very glad to hear Mr. Granger is a good husband, but he's much too respectable a citizen for my acquaintance." Clarissa sighed. There was a prejudice here, even if Daniel Granger could have been induced to think kindly of his brother-in-law. "Depend upon it, the prodigal son had a hard time of it after the fatted calf had been eaten, Clary, and wished himself back among the swine. Do you think, however lenient his father might be, that his brother and the friends of the family spared him? His past was thrown in his face, you may be sure. I daresay he went back to his evil ways after a year or so. Good people maintain their monopoly of virtue by making the repentant sinner's life a burden to him." Clarissa spoke of his wife presently. "You must introduce me to her, Austin. She took me for a stranger just now, and I did not undeceive her." "Yes, I'll introduce you. There's not much in common between you, but she'll be very proud of your acquaintance. She looks upon my relations as an exalted race of beings, and myself as a kind of fallen angel. You mustn't be too hard upon her, Clary, if she seems not quite the sort of woman you would have chosen for your sister-in-law. She has been a good wife to me, and she was a good daughter to her drunken old father, one of the greatest scamps in London, who used to get his bread, or rather his gin, by standing for Count Ugolino and Cardinal Wellesley, or anything grim and grey and aquiline-nosed in the way of patriarchs. The girl Bessie was a model too in her time, and it was in Jack Redgrave's painting room, the pre-Raphaelite fellow who paints fearfully and wonderfully made women with red hair and angular arms, I first met her. Jack and I were great chums at that time. It was just after I sold out, and I used to paint at his rooms. I was going in for painting just then, with a great spurt, having nothing but my brush to live upon. You can guess the rest. As Bessie was a very pretty girl, and neither she nor I had a sixpence wherewith to bless ourselves, of course we fell in love with each other. Poor little thing! How pretty she used to look in those days, standing on Jack's movable platform, with her hair falling loose about her face, and a heap of primroses held up in her petticoat. Such a patient, plaintive look in the sweet little mouth, as much as to say, I'm very tired of standing here, but I'm only a model, to be hired for 18 pence an hour. Go on smoking your cigars, and talking your slangy talk about the turf and the theatres, gentlemen. I count for nothing. Poor little patient soul! She was so helpless and so friendless, Clary. I think my love for her was something like the compassion one feels for some young feeble bird that has fallen out of its nest. So we were married one morning, and for some time lived in lodgings at Putney, where I used to suffer considerable affliction from Count Ugolino and 2 bony boys, Bessie's brothers, who looked as if the count had been acting up to his character with too great a fidelity. Ugolino himself would have come prowling out of a Saturday afternoon to borrow the wherewithal to pay his week's lodging, lest he should be cast out into the streets at nightfall; and it was a common thing for one of the bony boys to appear at breakfast time with a duplicate of his father's coat, pledged overnight for drink, and without the means of redeeming which he could not pursue his honourable vocation. In short, I think it was as much the affliction of the Ugolino family as my own entanglements that drove me to seek my fortunes on the other side of the world. Austin Lovel opened one of the doors, and called his wife. "Come here, Bessie, I've a pleasant surprise for you." Mrs. Lovel appeared quickly in answer to this summons. She had changed her morning dress for a purple silk, which was smartly trimmed, but by no means fresh, and she had dressed her hair, and refreshed her complexion by a liberal application of violet powder. She had a look which could only be described as flashy, a look that struck Clarissa unpleasantly, in spite of herself. Her expression of surprise did not sound quite so natural as they might have done, for she had been listening at the folding doors during a considerable part of the interview; but she seemed really delighted by Mrs. Granger's condescension, and she kissed that lady with much affection. "I'm sure I do feel proud to know any relation of Austin's," she said, "and you most of all, who have been so kind to him. Heaven knows what would have become of us last winter, if it hadn't been for your generosity." Clarissa laid her hand upon Bessie Lovel's lips. "You mustn't talk of generosity between my brother and me," she said. "All I have in the world is at his service. And now let me see my nephews, please, and then I must run away." The nephews were produced. The boy Clarissa had seen, and another of smaller growth, pale-faced, bright-eyed little fellows. They too had been subjected to the infliction of soap and water, and hair-brushes, clean pinafores, and so on, since Mrs. Granger's arrival. She knelt down and kissed them both, with real motherly tenderness, thinking of her own darling, and the difference between his fortune and theirs; and then, after a warm caress, she slipped a napoleon into each little warm hand, to buy toys, and rose to depart. "I must hurry away now, Austin," she said, "but I shall come again very soon, if I may. Good-bye, dear, and God bless you." The embrace that followed was a very fervent one. It had been sweet to meet again after so many years, and it was hard to leave him so soon, to leave him with the conviction that his life was a wreck. But Clarissa had no time to linger. The thought of the baby in the Luxembourg Gardens had been distracting her for ever so long. These stolen meetings must needs be short. She looked at her watch when she got back to the street, and found, to her horror, that she had been very nearly an hour away from the nurse and her charge. The carriage was waiting at the gate, and she had to encounter the full fire of her servant's gaze as she crossed the road and went into the gardens. Yes, there was the baby's blue velvet pelisse, resplendent at the end of an avenue. Clarissa walked quickly to meet him. "My darling!" she cried. "Has he been waiting for his mamma? I hope he has not been tired of the gardens, nurse." "Yes, ma'am, he have been tired," replied Mrs. Brobson, with an outraged air. "There ain't much in these gardens to keep a baby of his age amused for an hour at a stretch. And in an east wind, too. It's right down cutting at that corner." "Why didn't you take him home in the carriage, nurse? It would have been better than running any risk of his catching cold." "What, and leave you without a conveyance, ma'am? I couldn't have done that." "I was detained longer than I expected to stay. Oh, by the by, you need not mention to Miss Granger that I have been making a call. The people I have been to see are in humble circumstances, and I don't want her to know anything about it." "I hope I know my duty, ma'am," replied Mrs. Brobson stiffly. That hour's parading in the gardens, without any relief from her subordinate, had soured her temper and inclined her to look with unfavourable eyes upon the conduct of her mistress. Clarissa felt that she had excited the suspicion of her servant, and that all her future meetings with her brother would involve as much plotting and planning as would serve for the ripening of a political conspiracy. CHAPTER XXXIII. Chapter 33 of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. Only a portrait painter. While Clarissa was pondering on that perplexing question, how she was to see her brother frequently without Mr. Granger's knowledge, fortune had favoured her in a manner she had never anticipated. After what Mr. Fairfax had said to her about Austin Lovel's set, the last thing she expected was to meet her brother in society. That fast Bohemian world in which she supposed him to exist seemed utterly remote from the faultless circle of Daniel Granger's acquaintance. It happened, however, that one of the dearest friends to whom Lady Laura Armstrong had introduced her sweet Clarissa was a lady of the Leo Hunter genus, a certain Madame Caballero, née Bondichori, a little elderly Frenchwoman, with sparkling black eyes and inexhaustible vivacity, the widow of a Portuguese wine merchant, a lady whose fortune enabled her to occupy a first floor in one of the freestone palaces of the Champs Elysées, to wear black velvet and diamonds in perpetuity, and to receive a herd of small lions and a flock of admiring nobodies twice a week. The little widow prided herself on her worship of genius. All members of the lion tribe came alike to her: painters, sculptors, singers, actors, and performers upon every variety of known and unknown musical instruments; budding barristers, who had won forensic laurels by the eloquent defence of some notorious criminal; homoeopathic doctors, lady doctresses, or lawyeresses, or deaconesses, from America; and pretty women who had won a kind of renown by something special in the way of eyebrows, or arms, or shoulders. To these crowded saloons Mr. Granger brought his wife and daughter one evening. They found a great many people assembled in 3 lofty rooms, hung with amber satin, in the remotest and smallest of which apartments Madame Caballero made tea à l'anglaise for her intimates, while in the largest some fearful and wonderful instrumental music was going on, with the very smallest possible amount of attention from the audience. There was a perpetual buzz of conversation, and there was a considerable sprinkling of curious-looking people, weird men with long unkempt hair, strong-minded women, who counterbalanced these, in a manner, by wearing their hair preternaturally short. Altogether, the assembly was a usual one; but Madame Caballero's guests seemed to enjoy themselves very much. Their good spirits may have been partly due to the fact that they had the pleasing anticipation of an excellent supper, furnished with all the choicest dainties that Chevet could provide; for Madame Caballero's receptions were of a substantial order, and she owed a good deal of her popularity to the profusion that distinguished the commissariat department. Mr. and Mrs. Granger made their way to the inner room by and by. It was the prettiest room of the 3, with a great semicircular window overlooking nothing particular in the daytime, but making a handsome amber-hung recess at night. Here there was a sea-coral fire à l'anglaise, and only a subdued glimmering of wax candles, instead of the broad glare in the larger saloons. Here, too, were to be found the choicest of Madame Caballero's guests: a cabinet minister, an ambassador, a poet of some standing, and one of the most distinguished sopranos of the season, a fair-haired German girl, with great pathetic blue eyes. Even in this society Madame Caballero was rejoiced to see her sweet Mrs. Granger and her charming Miss Granger, who was looking unutterably stiff, in mauve silk and white lace. The lady and her friends had been talking of some one as the Grangers entered, talking rapturously. "Jean Raffoul!" exclaimed Madame. "Such a charming young man, gifted with talents of the most original order." The ambassador was looking at a portrait, the likeness of Madame Caballero herself, a mere sketch in oils, with a mark of the brush upon it, but remarkable for the chic and daring of the painter's style, and for that idealized resemblance which is always so agreeable to the subject. Clarissa's heart gave a little throb. The picture was like one she had seen on the easel in the Rue du Chevalier Bayard. "Mais c'est charmant!" exclaimed the ambassador, and the adjective was echoed in every key by the rest of the little coterie. "I expect him here this evening," said Madame, "and I shall be very gratified if you will permit me to present him to your excellency." The ambassador bowed. "Any protégé of Madame's," he said, and so on. Mr. Granger, who was really a judge of art, fastened on to the picture immediately. "There's something fresh in the style, Clary," he said. "I should like this man to paint your portrait. What's the signature? Austin? That's hardly a French name, I should think. Eh, Madame Caballero?" "No," replied Madame. "Mr. Austin is an Englishman. I shall be charmed if you will allow him to paint Mrs. Granger, and I'm sure he will be delighted to have such a subject." There was a good deal of talk about Mr. Austin's painting, and art in general. There were some half dozen pictures of the modern French school in this inner room, which helped to sustain the conversation. Mr. Granger talked very fair French, of a soundly grammatical order; and Clarissa's tongue ran almost as gaily as in her schoolgirl days at Belforêt. She was going to see her brother, to see him shining in good society, and not in the pernicious "set" of which George Fairfax had spoken. The thought was rapture to her. They might have a few minutes' talk to themselves, perhaps, before the evening was over. That interview in the Rue du Chevalier Bayard had been so sadly brief, and her heart too full for many words. Austin Lovel came in presently, looking his handsomest, in his careful evening dress, with a brilliant light in his eyes, and that appearance of false brightness which is apt to distinguish the man who is burning the candle of life at both ends. Only by just the faintest elevation of his eyebrows did he betray his surprise as he looked at his sister, and his air, on being presented to her a few moments afterwards, was perfect in its serene unconsciousness. Mr. Granger talked to him of his picture pleasantly enough, but very much as he would have talked to his architect, or to one of his clerks in the great Bradford establishment. There was a marked difference between the tone of the rich English trader and the German ambassador, when he expressed himself on the subject of Mr. Austin's talent; but then the Englishman intended to give the painter a commission, and the German did not. "I should like you to paint my wife and my daughter," said Mr. Granger, throwing in Sophia as an afterthought. It would be only civil to have his daughter's portrait painted, he thought. Mr. Austin bowed. "I shall be most happy," he said. Clarissa's eyes sparkled with delight. Sophia Granger saw the pleased look, and thought, "Oh, the vanity of these children of perdition!" But she did not offer any objection to the painting of her own likeness. "When shall we begin?" asked Mr. Granger. "My time is entirely at your disposal." "In that case, the sooner the thing is done the better. My wife cannot come to your studio, she has so many claims upon her time; but that would make no difficulty, I suppose?" "Not at all. I can paint Mrs. Granger in her own rooms as well as in mine, if the light will serve." "One of our drawing rooms faces the north," answered Mr. Granger, "and the windows are large, larger than I like. Any loss of time which you may suffer in accommodating Mrs. Granger must, of course, be considered in the price of your pictures." "I have only one price for my pictures," replied Mr. Austin, with a loftiness that astonished his patron. "I charge 50 guineas for a portrait of that kind, whether it is painted for a duke or a grocer in the Rue St. Honoré." "I will give you 100 guineas for each of the pictures, if they are successes," said Mr. Granger. "If they are failures, I will give you your own price, and make you a present of the canvases." "I am not a stoic, and have no objection to accept a premium of 100 guineas from so distinguished a capitalist as Mr. Granger," returned Austin Lovel, smiling. "I don't think Mrs. Granger's portrait will be a failure," he added confidently, with a little look at Clarissa. Sophia Granger saw the look, and resented it. The painter had said nothing of her portrait. It was of Clarissa's only that he thought. It was a very small thing, but when her father's wife was concerned, small things were great in the eyes of Miss Granger. There was no opportunity for confidential talk between Austin Lovel and his sister that evening; but Clarissa went home happy in the expectation of seeing her brother very often in the simplest, easiest way. The portraits would take some time to paint, of course. Indeed, Austin might make the business last almost as long as he liked. It was rather hard, however, to have to discuss her brother's merits with Mr. and Miss Granger as if he had been a stranger, and Clarissa had to do this going home in the carriage that night, and at breakfast next morning. The young man was handsome, Mr. Granger remarked, but had rather a worn look, a dissipated look, in point of fact. That sort of people generally were dissipated. Mrs. Granger ventured to say that she did not think Mr. Austin looked dissipated. A little worn, perhaps, but nothing more. and that might be the effect of hard work." "My dear Clary, what can you know of the physiology of dissipation? I tell you that young man is dissipated. I saw him playing écarté with a Frenchman just before we left Madame Caballero's; and unless I am profoundly mistaken, the man is a gambler." Clarissa shuddered. She could not forget what George Fairfax had said to her about her brother's ways, nor the fact that her remittance had seemed of so little use to him. He seemed in good repute, too, and talked of 50 guineas for a picture with the utmost coolness. He must have earned a good deal of money, and the money must have gone somewhere. In all the details of his home there was evidence of extravagance in the past and poverty in the present. He came at 11 o'clock on the second morning after Madame Caballero's reception; came in a hired carriage, with his easel and all the paraphernalia of his art. Mr. Granger had made a point of being present at this first sitting, much to the discomfiture of Clarissa, who was yearning for a long uninterrupted talk with her brother. Even when Mr. Granger was absent, there would be Miss Granger, most likely, she thought, with vexation. And after all, these meetings with Austin would be only half meetings. It would be pleasant only to see him, to hear his voice, but she was longing to talk freely of the past, to give him counsel for the future. The drawing room looking north was rather a dreary apartment, if any apartment furnished with blue satin damask and unlimited gilding can be called dreary. There was splendour, of course, but it was a chilling kind of splendour. The room was large and square, with 2 tall wide windows, commanding a view of one of the dullest streets in New Paris, a street at the end of which workmen were still busy cutting away a hill, the removal whereof was necessary for the realisation of the Augustan idea of that archetypal city, which was to be left all marble. Mr. Granger's apartments were in a corner house, and he had the advantage of this side view. There was very little of what Mr. Wemmick called portable property in this northern drawing room. There were blue satin divans running along the walls, a couple of blue satin easy chairs, an ormolu stand with a monster Sèvres dish for cards, and that was all; a room in which one might receive, but could hardly live. The light was capital, Mr. Austin said. He set up his easel, settled the position of his sister, after a little discussion with Mr. Granger, and began work. Clarissa's was to be the first portrait. This being arranged, Mr. Granger departed to write letters, leaving Sophia established, with her Berlin wool work, at one of the windows. Clarissa would not, of course, like to be left tête à tête for 2 or 3 hours with a strange painter, Miss Granger opined. Yet it was very pleasant to have him there, even though their talk was restrained by the presence of a third person, and they could only speak of indifferent things. Perhaps to Austin Lovel himself it was pleasanter to have Miss Granger there than to be quite alone with his sister. He was very fond of Clarissa, but there was much in his past life, some things in his present life even, that would not bear talking of, and he shrunk a little from his sister's tender questioning. Protected by Miss Granger and her Berlin wool spaniels, he was quite at his ease, and ran gaily on about all manner of things as he sketched his outline and set his palette. He gave the 2 ladies a lively picture of existing French art, with little satirical touches here and there. Even Sophia was amused, and blushed to find herself comparing the social graces of Mr. Austin, the painter, with those of Mr. Tillott, the curate, very much to the advantage of the former; blushed to find herself so much interested in any conversation that was not strictly utilitarian or evangelical in its drift. Once or twice Austin spoke of his travels, his Australian experiences, and at each mention Clarissa looked up eagerly, anxious to hear more. The history of her brother's past was a blank to her, and she was keenly interested by the slightest allusion that cast a ray of light upon it. Mr. Austin did not care, however, to dwell much upon his own affairs. It was chiefly of other people that he talked. Throughout that first sitting Miss Granger maintained a dignified formality, tempered by maidenly graciousness. The young man was amusing, certainly, and it was not often Miss Granger permitted herself to be amused. She thought Clarissa was too familiar with him, treated him too much with an air of perfect equality. A man who painted portraits for hire should be received, Miss Granger thought, as one would receive a superior kind of bootmaker. More than once, in fact, in the course of that agreeable morning, Clarissa had for a moment forgotten that she was talking to Mr. Austin the painter, and not to her brother Austin Lovel. More than once an unconscious warmth or softness in her tone had made Miss Granger look up from her embroidery frame with the eyes of wonder. Mr. Granger came back to the drawing room, having finished his letter writing just as the sitting concluded, and luncheon being announced at the same time, asked Mr. Austin to stay for that meal. Austin had no objection to linger in his sister's society. He wanted to know what kind of man this Daniel Granger was, and perhaps wanted to see what probability there was of Daniel Granger's wife being able to supply him with money in the future. Austin Lovel had, from his earliest boyhood, possessed a fatal capacity for getting rid of money, and for getting into debt; not common plain sailing debt, which would lead at the worst to the bankruptcy court, but liability of a more disreputable and perilous character, involving the terror of disgrace, and entanglements that would have to be unravelled by a police magistrate. Racing debts, gambling debts, and bill discounting transactions had been the agreeable variety of difficulties which had beset Austin Lovel's military career; and at the end there had been something fully known to a few only, which had made the immediate sale of his commission a necessity. He was allowed to sell it, and that was much, his friends said. If his commanding officer had not been an easy-going kind of man, he would scarcely have got off so cheaply. "I wonder how this fellow Granger would treat me, if he knew who I was," he thought to himself. "He'd inaugurate our acquaintance by kicking me out of his house most likely, instead of asking me to luncheon." Notwithstanding which opinion, Mr. Austin sat down to share the sacred bread and salt with his brother-in-law, and ate a cutlet à la Maintenon, and drank half a bottle of claret, with a perfect enjoyment of the situation. He liked the idea of being patronised by the man who would not have tolerated his society for a moment had he been aware of his identity. He talked of Parisian life during luncheon, keeping carefully clear of all subjects which the young person, as represented by Miss Granger, might blush to hear; and Mr. Granger, who had only an Englishman's knowledge of the city, was amused by the pleasant gossip. The meal lasted longer than usual, and lost all its wonted formality; and the fair Sophia found herself more and more interested in this fascinating painter, with his brilliant dark eyes, and sarcastic mouth, and generally agreeable manner. She sat next him at luncheon, and when there came a little pause in the conversation, began to question him about the state of the Parisian poor. It was very bad, was it not? Mr. Austin shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know," he said, "but I don't think it would be possible for a man to starve to death in Paris under the Imperial regime, and it seems very easy for an Englishman to do it in Spitalfields or Mile End New Town. You don't hear of men and women found dead in their garrets from sheer hunger; but of course there is a good deal of poverty and squalor to be found in the city." And then Mr. Austin launched into a graphic description of some interesting phases of life among the lower classes, borrowed from a novel that had been recently delighting the reading public of France, but appropriated with such an air of reality, that Miss Granger fancied this delightful painter must spend some considerable part of his existence as a district visitor or city missionary. "What a pity that Mr. Tillott has not his persuasive powers," she thought; Mr. Tillott's eloquence being, in fact, of a very limited order, chiefly exhibiting itself in little jerky questions about the spiritual and temporal welfare of his humble parishioners; questions which, in the vernacular language of agricultural labourers, "put a chap's back up somehow." "I should like to show Mr. Austin the baby, Daniel," Clarissa said to her husband shyly, while Miss Granger was keeping Austin hard and fast to the amelioration of the working classes. "He would make such a lovely picture." Mr. Granger smiled, a quiet well satisfied smile. He, the strong man, the mill owner and millionaire, was as weak as the weakest woman in all things concerning the child of his mature age. "Yes," he said, with some affectation of indifference, "Lovel would make a nice picture enough. We'll have him painted, if you like, Clary, some day. Send for him, my dear." She had her hand upon the bell directly. "Yes," she cried, "he would make the sweetest picture in the world, and Austin shall paint him." The familiar mention of the name Austin, tout court, scared Mr. Granger almost as much as a cannon fired close at his elbow might have done. He stared at his wife with grave displeasure. "Mr. Austin can paint him some day, if you wish, Clarissa," he said. Mrs. Granger blushed crimson. Again she remembered that this brother she loved so dearly was only a strange painter of portraits, whom it behoved her to treat with only the most formal courtesy. She hated the deception, and having a strong faith in her husband's generosity, was sorely tempted to put an end to this acted lie on the spot, and to tell him who his guest was; but fear of her brother's anger stopped her. She had no right to betray him; she must wait his permission to tell the secret. "Even Sophia seems to like him," she thought, "and I don't think Daniel could help being pleased with him, in spite of anything papa may have said to his prejudice." The baby was brought, and being in a benignant humour, was graciously pleased to look his brightest and prettiest, and, in nurse's phraseology, to take to his unknown uncle. The unknown uncle kissed him affectionately, and said some civil things about the colour of his eyes, and the plumpness of his limbs, quite a Rubens baby, and so on, but did not consider a boy baby an especially wonderful creature, having had 2 boy babies of his own, and not having particularly wanted them. He looked upon them rather as chronic perplexities, like accommodation bills that had matured unawares. "And this is the heir of Arden," he said to himself, as he looked down at the fat blue-eyed thing struggling in Clarissa's arms, with that desperate desire to get nowhere in particular, common to infancy. "So this little lump of humanity is the future lord of the home that should have been mine. I don't know that I envy him. Country life and Arden would hardly have suited me. I think I'd rather have an entresol in the Champs Elysées, and the run of the boulevards, than the grey old court in a respectable position. Unless a man's tastes are horsey or agricultural, country life must be a bore." Mr. Austin patted the plump young cheeks without any feeling of enmity. "Poor little beggar! What ghosts will haunt him in the old rooms by and by, I wonder?" he said to himself, smiling down at the child. CHAPTER XXXIV. Of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 34. Austin's Prospects. The picture made rapid progress. For his very life, though the finishing of his work had been the signal of his doom, and the executioner waiting to make a sudden end of him when the last touch was laid upon the canvas, Austin Lovel could not have painted slowly. The dashing off-hand brush was like a young thoroughbred, that could not be pulled, let the jockey saw at his mouth as he might. And yet the painter would have liked much to prolong this easy intercourse with his sister. But after Clarissa's portrait was finished, there was Miss Granger to be painted, and then they would want a picture of that unapproachable baby, no doubt. And after that, perhaps, Mr. Granger might consent to have his massive features perpetuated. Austin considered that the millionaire should be good for 300 guineas or so. He had promised 200, and the painter was spending the money by anticipation, as fast as he could. He came every other morning to the Rue de Morny, and generally stayed to luncheon, and those mornings spent in his company were very pleasant to Clarissa; as pleasant as anything could be which involved deception. There was always the sting of that fact. Miss Granger was rarely absent for 10 minutes together on these occasions. It was only some lucky chance which took her from the room to fetch some Berlin wool, or a forgotten skein of floss silk for the perennial spaniels, and afforded the brother and sister an opportunity for a few hurried words. The model villagers almost faded out of Miss Granger's mind in this agreeable society. She found herself listening to talk about things which were of the earthy, and was fain to confess herself interested in the conversation. She dressed as carefully to receive the painter as if he had been, to use her particular phraseology, a person in her own sphere, and Mr. Tillott would have thought his chances of success at a very low point, if he could have seen her in Austin Lovel's presence. That gentleman himself was not slow to perceive the impression he had made. "It's rather a pity I'm married, isn't it, Clary?" he said to his sister one day, when Sophia, whose habits had not been quite so methodical of late, had gone in search of some white beads for the spaniels, some of which were of a beady nature. "It would have been a great chance for me, wouldn't it?" "What do you mean, Austin?" "Miss Granger," answered the painter, without looking up from his work. "I think she rather likes me, do you know? And I suppose her father will give her 50,000 or so when she marries, in spite of young Lovel. He seems to have no end of money. It would have been an uncommonly good thing, wouldn't it?" "I don't think it's any use talking of it, Austin, however good it might have been. And I don't think Sophia would have suited you as a wife." "Not suited me! Bah! Any woman with 50,000 pounds would have suited me. However, you're right. There's no good in talking of that. I'm booked. Poor little woman, she's a good wife to me, but it's rather a pity. You don't know how many chances I might have had but for that entanglement." "I wish, Austin, for your poor wife's sake, you'd let me tell my husband who you are. This concealment seems so hard upon her, as well as a kind of wrong to Daniel. I can do so little to serve her, and I might do so much, if I could own her as my sister-in-law. I don't think Daniel could help liking you if he knew everything." "Drop that, if you please, Clarissa," said Austin, with a darkening countenance. "I've told you that your husband and I can never be friends, and I mean it. I don't want to be degraded by any intercession of yours. That's a little too much even for me. It suits my purpose well enough to accept Mr. Granger's commissions, and of course it's very agreeable to see you, but the matter must end there." Miss Granger returned at this moment, but had she stayed away for an hour, Clarissa could scarcely have pressed the question farther. In the old days, when they had been boy and girl together, Austin 7 years her senior, Clarissa had always been just a little afraid of her brother, and she was afraid of him now. The very fact of his somewhat dependent position made her more fearful of offending him. She was anxious about his future, anxious too about his present mode of life, but she dared not question closely upon either subject. Once, when she had ventured to ask him about his plan of life, he answered in his careless off-hand way, "My dearest Clary, I have no plans. I like Paris, and if I am not particularly successful here, I don't suppose I should be more successful anywhere else. I mean to stay here as long as I can hold out. I know a good many people, and sometimes get a stroke of luck." "But you are ruining your health, Austin, I fear, with late hours and parties." "Who told you I keep late hours? The Parisians, as a rule, don't go to bed at curfew. I don't suppose I'm worse than my neighbours. If I didn't go out, Clary, and keep myself in the minds of my patrons, I might rot in a garret. You don't know how soon a man is forgotten, even a man who has made his mark more positively than I have. And then, you see, my dear, I like society, and have no taste for the domestic hearth, except for variety, once in a way, like dining on a bouillon after a week's high feeding. Yes, come what may, I shall stay in Paris as long as I can." There was something in the tone of the last words that alarmed Clarissa. You are not in debt, are you, Austin?" she asked timidly. No, I'm not in debt, but I owe a good deal of money." Clarissa looked puzzled. "That is to say, I have no vulgar debts, butcher and baker and so on, but there are 2 or 3 things, involving some hundreds, which I shall have to settle some of these days, or else..." "Or else what, Austin?" "Cut Paris, Clary, that's all." Clarissa turned pale. Austin began to whistle a popular café chantant air, as he bent over his palette, squeezing little dabs of Naples yellow out of a leaden tube. Some hundreds! That was a vague phrase, which might mean a great deal of money. It was a phrase which alarmed Clarissa, but she was much more alarmed by the recklessness of her brother's tone. "But if you owe money, you must pay it, Austin," she said. "You can't leave a place owing money." The painter shrugged his shoulders. "It's not an agreeable thing to do," he said, "but it has to be done. Of the two, it's pleasanter than staying in a place where you owe money." "Of course I shall do all I can to help you, dear," said his sister. "There will be £125 due to me at Christmas, and I'll give you the 100. You're a first-rate girl, Clary, but I think that fellow Granger might give you more pin money. 500 a year is a beggarly pittance for a man of his means." "It is more than I fancied I could ever want, and Daniel allows papa 500 a year, you know, Austin." "That makes 1,000, no great things for a millionaire. A pretty girl, married to a man of that stamp, ought to have unlimited command of money," replied her brother. "It's the only compensation," he said to himself afterwards. "I don't like to hear you say these things, Austin. My husband is very kind to me. I'm afraid I'm not half as grateful as I ought to be." "Gratitude be..." He did not finish the ejaculation. "Gratitude from a Lovel of 20 to a Granger of 50. My dear Clary, that's too good a joke. The man is well enough, better than I expected to find him; but such a girl as you is a prize for which such a man could not pay too highly." It was rarely they had the opportunity for so long a conversation as this, and Austin was by no means sorry that it was so. He had very pressing need of all the money his sister could give him, but he did not care to enter into explanations about the state of his affairs. Chapter XXXV. Chapter XXXV of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXXV. Sisters-in-law. Clarissa did not forget the existence of the poor little wife in the Rue du Chevalier Bayard; and on the very first afternoon which she had to herself, Mr. Granger having gone to see some great cattle fair a few miles from Paris, and Miss Granger being afflicted with a headache, she took courage to order her coachman to drive straight to the house where her brother lived. "It is much better than making a mystery of it," she thought. "The man will think that I have come to see a milliner, or some one of that kind." The footman would fain have escorted Mrs. Granger the way she should go, and held himself in readiness to accompany her into the house, but she waved him aside on the threshold of the darksome porte cochère, out of which no coach ever came nowadays. "I shan't want you, Trotter," she said. "Tell Jarvis to walk the horses gently up and down. I shall not be very long." The man bowed and obeyed, wondering what business his mistress could have in such a dingy street, on the Surrey side of the water too, as he said to his comrade. Austin was out, but Mrs. Lovel was at home, and it was Mrs. Lovel whom Clarissa had come chiefly to see. The same tawdrily dressed maid admitted her to the same untidy sitting room, a shade more untidy to day, where Bessie Lovel was dozing in an easy chair by the fire, while the 2 boys played and squabbled in one of the windows. Mrs. Granger, entering suddenly, radiant, in golden brown moire and sables, seemed almost to dazzle the eyes of Austin's wife, who had not seen much of the brighter side of existence. Her life before her marriage had been altogether sordid and shabby, brightness or luxury of any kind for her class being synonymous with vice; and Bessie Stanford, the painter's model, had never been vicious. Her life since her marriage had been a life of trouble and difficulty, with only occasional glimpses of spurious kind of brilliancy. She lived outside her husband's existence, as it were, and felt somehow that she was only attached to him by external links, as a dog might have been. He had a certain kind of affection for her, was conscious of her fidelity, and grateful for her attachment, and there an end. Sympathy between them there was none, nor had he ever troubled himself to cultivate her tastes, or attempted in the smallest degree to bring her nearer to him. To Bessie Lovel, therefore, this sister of her husband's, in all the glory of her fresh young beauty and sumptuous apparel, seemed a creature of another sphere, something to be gazed upon almost in fear and trembling. "I beg your parding," she faltered, rubbing her eyes. She was apt, when agitated, to fall back upon the pronunciation of her girlhood, before Austin Lovel had winced and ejaculated at her with various mutilations of the language. "I was just taking 40 winks after my bit of dinner." "I am so sorry I disturbed you," said Clarissa in her gracious way. "You were tired, I daresay." "Oh, pray don't mention it. I'm sure I feel it a great compliment your coming. It must seem a poor place to you after your beautiful house in the Rue de Morny. Austin told me where you lived, and I took the liberty of walking that way one evening with a lady friend. I'm sure the houses are perfect palaces." "I wish you could come to my house as my sister-in-law ought," replied Clarissa. "I wanted to confide in my husband, to bring about a friendship between him and my brother, if I could; but Austin tells me that is impossible. I suppose he knows best. So you see I am obliged to act in this underhand way, and to come to see you by stealth, as it were." "It's very good of you to come at all," answered the wife with a sigh. "It isn't many of Austin's friends take any notice of me. I'm sure most of 'em treat me as if I was a cipher. Not that I mind that, provided he could get on. But it's dinners there, and suppers here, and never no orders for pictures, as you may say. He had next to nothing to do all the autumn, Paris being so dull, you know, with all the high people away at the sea. He painted Madame Caballero for nothing, just to get himself talked of among her set; and if it wasn't for Mr. Granger's orders, I don't know where we should be. Come and speak to your aunt, Henry and Arthur, like good boys." This to the olive branches in the window, struggling for the possession of a battered tin railway engine with a crooked chimney. "She ain't my aunt," cried the eldest Hope. "I haven't got no aunt." "Yes, this is your Aunt Clarissa. You've heard papa talk of her." "Yes, I remember," said the boy sharply. "I remember one night when he talked of Arden Court and Clarissa, and thumped his forehead on the mantelpiece like that." And the boy pantomimed the action of despair. "He has fits of that kind sometimes," said Bessie Lovel, "and goes on about having wasted his life, and thrown away his chances, and all that. He used to go on dreadful when we were in Australia, till he made me that nervous I didn't know what to do, thinking he'd go and destroy himself some day. But he's been better since we've been in Paris. The gaiety suits him. He says he can't live without society." Clarissa sighed. Little as she knew of her brother's life, she knew enough to be very sure that love of society had been among the chief causes of his ruin. She took one of her nephews on her lap, and talked to him, and let him play with the trinkets on her chain. Both the children were bright and intelligent enough, but had that air of premature sharpness that comes from constant intercourse with grown-up people, and an early initiation in the difficulties of existence. She could only stay half an hour with her sister-in-law, but she could see that her visit of duty had gratified the poor little neglected wife. She had not come empty-handed, but had brought an offering for Bessie Lovel, which made the tired eyes brighten with something of their old light, a large oval locket of massive dead gold, with a Maltese cross of small diamonds upon it; one of the simplest ornaments which Daniel Granger had given her, and which she fancied herself justified in parting with. She had taken it to a jeweller in the Palais Royal, who had arranged a lock of her dark brown hair, with a true lover's knot of brilliants, inside the locket, and had engraved the words, "From Clarissa," on the back. Mrs. Lovel clasped her hands in rapture as Clarissa opened the morocco case and showed her this jewel. "For me!" she cried. "I never had anything half as beautiful in my life. And your heir too!" She said "heir" in her excitement. "How good of you to give it to me! I don't know how to thank you." And the poor little woman made a rapid mental review of her wardrobe, wondering if she had any gown good enough to wear with that splendid jewel. Her purple silk, the one silk dress she possessed, was a little shiny and shabby by daylight, but looked very well by candlelight still, she thought. She was really delighted with the locket. In all her life she had had so few presents, and this one gift, was worth 3 times the sum of them. But Clarissa spoke of it in the lightest, most careless way. "I wanted to bring you some little souvenir," she said, "and I thought you might like this. And now I must say good-bye, Bessie. I may call you Bessie, mayn't I? And remember, you must call me Clarissa. I am sorry I am obliged to hurry away like this, but I expect Mr. Granger back rather early, and I want to be home when he returns. Good-bye, dear." She kissed her brother's wife, who clung to her affectionately, touched by her kindness; kissed the 2 little nephews also, one of whom caught hold of her dress and said, "You gave me that money for toys the other day, didn't you, Aunt Clarissa?" "Yes, darling." "But I didn't have it to spend, though. Pa said he'd lay it out for me, and he brought me home a cart from the boulevard, but it didn't cost 2 napoleons. It was a trumpery cart, that went smash the first time Arthur and I stood in it." "You shouldn't stand in a toy cart, dear. I'll bring you some toys the next time I come to see mamma." They were out on the landing by this time. Clarissa disengaged herself from the little fellow, and went quickly down the darksome staircase. "Will that be soon?" the boy called over the banisters. "I do hope I shall be able to keep it," said Bessie Lovel presently, as she stood in the window gloating over her locket; whereby it will be seen that Austin's wife did not feel so secure as she might have done in the possession of her treasure. CHAPTER XXXVI. Chapter 36 of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 36. And through thy life have I not writ my name. Midwinter had come, and the pleasures and splendours of Paris were at their apogee. The city was at its gayest; that beautiful city, which we can never see again as we have seen it; which we lament, as some fair and radiant creature that has come to an untimely death. Paris the beautiful, Paris the beloved, imperial Paris, with her air of classic splendour, like the mistress of a Caesar, was in these days overshadowed by no threatening thundercloud, forerunner of the tempest and earthquake to come. The winter season had begun, and all those wanderers who had been basking through the autumn under the blue skies that roof the Pyrenees, or dawdling away existence in German gambling saloons, or climbing Alpine peaks, or paddling down the Danube, flocked back to the central city of civilization in time to assist at Patty's reappearance in the Rue Lepelletier, or to applaud a new play of Sardou's at the Gymnase. Amongst this flock of returning pilgrims came George Fairfax, very much the worse for 2 or 3 months spent in restless meanderings between Baden and Homburg, with the consciousness of a large income at his disposal, and a certain reckless indifference as to which way his life drifted, that had grown upon him of late years. He met Mr. and Mrs. Granger within 24 hours of his arrival in Paris, at a ball at the British Embassy, the inaugural fête of the season, as it were, to which the master of Arden Court, by right of his wealth and weight in the North Riding, had been bidden. The ambassadorial card had ignored Miss Granger, much to the damsel's dissatisfaction. Clarissa came upon Mr. Fairfax unawares in the glazed colonnade upon which the ball-room opened, where he was standing alone, staring moodily at a tall arum lily shooting up from a bed of ferns, when she approached on her partner's arm, taking the regulation promenade after a waltz. The well-remembered profile, which had grown sharper and sterner since she had seen it for the first time, struck her with a sudden thrill, half pleasure, half terror. Yes, she was pleased to see him. She, the wife of Daniel Granger, felt her heart beating faster, felt a sense of joy strangely mingled with fear. In all the occupations of her life, even amidst the all-absorbing delight of her child's society, she had not been able quite to forget this man. The one voice that had touched her heart, the one face that had haunted her girlish dream, came back to her again and again in spite of herself. In the dead of the night she had started up from her pillow with the sound of George Fairfax's familiar tones in her ears. In too many a dream she had acted over again the meeting in the orchard, and heard his voice upbraiding her, and had seen his face dark and angry in the dim light. She had done her duty to Daniel Granger, but she had not forgotten the man she had loved, and who had loved her after his fashion; and often in her prayers she had entreated that she might never see him again. Her prayers had not been granted; perhaps they did not come so entirely from the heart, as prayers should, that would fain bring a blessing. He was here to remind her how much she had loved him in the days gone by, to bewilder her brain with conflicting thoughts. He turned suddenly from that gloomy contemplation of the arum lily, and met her face to face. That evening dress of ours, which has been so liberally abused for its ugliness, is not without a certain charm when worn by a handsome man. A tall man looks taller in the perfect black. The broad expanse of shirt front, with its delicate embroidery, not obtrusively splendid, but minutely elaborate rather, involving the largest expenditure of needlework to produce the smallest and vaguest effect, a suspicion of richness, as it were, nothing more. The snowy cambric contrasts with the bronzed visage of the soldier, or blends harmoniously with the fair complexion of the fopling, who has never exposed his countenance to the rough winds of heaven. The expanse of linen proclaims the breadth of chest, and gives a factitious slimness to the waist. Such a costume, relieved perhaps by the flash of some single jewel, not large, but priceless, is scarcely unbecoming, and possibly more aesthetic in its simplicity than the gem-besprinkled brocades and velvets of a Buckingham, in the days when men wore jewelled cloaks on their shoulders, and point d'Alençon flounces round their knees. George Fairfax, in this evening dress, looked supremely handsome. It is a poor thing, of course, in man or woman, this beauty; but it has its charm nevertheless, and in the being who is loved for other and far higher qualities, the charm is tenfold. Few women, perhaps, have ever fallen in love with a man on account of his good looks. They leave such weak worship for the stronger sex, but having loved him for some other indefinable reason, are not indifferent to the attraction of splendid eyes or a faultless profile. Clarissa trembled a little as she held out her hand to be clasped in George Fairfax's strong fingers, the quiet pressure whereof seemed to say, "You know that you and I are something more to each other than the world supposes." She could not meet him without betraying, by some faint sign, that there was neither forgetfulness nor indifference in her mind as to the things that concerned him. Her late partner, a youthful secretary of legation, with straw-coloured hair and an incipient moustache, murmured something civil and slid away, leaving those two alone beside the elm lily, or as much alone as they could be in a place where the guests were circulating freely, and about half a dozen flirtations ripening amidst the shining foliage of orange trees and camellias. "I thought I should meet you here to night," he said. "I came here in the hope of meeting you." She was not an experienced woman of the world, skilled in the art of warding off such a speech as this. She had never flirted in her life, and sorely felt the want of that facility which comes from long practice. "Have you seen my husband?" she asked, awkwardly enough, in her distress. "I did not come to see Mr. Granger. It was the hope of seeing you that brought me here. I am as great a fool as I was at Hale Castle, you see, Clarissa. There are some follies of which a man cannot cure himself." "Mr. Fairfax!" She looked up at him gravely, reproachfully, with as much anger as she could bring herself to feel against him; but as their eyes met, something in his, a look that told too plainly of passion and daring, made her eyelids fall, and she stood before him trembling like a frightened child. And this moment was perhaps the turning point in Clarissa's life, the moment in which she took the first step on the wrong road that was to lead her so far away from the sacred paths of innocence and peace. George Fairfax drew her hand through his arm. She had neither strength nor resolution to oppose him, and led her away to the quietest corner of the colonnade, a recess sheltered by orange trees and provided with a rustic bench. There is no need to record every word that was spoken there. It was the old story of a man's selfish guilty love, and a woman's sinful weakness. He spoke, and Clarissa heard him, not willingly, but with faint efforts of resistance that ended in nothing. She heard him. Never again could she meet Daniel Granger's honest gaze as she had done. Never, it seemed to her, could she lose the sense of her sin. He told her how she had ruined his life. That was his chief reproach, and a reproach that a woman can rarely hear unmoved. He painted in the briefest words the picture of what he might have been and what he was. If his life were wrecked utterly, and from his own account of himself it must needs be so, the wreck was her fault. He had been ready to sacrifice everything for her. She had basely cheated him. His upbraiding stung her too keenly. She could keep her secret no longer. "I had promised Laura Armstrong," she said. "I had promised her that no power on earth should tempt me to marry you, if you should ask me." "You had promised!" he cried contemptuously. "Promised that shallow trickster! I might have known she had a hand in my misery. And you thought a promise to her more sacred than good faith to me! That was hard, Clarissa." "It was hard," she answered in a heartbroken voice. "My God!" he cried, looking at her with those passionate eyes. "And yet you loved me all the same!" "With all my heart," she faltered, and then hid her face in her hands. It seemed as if the confession had been wrung from her somehow. In the next moment she hated herself for having said the words, and calming herself with a great effort, said to him quietly, "And now that you know how weak I was, when I seemed indifferent to you, have pity upon me, Mr. Fairfax." "Pity!" he exclaimed. "It is not a question of pity. It is a question of two lives that have been blighted through your foolish submission to that plotting woman. But there must be some recompense to be found in the future for all the tortures of the past. I have broken every tie for you, Clarissa. You must make some sacrifice for me." Clarissa looked at him wonderingly. Was he so mad as to suppose that she was of the stuff that makes runaway wives? "Your father tempted my mother, Mr. Fairfax," she said; "but I thank Heaven she escaped him. The role of seducer seems hereditary in your family. You could not make me break my word when I was free to marry you. Do you believe that you can make me false to my husband?" "Yes, Clarissa. I swore as much that night in the orchard; swore that I would win you, in spite of the world." "And my son," she said, with the tone she might have used if he had been 21, "is he to blush for his mother by and by?" "I have never found that sons have a faculty for blushing on account of that kind of thing," Mr. Fairfax answered lightly. "Egad, there'd be a great deal of blushing going on at some of the crack clubs if they had," he said to himself afterwards. Clarissa rose from the seat amongst the orange trees, and George Fairfax did not attempt to detain her. He offered her his arm to conduct her back to the ball-room. They had been quite long enough away. He did not want to attract attention, and he had said as much as he cared to say. He felt very sure of his ground now. She loved him; that was the all-important point. His wounded self-esteem was solaced by this knowledge. His old sense of power came back to him. He had felt himself all at sea, as it were, when he believed it possible that any woman he cared to win could be indifferent to him. From the other side of the ball-room Mr. Granger saw his wife re-enter arm in arm with George Fairfax. The sight gave him a little shock. He had hoped that young man was far enough away, ruining himself in a fashionable manner somehow, and here he was in attendance upon Clarissa. He remembered how his daughter had said that George Fairfax was sure to meet them in Paris, and his own anger at the suggestion. He would be obliged to be civil to the young man, of course. There was no reason, indeed, that he should be otherwise than civil; only that lurking terror in his mind, that this was the man his wife had loved. Had loved? Is there any past tense to that verb? Mrs. Granger dropped Mr. Fairfax's arm directly they came to a vacant seat. "I am rather tired," she said in her coldest voice. "I think I'll rest a little, if you please. I needn't detain you. I daresay you are engaged for the next dance." "No, I seldom dance." He stood by her side. One rapid glance across the room had shown him Daniel Granger making his way towards them, looking unspeakably ponderous and British amidst that butterfly crowd. He did not mean to leave her just yet, in spite of her proprietor's approach. She belonged to him, he told himself, by right of that confession just now in the conservatory. It was only a question when he should take her to himself. He felt like some bold rover of the seas, who has just captured a gallant craft, and carries her proudly over the ocean chained to his gloomy hull. She was his, he told himself; but before he could carry her away from her present surroundings, he must play the base part which he had once thought he could never play. He must be civil to Daniel Granger, mask his batteries, win his footing in the household, so that he might have easy access to the woman he loved, until one day the thunderbolt would descend, and an honest man be left desolate, with his household gods shattered. It was just one of those sins that will not bear contemplation. George Fairfax was fain to shut his eyes upon the horror and vileness of it, and only to say to himself doggedly, "I have sworn to win her." Mr. Granger greeted him civilly enough presently, and with the stereotyped cordiality which may mean anything or nothing. Was Mr. Fairfax going to remain long in Paris? Yes, he meant to winter there, if nothing better turned up. "After all, you see," he said, "there is no place like Paris. One gets tired of it, of course, in time; but I find that in other places one is always tired." "A very pleasant ball," remarked Mr. Granger, with the air of saying something original. "You have been dancing, I suppose?" "No," replied Mr. Fairfax, smiling. "I have come into my property. I don't dance. I range myself, as our friends here say." He thought, as he spoke, of sundry break-neck gallops and maelstrom waltzes danced in gardens and saloons, the very existence whereof was ignored by or unknown to respectability, and then thought, "If I were safely planted on the other side of the world with her for my wife, it would cost me no more to cut all that kind of thing than it would to throw away a handful of withered flowers." Chapter XXXVII. Of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXXVII. Stolen Hours. Miss Granger's portrait was finished, and the baby picture, a chubby blue-eyed cherub, at play on a bank of primroses, with a yellowhammer perched on a blossoming blackthorn above his head, and just a glimpse of blue April sky beyond, A dainty little study of colour in which the painter had surpassed himself was making rapid progress, to the young mother's intense delight. Very soon Mr. Austin would have no longer the privilege of coming every other day to the Rue de Morny. Daniel Granger had declined sitting for his portrait. "I did it once," he said. "The Bradford people insisted upon making me a present of my own likeness, life size, with my brown cob, Peter Pindar, standing beside me. I was obliged to hang the picture in the hall at Arden. Those good fellows would have been wounded if I hadn't given it a prominent position. But that great shining brown cob plays the mischief with my finest Velasquez, a portrait of Don Carlos Baltazar, in white satin slashed with crimson. No, I like your easy dashing style very much, Mr. Austin, but one portrait in a lifetime is quite enough for me." As the Granger family became more acclimatized, as it were, Clarissa found herself with more time at her disposal. Sophia had attached herself to a little clique of English ladies, and had her own engagements and her separate interests. Clarissa's friends were for the most part French women, whom she had known in London, or to whom she had been introduced by Lady Laura. Mr. Granger had his own set, and spent his afternoons agreeably enough, drinking soda water, reading Galignani, and talking commerce or politics with his compeers at the most respectable café on the boulevard. Being free, therefore, to dispose of her afternoons, Clarissa, when Lovel's picture was finished, went naturally to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard. Having once taken her servants there, she had no farther scruples. "They will think I come to see a dressmaker," she said to herself. But in this she did not give those domestic officers credit for the sharpness of their class. Before she had been 3 times to her brother's lodgings, John Thomas, the footman, had contrived, despite his utter ignorance of the French tongue, to discover who were the occupants of No. 7, and had ascertained that Mr. Austin, the painter, was one of them. "Who'd have thought of her coming to see that chap Austin?" said John Thomas to the coachman. "That's a rum start, ain't it?" "Life is made up of rum starts, John Thomas," replied the coachman sententiously. "Is there a Mrs. Austin, do you know?" "Yes, he's got a wife. I found that out from the porter, though the blessed old buffer can't speak anything but his French gibberish. 'Madame,' I said, bawling into his stupid old ear, 'Monsieur and Madame Austin? Comprenez?' And he says, 'Yaes,' and then bursts out laughing, and looks as proud as a hen that's just laid an egg. 'Yaes, Monsieur et Madame.'" George Fairfax and Clarissa met very frequently after that ball at the Embassy. It happened that they knew the same people. Mr. Fairfax, indeed, knew every one worth knowing in Paris; and he seemed to have grown suddenly fond of respectable society, going everywhere in the hope of meeting Mrs. Granger, and rarely staying long anywhere if he did not meet her. There were those who observed this peculiarity in his movements, and shrugged their shoulders significantly. It was to be expected, of course, said this butterfly section of humanity. A beautiful young woman, married to a man old enough to be her father, would naturally have some one interested in her. Sometimes Clarissa met George Fairfax in her brother's painting room; so often, indeed, that she scarcely cared to keep an account of these meetings. Austin knew a good many clever agreeable Americans and Frenchmen, and his room was a pleasant lounge for idle young men, with some interest in art, and plenty to say upon every subject in the universe. If there were strangers in the painting room when Mrs. Granger came to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, she remained in the little salon, talking to her sister-in-law and the 2 precocious nephews; but it happened generally that George Fairfax, by some mysterious means, became aware of her presence, and one of the folding doors would open presently, and the tall figure appear. "Those fellows have fairly smoked me out, Mrs. Austin," he would say. "Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Granger? I hope you will excuse any odour of Victorias and Patagas I may bring with me. Your brother's Yankee friends smoke like so many peripatetic furnaces." And then he would plant himself against a corner of the mantelpiece, and remain a fixture till Clarissa departed. It was half an hour's talk that was almost a tête-à-tête. Bessie Lovel counted for so little between those two. Half an hour of dangerous happiness, which made all the rest of Mrs. Granger's life seem dull and colourless, the thought of which even came between her and her child. Sometimes she resolved that she would go no more to that shabby street on the Surrey side; but the resolve was always broken. Either Austin had asked her to come for some special reason, or the poor little wife had begged some favour of her, which required personal attention. There was always something. Those were pleasant afternoons, when the painting room was empty of strangers, and Clarissa sat in a low chair by the fire, while George Fairfax and her brother talked. Austin was never so brilliant as in George's company. The 2 men suited each other, had lived in the same world, and loved the same things. They talked of all things in heaven and earth, touching lightly upon all, and with a careless kind of eloquence that had an especial fascination for the listener. It seemed as if she had scarcely lived in the dull interval between those charmed days at Hale Castle and these hours of perilous delight; as if she had been half stifled by the atmosphere of common sense which had pervaded her existence, crushed and borne down by the weight of Daniel Granger's sober companionship. This was fairyland, a region of enchantment, full of bright thoughts and pleasant fancies; that, a dismal, level drill ground, upon which all the world marched in solid squares, to the monotonous cry of a sergeant major's word of command. One may ride through a world of weariness in a barouche and pair. Clarissa had not found her husband's wealth by any means a perennial source of happiness, nor even the possession of Arden an unfailing consolation. It was strange how this untidy painting room of Austin's, with its tawdry dilapidated furniture, all of which had struck her with a sense of shabbiness and dreariness at first, had grown to possess a charm for her. In the winter gloaming, when the low wood fire glowed redly on the hearth and made a flickering light upon the walls, the room had a certain picturesque aspect. The bulky Flemish cabinets, with their coarse florid carving, stood boldly out from the background, with red gleams from the fire reflected on chubby cherub heads and medieval monsters. The faded curtains lost their look of poverty, and had only the sombre air of age. An old brass chandelier of the Louis XIV period, which Austin had hung in the centre of his room, flashed and glittered in the uncertain light. In those two figures, one leaning against the mantelpiece, the other prowling restlessly to and fro as he talked, carrying a mahl stick, which he waved ever and anon like the rod of a magician, completed the picture. It was a glimpse of the behind the scenes in the great world of art, a peep into Bohemia; and oh, how much brighter a region it seemed to Clarissa than that well regulated world in which she dined every day at the same hour, with 4 solemn men watching the banquet, and wound up always with the same dismal quarter of an hour's sitting in state at dessert. Those stolen hours in Austin's painting room had too keen a fascination for her. Again and again she told herself that she would come no more, and yet she came. She was so secure of her own integrity, so fenced and defended by womanly pride, that she argued with herself there could be neither sin nor danger in these happy respites from the commonplace dreariness of her life; and yet so inconsistent is human nature, that there were times when this woman flung herself upon the ground beside her baby's crib, and prayed God to pardon her iniquities. Austin was much too careless to be conscious of his sister's danger. George Fairfax had made an afternoon lounge of his rooms in the previous winter. It was no new thing for him to come there 3 or 4 times a week, and Austin did not for a moment suspect that Clarissa's occasional presence had anything to do with these visits. When the 3 portraits were finished, Mr. Granger expressed himself highly content with them, and gave Austin Lovel a cheque for £300, a sum which, in the painter's own words, ought to have set him upon his legs. Unhappily, Austin's legs, from a financial point of view, afforded only the most insecure basis; were always slipping away from him, in fact. £300 in solid cash did not suffice for even his most pressing needs. He saw nothing before him but the necessity of an ignominious flight from Paris. It was only a question of when and where he should fly. There was no question as to the fact. He did not care to tell Clarissa this, however. It would be time enough when the thing was done, or just about to be done. All his life he had been in the habit of shirking unpleasant subjects, and he meant to shirk this as long as he could. He might have borrowed money of George Fairfax, no doubt; but unfortunately he was already in that gentleman's debt, for money borrowed during the previous winter, so he scarcely cared to make any new appeal in that quarter. So the unsubstantial Bohemian existence went on; and to Clarissa, for whom this Bohemia was an utterly new world, it seemed the only life worth living. Her brother had been pleased to discover the ripening of her artistic powers, and had given her some rough and ready lessons in the art she loved so well. Sometimes, on a bright wintry morning, when Mr. Granger was engaged out of doors, she brought her portfolio to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, and painted there for an hour or so. At first this had been a secure hour for unreserved talk with her brother; but after she had been there 2 or 3 mornings in this way, Mr. Fairfax seemed mysteriously aware of her movements, and happened to drop in while she was taking her lesson. It is not to be supposed that Clarissa could be so much away from home without attracting the attention of Miss Granger. Whether that young lady was at home or abroad, she contrived to keep herself always well informed as to the movements of her stepmother. She speculated, and wondered, and puzzled herself a good deal about these frequent outings; and finding Clarissa singularly reticent upon the subject, grew daily more curious and suspicious, until at last she could endure the burden of this perplexity no longer, without some relief in words, and was fain to take the judicious Warman into her confidence. "Has Mrs. Granger been out again this afternoon, Warman?" she asked one evening, when the handmaiden was dressing her hair for dinner. "Yes, miss. The carriage came home just now. I heard it Mrs. Granger went out almost directly after you did." "I wonder she can care to waste so much time in calls," said Sophia. "Yes, miss, it is odd, and almost always the same place too, as you may say. But I suppose Mrs. Granger was intimate with Mr. and Mrs. Austin before her marriage." "Mr. and Mrs. Austin! What do you mean, Warman?" "Lor, miss, I thought you would know where she went, as a matter of course. It seems only natural you should. I've heard Jarvis mention it at supper. Jarvis has his meals at our table, you know, miss. We've been to the Rue du Cavalier Barnard again to day, he says, which I suppose is French for Barnard's Inn. Mrs. and them Austins must be very thick. Jarvis has no manners, you know, miss, and that's just his uncultivated way of speaking. But from what I've heard him remark, I'm sure Mrs. Granger goes to call upon the Austins as much as 3 times a week, and seldom stops less than an hour." A deadly coldness had crept over Sophia Granger, a cold, blank feeling, which had never come upon her until that moment. He had a wife, then, that dashing young painter with the brilliant brown eyes, the only man who had ever aroused the faintest interest in her well-regulated soul. He was married, and any vague day-dream with which she had interwoven his image was the merest illusion and phantasmagoria. She was unspeakably angry with herself for this unworthy weakness. A painter, a person paid by her father, something less than a curate, if it was possible for any creature to seem less than Mr. Tillott in Sophia's estimation. He was a married man, a base impostor, who had sailed under false colours, a very pirate. All those graceful airy compliments, those delicate attentions, which had exercised such a subtle influence over her narrow mind, had indeed awakened in her something that was almost sentiment, were worse than meaningless, were the wiles of an adventurer trading on her folly. He wanted to paint papa's picture, she thought, and I suppose he fancied my influence might help him. But what of Clarissa's visits to the painter's lodgings? What possible reason could she have for going there? Miss Granger's suspicions were shapeless and intangible as yet, but she did suspect. More than once, many times in fact, during the painting of the portrait, she had seen, or had imagined she could see, signs and tokens of a closer intimacy between the painter and her father's wife than was warranted by their ostensible acquaintance. The circumstances were slight enough in themselves, but these fragile links welded together made a chain which would have been good enough evidence in a criminal court skilfully handled by an Old Bailey lawyer. Sophia Granger racked her brain to account for this suspected intimacy. When and where had these two been friends? Lovers, perhaps. Mr. Austin had been away from England for many years, if his own statement were to be believed. It must have been abroad, therefore, that Clarissa had known him, in her school days. He had been drawing master, perhaps, in the seminary at Belforêt. What more likely? Miss Granger cherished the peculiar British idea of all foreign schools, that they were more or less sinks of iniquity. A flirtation between drawing master and pupil would be a small thing in such a pernicious atmosphere. Even amidst the Arcadian innocence of native academies such weeds have flourished. This flirtation, springing up in foreign soil, would be of course 10 times more desperate, secret, Jesuitical in fact, than any purely English product. Yes, Miss Granger decided at the end of every silent debate in which she argued this question with herself. Yes, that was the word of the enigma. These two had been lovers in the days that were gone, and meeting again, both married, they were more than half lovers still. Clarissa made some excuse to see her old admirer frequently. She was taking lessons in painting, perhaps. Miss Granger observed that she painted more than usual lately, merely for the sake of seeing him. And how about George Fairfax? Well, that flirtation, of course, was of later date, and a less serious affair. Jealousy, a new kind of jealousy, more bitter even than that which she had felt when Clarissa came between her and her father, sharpened Miss Granger's suspicions in this case. She was jealous even of that supposed flirtation at Belforêt 4 or 5 years ago. She was angry with Clarissa for having once possessed this man's heart, ready to suspect her of any baseness in the past, any treason in the present. The Grangers were at Madame Caballero's 2 or 3 evenings after this revelation of Warman's, and Sophia had an opportunity of gleaning some scraps of information from the good-natured little lion huntress. Madame had been asking her if Mr. Austin's portraits had been a success. "Yes, papa thinks they are excellent, and talks about having them exhibited in the salon. Mr. Austin is really very clever. Do you know I was not aware that he was married, till the other day?" Sophia added with a careless air. "Indeed! Yes, there is a wife, I understand; but she never goes into society. No one hears of her. For my part, I think him charming." "Has he been long in Paris?" Madame Caballero shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know," she said. "I have only known of his existence since he became famous in a small way a very small way, of course. He exhibited some military sketches, which attracted the attention of a friend of mine, who talked to me about him. I said at once, bring him here. I can appreciate every order of genius, from Ary Scheffer to Gavarni. The young man came, and I was delighted with him. I admitted him among my intimates, and he insisted on painting the picture which your papa was good enough to admire." "Do you know how he lived before he came into notice? If he has ever been a drawing master, for instance?" "I know that he has given lessons. I have heard him complain of the drudgery of teaching." This sustained Miss Granger's theory. It seemed so likely. No other hypothesis presented itself to her mind. Day by day she watched and waited and speculated, hearing of all Clarissa's movements from the obsequious Warman, who took care to question Mrs. Granger's coachman in the course of conversation, in a pleasant casual manner, as to the places to which he had taken his mistress. She waited and made no sign. There was no treason going on. The climax and explosion would come in good time. In the meanwhile Clarissa seemed almost entirely free. Mr. Granger, after living for nearly 50 years of his life utterly unaffected by feminine influence, was not a man to hang upon his wife's footsteps or to hold her bound to his side. If she had returned his affection with equal measure, if that sympathy for which he sighed in secret could have arisen between them, he might have been as devoted a slave as love could make an honest man. As it was, his married life at its best was a disappointment. Only in the fond hopes and airy visions which his son had inspired did he find the happiness he had dreamt of when he first tried to win Clarissa for his wife. Here alone, in his love for his child, was there a pure and perfect joy. All other dreams ended in bitter waking. His wife had never loved him, never would love him. She was grateful for his affection, obedient, submissive. Her grace and beauty gave him a reflected lustre in society. She was a creature to be proud of, and he was proud of her. But she did not love him. And with this thought there came always a sudden agony of jealousy. If not him, what other had she loved? Whose image reigned in the heart so closely shut against him? Who was that man, the mere memory of whom was more to her than the whole sum of her husband's devotion? Chapter XXXVIII. of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXXVIII. From Clarissa. That jewel which Clarissa had given to Bessie Lovel was a treasure of price, the very possession whereof was almost an oppressive joy to the poor little woman, whose chief knowledge of life came from the experience of its debts and difficulties. That the massive gold locket with the diamond cross would be required of her sooner or later to be handed into the ruthless paw of a clerk at the Mont de Piété, she had little doubt. Everything that she or her husband had ever possessed worth possessing had so vanished, had been not an absolute property, but a brief fleeting joy, a kind of supernal visitant, vanishing anon into nothingness, or only a pawnbroker's duplicate. The time would come. She showed the trinket to her husband with a melancholy foreboding, and read his thoughts as he weighed it in his palm, by mere force of habit, speculating what it would fetch, if in his desperate needs this waif might serve him. She was not surprised, therefore, only a little distressed, when Austin broached the subject one day at his late breakfasts, that breakfast at which it needed nearly a bottle of claret to wash down 3 or 4 mouthfuls of savoury pie, or half a tiny cutlet. She had possessed that bauble more than a month, holding it in fear and trembling, and only astonished that it had not been demanded of her. "Oh, by the way, Bess," Austin Lovel said carelessly, "I was abominably unlucky last night at Madame Caballero's. I'm generally lugged in for a game or two at écarté there, you know. One can't refuse in a house of that kind. And I had been doing wonders. They were betting on my game, and I stood to win something handsome, when the luck changed all in a moment. The fellow I was playing against marked the king 3 times running, and in short, I rose a considerable loser. Considerable for me, that is to say. I told my antagonist I should send him the money to day. He's a kind of man I can't afford to trifle with, and you know the Caballero connection is of too much use to be jeopardized. So I've been thinking, Bess, that if you'd let me have that gimcrack locket my sister gave you, I could raise a tenner on it. Clary can afford to give you plenty of such things, even if it were lost, which it need not be." Of course not. Mrs. Lovel had been told as much about the little Geneva watch which her husband had given her a few days after her marriage, and had taken away from her 6 weeks later. But the watch had never come back to her. She gave a faint sigh of resignation. It was not within the compass of her mind to oppose him. "We shall never get on while you play cards, Austin," she said sadly. "My dear Bessie, a man may win as well as lose. You see, when I go into society there are certain things expected of me, and my only chance of getting on is by making myself agreeable to the people whose influence is worth having. But I can't see that card playing leads to your getting commissions for pictures, Austin, no more than horse racing, nor billiards. It all seems to end the same, in your losing money." The painter pushed away his plate with an impatient gesture. He was taking his breakfast in his painting room, hours after the family meal, Bessie waiting upon him, and cobbling some juvenile garment during the intervals of her attendance. He pushed his plate aside, and got up to pace the room in the restless way that was common to him on such occasions. "My dear child, if you don't want to give me the locket, say so," he said, "but don't treat me to a sermon. You can keep it if you like, though I can't conceive what use the thing can be to you. It's not a thing you can wear." "Not at home, dear, certainly. And I never go out," the wife answered, with the faintest touch of reproachfulness. "I am very fond of it, though, for your sister's sake. It was so kind of her to bring it to me, and such a new thing for me to have a present. But you are welcome to it, Austin, if you really want it." "If I really want it! Do you suppose I should be mean enough to ask you for it if I didn't? I shouldn't so much care about it, you see, only I am to meet the man to morrow evening at dinner, and I can't face him without the money. So if you'll look the thing out some time to day, Bess, I'll take it down to the quay between this and to morrow afternoon, and get the business over." Thus it was that George Fairfax, strolling into Mrs. Lovel's sitting room that afternoon while Austin was out, happened to find her seated in a pensive attitude, with an open work-box before her and Clarissa's locket in her hand. It was a shabby, battered old box, but had been for years the repository of all Bessie's treasures. She had kept the locket there, looking at it very often, and wondering if she would ever be able to wear it, if Austin would take her to a theatre, for instance, or give a little dinner at home instead of abroad, for once in a way, to some of the men whose society absorbed so much of his time. There was no hope of this now. Once gone from her hand, the treasure would return no more. She knew that very well, and was indulging her grief by a farewell contemplation of the trinket, when Mr. Fairfax came into the room. The flash of the diamonds caught his quick eye. "What a pretty locket you've got there, Mrs. Austin," he said, as he shook hands with her. "A New Year's gift from Austin, I suppose?" "No, it was my sister-in-law, Mrs. Granger, who gave it to me," Bessie answered with a sigh. He was interested in it immediately, but was careful not to betray his interest. Mrs. Lovel put it into his hands. She was proud of it even in this last hour of possession. "Perhaps you'd like to look at it," she said. "It's got her heir inside." Yes, there was a circlet of the dark brown hair he knew so well, and the two words, "From Clarissa." "Upon my word, it's very handsome," he said, looking at the diamond cross outside, but thinking of the love-lock within. "I never saw a locket I liked better. You are very fond of it, I daresay?" he added interrogatively. "Oh, yes, I like it very much. I can't bear to part with it." And here Bessie Lovel, not being gifted with the power of concealing her emotions, fairly broke down and cried like a child. "My dear Mrs. Austin," exclaimed George Fairfax, "pray don't distress yourself like that. Part with it! Why should you part with your locket?" "Oh, Mr. Fairfax, I oughtn't to have told you. Austin would be so angry if he knew. But he has been losing money at that horridy Carty, and he says he must have £10 to morrow, so my beautiful locket must go to the pawnbrokers." George Fairfax paused. His first impulse was to lend the poor little woman the money, the veriest trifle, of course, to the Lord of Lyvedon. But the next moment another idea presented itself to him. He had the locket lying in the open palm of his hand. It would be so sweet to possess that lock of hair, to wear so dear a token of his mistress. Even those two words, "From Clarissa," had a kind of magic for him. It was a foolish weakness, of course, but then love is made up of such follies. "If you really mean to part with this," he said, "I should be very glad to have it. I would give you more than any pawnbroker, say 20 instead of £10, for instance, and a new locket for yourself into the bargain. I shouldn't like to deprive you of an ornament you valued without some kind of compensation. I have taken a fancy to the design of the thing, and should really like to have it. What do you say now, Mrs. Austin? Shall that be a transaction between you and me, without any reference to your husband, who might be angry with you for having let me into domestic secrets? You can tell him you got the money from the Mont de Piété. Look here now, let's settle the business at once." He opened his purse, and tumbled the contents out upon the table. Bessie Lovel thought what a blessed state of existence that must be in which people walked this world with all that ready money about them. "There are just £24 here," he said cheerily, "so we'll say 24. He saw that she was yielding. "And would you really give me a locket for myself," she said, almost incredulously, "as well as this money?" "Unquestionably. As good a one as I can find in the Rue de la Paix. This has diamonds, and that shall have diamonds. It's the design, you see," he added persuasively, "that has taken my fancy." "I'm sure you are very generous," Bessie murmured, still hesitating. "Generous? Pshaw, not at all. It's a caprice, and I shall consider myself under an obligation to you if you gratify it." The temptation was irresistible. To obtain the money that was required, more than double the sum her husband had wanted, and to have another locket as well. Never, surely, had there been such a bargain since the famous magician offered new lamps for old ones. Of course it was only Mr. Fairfax's delicate way of doing them a kindness. His fancy for the locket was merely a benevolent pretence. What could he care for that particular trinket? He who might, so to speak, walk knee-deep in diamonds if he pleased. She took the £24, an English £10 note, and the rest in new glittering Napoleons, and then began to speculate upon the possibility of giving Austin £20, and appropriating the balance to her own uses. The children wanted so many things, that perpetual want of the juvenile population above all, shoe leather. And might she not even screw some cheap dress for herself out of the sum? While if it were all given to Austin, it would vanish, like smoke before the wind, leaving no trace behind. So George Fairfax put the bauble in his waistcoat pocket, and whatever sentimental pleasure might be derived from such a talisman was his. There are those among our disciples of modern magic who believe there is a subtle animal magnetism in such things; that the mere possession of such a token constitutes a kind of spiritual link between two beings. Mr. Fairfax had no such fancy, but it pleased him to have obtained that which no prayers of his could have won from Clarissa herself. Not at present, that is to say. It would all come in good time. She loved him. Secure of that one fact, he believed all the rest a mere question of patience and constancy. "And she is worth the winning," he said to himself. "A man might serve for a longer slavery than Jacob's, and yet be rewarded by such a conquest. I think, by the way, that Rachel must have been just a trifle faded when the patriarch was out of his time." He dawdled away an hour or so in Bessie's salon, telling the poor little woman the news of the day, and playing with the two boys, who regarded him as a beneficent being, from whose hands flowed perpetual toys and sweetmeats. He waited as long as he could without making his motive obvious, waited in the hope that Clarissa would come, and then, as there was no sign of her coming, and Austin was still out, he wished Bessie good-bye. "I shan't forget the locket," he said, as he departed. Austin came in 5 minutes afterwards. The boys had been scuttled off to take their evening meal in the kitchen, a darksome cupboard about 8 feet square, where the tawdry servant was perpetually stewing savoury messes upon a small charcoal stove. Bessie handed her husband the £10 note and 12 bright Napoleons. "Why, what's this?" he asked. The money for the locket, Austin. I thought you might be late home, so I ran round to the quay with it myself, and I asked for £20, and the man gave it to me." "Why, that's a brave girl!" cried Austin, kissing the pleading face uplifted to his. "I don't believe they'd have given me as much. An English tenner, though. That's odd," he added carelessly, and then slipped the cash loose into his pocket, with the air of a man for whom money is at best a temporary possession. Chapter XXXIX. Chapter XXXIX of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XXXIX. That is what love means. The Grangers and Mr. Fairfax went on meeting in society, and Daniel Granger, with whom it was a kind of habit to ask men to dinner, could hardly avoid inviting George Fairfax. It might have seemed invidious to do so, and for what reason should he make such a distinction? Even to himself Mr. Granger would not be willing to confess that he was jealous of this man. So Mr. Fairfax came with others of his species to the gorgeous caravanserai in the Rue de Morny, where the rooms never by any chance looked as if people lived in them, but rather as if they were waiting rooms at some railway station got up with temporary splendour for the reception of royalty. He came, and though Clarissa sometimes made feeble efforts to avoid him, it happened almost always that before the evening was out he found some few minutes for unreserved talk with her. There is little need to record such brief stolen interviews: a few hurried words by the piano, a sentence or two in a lowered voice at parting. There was not much in the words, perhaps, only very common words, that have done duty between thousands of men and women, a kind of signal code as it were; and yet they had power to poison Clarissa's life, to take the sweetness out of every joy, even a mother's innocent idolatry of her child. The words were spoken; but so carefully did George Fairfax play his part, that not even Sophia's sharp eyes could perceive more than was correct in the conduct of her stepmother. No, she told herself, that other flirtation was the desperate one. Clarissa might have had some preference for George Fairfax. There had been occasional indications of such a feeling in her manner at Hale Castle. But the dark spot of her life, the secret of her girlhood, was a love affair with Mr. Austen. By way of experiment, one day she asked her father's wife a question about the painter. "You seem to admire Mr. Austen very much, Clarissa," she said, "and I admit that he is remarkably clever. But he appears such a waif and stray. In all his conversation with us he never threw much light upon his own history. Do you know anything of his antecedents?" Clarissa blushed in spite of herself. The deception she had sustained so long was unspeakably distasteful to her. Again and again she had been tempted to hazard everything, and acknowledge Austen as her brother, whether he liked or not that she should do so. It was only his peremptory tone that had kept her silent. "What should I know of his antecedents more than you, Sophy?" she said, avoiding a more direct reply. "It is quite enough for me to know that he has undeniable genius." The blush, and a certain warmth in her tone, seemed to Sophia conclusive evidence of her hidden regard for this man. Miss Granger's heart beat a good deal faster than usual, and little jealous sparkles shone in her cold grey eyes. She had never admired any man so much as she had admired this brilliant young painter. Many men had paid her compliments. As the rich Mr. Granger's sole daughter and heiress, she had been gratified with no meagre share of mankind's worship. But no words ever spoken had sounded so sweet in her ears as those few civil speeches that Mr. Austen had found time to address to her during his visits to the Rue de Morny. And after having taken so much pleasure in his converse, and thought so much more about him than she would have considered it proper for any model villager to think about an individual of the opposite sex, it was a hard thing to find, first, that the base impostor had a wife, and secondly, that whatever illegitimate worship he might have to render was to be offered at the shrine of Clarissa. "Indeed!" she exclaimed, with an air of extreme surprise. "You seemed on such very friendly terms with him that I fancied you must really have known each other before, and that you had some motive for concealing the fact from papa." Clarissa blushed a deeper crimson at this home thrust, and bent a little lower over her drawing board. It seemed a fortunate thing that she happened to be painting when Miss Granger opened her guns upon her in this manner. "He gives lessons, I believe, does he not?" asked Sophia. "Yes, I believe I have heard so." "Do you know, I took it into my head that he might have been your drawing master at Belforêt." Clarissa laughed aloud at this suggestion. Miss Granger's persistent curiosity amused her a little, dangerous as the ground was. "Oh, dear no, he was not our master at Belforêt," she said. "We had a little old Swiss, such an ancient man, who took snuff continually, and was always talking about his pays natal and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I think he had known Rousseau, and I am sure he was old enough to remember the night they locked him out of Geneva." Sophia was fairly posed. She had been on a false scent evidently, and yet she was sure there was something. That is how she shaped her doubts in her own mind. There was something. Warman thought so, she knew, and Warman was gifted with no ordinary amount of penetration. So Mrs. Granger went her way, with suspicion around and about her, and danger ahead. Whatever peace had been hers in the brief period of her married life, and the quiet springtime and summer that came after her baby's birth had been very peaceful, had vanished now. A cloud of fear encompassed her. A constant melancholy possessed her. A pleading voice, which she ought never to have heard, was always in her ears, a voice that charged her with the burden of a broken life, a voice that told her it was only by some sacrifice of her own she could atone for the sacrifice that had been made for her, a too persuasive voice, with a perilous charm in its every accent. She loved him. That she could ever be weak enough or vile enough to sink into that dread abyss whereto some women have gone down for the love of man was not within the compass of her thought. But she knew that no day in her life was sinless now, that no pure and innocent joys were left to her, that her every thought of George Fairfax was a sin against her husband. And yet she went on loving him. Sometimes, when the dents of her guilt was strongest, she would fain have asked her husband to take her back to Arden, which must needs be a kind of sanctuary, as it were, she thought. Nay, hardly so, for even in that tranquil retreat Temple Fairfax had contrived to pursue her mother, with the poison of his influence and his presence. Very often she felt inclined to ask her husband this favour; but she could not do so without running some risk of betraying herself. Heaven knows how much she might betray unawares. Again, their sojourn in the Rue de Morny was not to endure for ever. Already Mr. Granger had expressed himself somewhat tired of Paris. Indeed, what denizen of that brilliant city does not become a little weary of its brightness, sooner or later, and fall sick of the boulevard fever, a harassing sense of all-pervading glare and confusion, a sensation of Paris on the brain? There was some talk of returning to Arden at the end of a month. They were now at the close of January. By the 1st of March Mr. Granger hoped to be at the court. His architect and his head bailiff were alike eager for his return. There were more pullings down and reconstructions required on the new estate. There were all manner of recondite experiments to be tried in scientific farming. There were new leases to be granted, and expiring leases, the covenants whereof must be exacted. Since they were likely to leave Paris so soon, it would be foolish to excite wonder by asking to leave sooner, Mrs. Granger thought. It mattered so little after all, she told herself sometimes. It mattered this much only, that day by day her feet were straying farther from the right road. Oh, those happy winter afternoons in the Rue du Chevalier Bayard! Such innocent happiness, too, in all seeming; only a little animated rambling talk upon all manner of subjects, from the loftiest problems in philosophy to the frothiest gossip of the Faubourg Saint Honoré. Only the presence of two people who loved each other to distraction. A dim firelit room, a little commonplace woman coming in and out, two young men disputing in the dusk, and Clarissa in her low chair by the fire, listening to the magical voice that was now the only music of her dreams. If it could have gone on for ever thus, a sweet sentimental friendship like that which linked Madame Roland and Brissot, Madame Recamier and Chateaubriand, there would surely have been no harm, Clarissa sometimes argued with herself. She was married to a man whom she could respect for many qualities of his heart and mind, against whom she could never seriously offend. Was it so great a sin if the friendship of George Fairfax was dear to her? If the few happy hours of her life were those she spent in his company? But such special pleading as this was the poorest sophistry. At heart she was conscious that it was so. A woman has a double conscience, as it were, a holy of holies within the temple of her mind, to which falsehood cannot enter. She may refuse to lift the screen, and meet the truth face to face, but it is there, not to be extinguished, eternal, immutable. The divine lamp given for her guidance, if only she will not withdraw herself from its light. Just a little less than a month before his intended departure, Mr. Granger had a letter from that exacting bailiff, entreating his return. Something in the scientific farming had gone wrong, some great sewage question was at issue, and none but the lord of the soil himself could settle the matter. Very dear to Daniel Granger were those lands of Arden, that Arden Court estate which he had made to spread itself so far over the face of the county. Sweet are ancestral domains, no doubt, dear by association, made holy by the pride of the race; but perhaps sweeter to the soul of man are those acres he has won by the work of his own strong hand, or his own steadfast brain. Next to his wife and children, in Mr. Granger's regard, were the lands of Arden; the farms and homesteads, in valleys and on hill tops; the cottages and schoolhouses, which he had built for the improvement of his species; the brand new slack-baked Gothic church in an outlying village, where the church had never been before his coming. He was very sorry to leave his wife, but the question at stake was an important one. If he could have carried his household away with him at an hour's notice, he would gladly have done so; but to move Clarissa and the nurse, and the baby, and Miss Granger, would be rather a formidable business; in fact, not to be done without elaborate preparation. He had the apartments in the Rue de Morny on his hands too, until the beginning of March, and even a millionaire seldom cares to waste such a rental as Parisian proprietors exact for house room in a fashionable quarter. So he decided upon going to Arden at once, which was essential, and returning directly he had adjusted matters with his bailiff, and done a morning's work with his architect. He told Clarissa of his intention one evening when they had returned from a dinner party, and she was seated before her dressing table, taking off her jewels in a slow, absent way. She looked up with a start as her husband came into the room, and planted himself on the white sheepskin rug, with his back against the mantelpiece. "I'm obliged to go back to Yorkshire, Clary," he said. She thought he meant they were all going back, that it was an interposition of Providence, and she was to be taken away from sin and danger. But oh, how hard it seemed to go, never again to look forward to those stolen twilights in her brother's painting room. "I am glad," she exclaimed. "I shall be very glad to go back to Arden." "You, my dear," said her husband. "It is only I who am going. There is some hitch in our experiments on the home farm, and Forley knows how anxious I am about making a success this year. So he wants me to run over and see to things. He won't accept the responsibility of carrying on any longer without me. I needn't be away above 2 or 3 days, or a week at most. You can get on very well without me." Clarissa was silent, looking down at a bracelet which she was turning idly round her arm. Get on without him. Alas, what part had Daniel Granger played in her life of late beyond that of some supernumerary king in a stage play? A person of importance by rank and title in the playbill, but of scarcely any significance to the story. Her guilty heart told her how little he had ever been to her; how day by day he had been growing less and less; and while he was away she might go to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard every day. There would be nothing to prevent her so doing if she pleased. The carriage was nominally and actually hers. There was a brougham at Miss Granger's disposal, but the landau was essentially Clarissa's carriage. "You can get on very well without me," repeated Mr. Granger. "I do not think my presence or absence makes very much difference to you, Clarissa," he added in a grave displeased tone. It was almost his first hint of a reproach. To his wife's guilty heart it struck sharply home, like an unexpected blow. She looked up at him with a pale, conscience-stricken face, in which he might have read much more than he did read there. He only thought that he had spoken a shade too severely, that he had wounded her. I don't know what you mean by that," she faltered helplessly. "I always try to please you." "Try to please me!" he repeated passionately. "Yes, Clary, as a child tries to please a schoolmaster. Do you know that when I married you I was mad enough to hope the day would come when you would love me, that you loved me a little even then? Do you know how I have waited for that day, and have learned to understand, little by little, that it never can dawn for me upon this earth? You are my wife, and the mother of my child, and yet, God knows, you are no nearer to me than the day I first saw you at Hale Castle, a slim girlish figure in a white dress, coming in at the door of the library. Not a whit nearer," he went on, to himself rather than to Clarissa, "but so much more dear." There was a passion in his words which touched his wife. If it had only been possible for her to love him; if gratitude and respect joined together could have made up the sum of love; but they could not. She knew that George Fairfax was in all moral qualities this man's inferior; yet for some indefinable charm, some trick of tone or manner, some curious magic in a smile or a glance, she loved him. She was silent. Perhaps the sense of her guilt came more fully home to her in this moment than it had ever done before. What words could she speak to bring comfort to her husband's soul, she whose whole life was a lie? Daniel Granger wandered up and down the room for some minutes in a vague, restless way, and then came to his wife's chair, and looked down at her very tenderly. "My dear, I do wrong to worry you with reproaches," he said. "The mistake has been mine. From first to last, I have been to blame. I suppose in the wisest life there must always be some folly. Mine has been the hope that I could win your love. It is gone now, Clarissa. It is quite gone. Not even my child has given me a place in your heart." She looked up at him again, with that look which expressed such a depth of remorse. "I am very wicked," she said. "I am utterly unworthy of all you have done for me. It would have been better for you never to have seen my face." "Wicked? No, Clary. Your only sin has been to have disappointed a foolish fancy. What right had I to suppose you loved me? Better never to have seen your face? Yes, perhaps that might have been better. But once having seen you, I would rather be wretched with you than happy with any other woman in the world. That is what love means, Clary." He stooped down to kiss her. "Say no more, dear," he said. "I never meant to speak as I have spoken to night. I love you for ever." The day came when she remembered those words, "I love you for ever." If she could have thrown herself upon his breast, and acknowledged all her weakness, beseeching him to shield her from herself in obedience to the impulse of that moment, what a world of anguish might have been spared to these two! But she let the impulse pass, and kept silence. Chapter XL. of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. CHAPTER XL. Lying in Wait. Mr. Granger went back to Yorkshire, and Clarissa's days were at her own disposal. They were to leave Paris at the beginning of March. She knew it was only for a very short time that she would be able to see her brother. It was scarcely natural, therefore, that she should neglect such an opportunity as this. There was so much in Austin's life that caused her uneasiness. He seemed in such sore need of wiser counsel than his poor empty-headed little wife could give him. And Clarissa believed that she had some influence with him, that if he would be governed by the advice of any creature upon earth, that counsellor was herself. So she spent her mornings in baby worship, and went every afternoon to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, where it happened curiously that Mr. Fairfax came even oftener than usual just at this time. In the evening she stayed at home, not caring to keep her engagements in society without her husband's escort, and resigned herself to the edifying companionship of Miss Granger, who was eloquent upon the benighted condition of the Parisian poor as compared with her model villagers. She described them sententiously as a people who put garlic in everything they ate, and never read their Bibles. "One woman showed me a book with little pictures of saints printed upon paper with lace edges," said Sophia, as if there were any edification to be derived from lace edges; "and such a heathen book too, Latin on one side and French on the other; and there the poor forsaken creatures sit in their churches, looking at stray pictures and hearing a service in an unknown tongue." Daniel Granger had been away nearly a week, and as yet there was no announcement of his return; only brief businesslike letters telling Clarissa that the drainage question was a complicated one, and he should remain upon the spot till he and Forley could see their way out of the difficulty. He had been away nearly a week when George Fairfax went to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard at the usual hour, expecting to find Austin Lovel standing before his easel with a cigar in his mouth, and Clarissa sitting in the low chair by the fire, in the attitude he knew so well, with the red glow of the embers lighting up gleams of colour in her dark velvet dress, and shining on the soft brown hair, crowned with a coquettish little sealskin hat, a toque, as they called it on that side of the Channel. What was his astonishment to find a pile of trunks and portmanteaux on the landing, Austin's easel roughly packed for removal, and a heap of that miscellaneous lumber without which even poverty cannot shift its dwelling. The door was open, and Mr. Fairfax walked straight into the sitting room, where the two boys were eating some extemporized meal at a side table under their mother's supervision, while Austin lounged with his back against the chimney-piece, smoking. He was a man who would have smoked during the culminating convulsions of an earthquake. "Why, Austin, what the I beg your pardon, Mrs. Austin, what does this mean?" "It means Brussels by the 3:15 train, my dear Fairfax, that's all." "Brussels? With those children and that luggage? What in heaven's name induces you to carry your family off like this, at an hour's notice?" "It's not an hour's notice. They've had an hour and 3/4. As to my reasons for this abrupt hegira, well, that involves rather a long story, and I haven't time to tell it to day. One thing is pretty clear, I can't live in Paris. Perhaps I may be able to live in Brussels. I can't very well do worse than I've done here, that's one comfort." At this Bessie Lovel began to cry, in a suppressed kind of way, like a woman who is accustomed to cry, and not to be taken much notice of. George Fairfax flung himself into a chair with an impatient gesture. He was at once sorry for this man and angry with him; vexed to see any man go to ruin with such an utter recklessness, with such a deliberate casting away of every chance that might have redeemed him. "You have got into some scrape, I suppose?" he said presently. "Got into a scrape!" cried Austin with a laugh, tossing away the end of one cigar, and preparing to light another. "My normal condition is that of being in a scrape. Egad, I fancy I must have been born so. For God's sake, don't whimper, Bessie, if you want to catch the 3:15 train. I go by that, remember, whoever stays behind. There's no occasion to enter into explanations, Fairfax. If you could help me, I'd ask you to do it, in spite of former obligations. But you can't. I have got into a difficulty, pecuniary, of course, and as the law of liability in this city happens to be a trifle more stringent than our amiable British code, I have no alternative but to bid good-bye to the towers of Notre Dame. I love the dear disreputable city, with her lights and her laughter, and music and mirth, but she loves not me. When those boys have done gorging themselves, Bessie, you had better put on your bonnet." His wife cast an appealing glance at George Fairfax, as if she felt she had a friend in him who would sustain her in any argument with her husband. Her face was very sad, and bore the traces of many tears. If you would only tell me why we are going, Austin," she pleaded, "I could bear it so much better." "Nonsense, child. Would anything I could tell you alter the fact that we are going? Pshaw, Bessie, why make a fuss about trifles? The packing is over. That was the grand difficulty, I thought. I told you we could manage that." "It seems so hard, running away like criminals." Austin Lovel's countenance darkened a little. "I can go alone," he said. "No, no," cried the wife piteously. "I'll go with you. I don't want to vex you, Austin. Haven't I shared everything with you? Everything? I would go with you if it was to prison, if it was to death. You know that." "I know that we shall lose the 3:15 train if you don't put on your bonnet." "Very well, Austin, I'm going. And Clarissa, what will she think of us? I'm so sorry to leave her." "Oh, by the way, George," said Austin, "you might manage that business for me. My sister was to be here at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I've written her a letter telling her of the change in my plans. She was in some measure prepared for my leaving Paris, but not quite so suddenly as this. I was going to send the letter by a commissionaire, but if you don't mind taking it to the Rue de Morny, I'd rather trust it to you. I don't want Clary to come here and find empty rooms." He took a sealed letter from the mantelpiece and handed it to George Fairfax, who received it with somewhat of a dreamy air, as of a man who does not quite understand the mission that is entrusted to him. It was a simple business enough, too, only the delivery of a letter. Mrs. Lovel came out of the adjoining room dressed for the journey, and carrying a collection of wraps for the children. It was wonderful to behold what comforters, and scarves, and gaiters, and muffetees those juvenile individuals required for their equipment. "Such a long cold journey!" the anxious mother exclaimed, and went on winding up the two children in woollen stuffs, as if they had been royal mummies. She pushed little papers of sandwiches into their pockets, sandwiches that would hardly be improved by the squeezing and sitting upon they must need undergo in the transit. When this was done, and the children ready, she looked into the painting room with a melancholy air. "Think of all the furniture, Austin," she exclaimed, "the cabinets and things. Yes, there's a considerable amount of money wasted there, Bess, for I don't suppose we shall ever see the things again, but there's a good many of them not paid for. There's comfort in that reflection." "You take everything so lightly," she said, with a hopeless sigh. "There's nothing between that and the morgue, my dear. You'd scarcely like to see me framed and glazed there, I think." "Oh, Austin!" "Precisely. So let me take things lightly while I can. Now, Bess, the time is up. Good bye, George." "I'll come downstairs with you," said Mr. Fairfax, still in a somewhat dreamy state. He had put Austin's letter into his pocket, and was standing at a window looking down into the street, which had about as much life or traffic for a man to stare at as some of the lateral streets in the Bloomsbury district, Caroline Place, for instance, or Keppel Street. There was a great struggling and bumping of porters and coachmen on the stairs, with a good deal more exclamation than would have proceeded from stalwart Englishmen under the same circumstances, and then Austin went down to the coach with his wife and children, followed by George Fairfax. The painter happened not to be in debt to his landlord, a gentleman who gave his tenants small grace at any time, so there was no difficulty about the departure. "I'll write to Monsieur Meriste about my furniture," he said to the guardian of the big dreary mansion. "You may as well come to the station with us, George," he added, looking at Mr. Fairfax, who stood irresolute on the pavement, while Bessie and the boys were being packed into the vehicle, the roof of which was laden with portmanteaus and the painter's plant. "Well, no, I think not. There's this letter to be delivered, you see. I had better do that at once." "True, Clarissa might come. She said 5 o'clock, though; but it doesn't matter. Good bye, old fellow. I hope some of these days I may be able to make things square with you. Good bye. Tell Clary I shall write to her from Brussels, under cover to the maid as usual." He called out to the coachman to go on, and the carriage drove off, staggering under its load. George Fairfax stood watching it till it was out of sight, and then turned to the porter. "Those rooms upstairs will be to let, I suppose?" he said. "But certainly, monsieur." "I have some thoughts of taking them for a friend. I'll just take another look round them, now they're empty. And perhaps you wouldn't mind my writing a letter upstairs, eh?" He slipped a napoleon into the man's hand, by no means the first that he had given him. New Year's Day was not far past, and the porter remembered that Mr. Fairfax had tipped him more liberally than some of the lodgers in the house. If monsieur had a legion of letters to write, he was at liberty to write them. The rooms up yonder were entirely at his disposal. The porter laid them at his feet, as it were. He might have occupied them rent free for the remainder of his existence, it would have been supposed from the man's manner. "If Madame, the sister of Monsieur Austen, should come by and by, you will permit her to ascend," said Mr. Fairfax. "I have a message for her from her brother." "Assuredly, monsieur." The porter retired into his den to meditate upon his good fortune. It was a rendezvous, of course, cunningly arranged on the day of the painter's departure. It seemed to him like a leaf out of one of those flabby novels on large paper, with a muddy woodcut on every 16th page, which he thumbed and pored over now and then of an evening. George Fairfax went upstairs. How supremely dismal the rooms looked in their emptiness, with the litter of packing lying about. Old boots and shoes in one corner, a broken parasol in another, battered fragments of toys everywhere, empty colour tubes, old newspapers and magazines, a regiment of empty oil flasks and wine bottles in the den of a kitchen, into which Mr. Fairfax peered curiously, out of very weariness. It was only 3:30, and there was little hope of Clarissa's arrival until 5. He meant to meet her there. In the moment that Austin put the letter in his hand, some such notion flashed into his mind. He had never intended to deliver the letter. How long he had waited for this chance, to see her alone, free from all fear of interruption, and to be able to tell his story and plead his cause, as he felt that he could plead. He walked up and down the empty painting room, thinking of her coming, meditating what he should say, acting the scene over in his brain. He had little fear as to the issue. Secure as she seemed in the panoply of her woman's pride, he knew his power, and fancied that it needed only time and opportunity to win her. This was not the first time he had counted his chances and arranged his plan of action. In the hour he first heard of her marriage he had resolved to win her. Outraged love transformed itself into a passion that was something akin to revenge. He scarcely cared how low he might bring her, so long as he won her for his own. He did not stop to consider whether hers was a mind which could endure dishonour. He knew that she loved him, and that her married life had been made unhappy because of this fatal love. "I will open the doors of her prison house," he said to himself. "Poor fettered soul! She shall leave that dreary conventional life, with its forms and ceremonies of pleasure, and we will wander all over the earth together, only to linger wherever this world is brightest. What can she lose by the exchange? Not wealth. For the command of all that makes her life delightful, I am as rich a man as Daniel Granger, and anything beyond that is a barren surplus. Not position, for what position has she as Mrs. Granger? I will take her away from all the people who ever knew her, and guard her jealously from the hazard of shame. There will only be a couple of years in her life which she will have to blot out, only a leaf torn out of her history. And the child? The blue-eyed boy that George Fairfax had stopped to kiss in Arden Park that day? It is one thing to contemplate stealing a wife from her husband. With George Fairfax's class there is a natural antipathy to husbands, which makes that seem a fair warfare, like fox hunting; but it is another to rob a child of its mother. Mr. Fairfax's meditations came to a standstill at this point. The boy blocked the line. There was only one thing to be done: put on the steam and run down the obstacle, as Isambard Brunel did in the Box tunnel, when he saw a stray luggage truck between him and the light. "Let her bring the boy with her, and he shall be my son," he thought. Daniel Granger would go in for a divorce, of course. Mr. Fairfax thought of everything in that hour and a half of solitary reflection. He would try for a divorce, and there would be no end of scandal; leading articles in some of the papers, no doubt, upon the immorality of the upper middle classes; a full-flavoured essay in the Saturday, proving that Englishwomen were in the habit of running away from their husbands. But she should be far away from the bruit of that scandal. He would make it the business of his life to shield her from the lightest breath of insult. It could be done. There were new worlds, in which men and women could begin a fresh existence, under new names; and if by chance any denizen of the old world should cross their path untimely, well, such unwelcome wanderers are generally open to negotiation. There is a good deal of charity for such offenders among the travelled classes, especially when the chief sinner is lord of such an estate as Lyvedon. Yet, varnish the picture how one will, dress up the story with what flowers of fancy one may, it is at best but a patched and broken business. The varnish brings out dark spots in the picture; the flowers have a faded meretricious look, not the bloom and dew of the garden. No sophistry can overcome the inherent ugliness of the thing. An honest man's name dishonoured; two culprits planning a future life, to be spent in hiding from the more respectable portion of their species; two outcasts trying to make believe that the wildernesses beyond Eden are fairer than that paradise itself. His mother, what would she feel when she came to know what he had done with his life? It would be a disappointment to her, of course; a grief, no doubt; but she would have Lyvedon. He had gone too far to be influenced by any consideration of that kind. He had gone so far that life without Clarissa seemed to him unendurable. He paced the room, contemplating this crisis of his existence from every point of view, till the grey winter sky grew darker, and the time of Clarissa's coming drew very near. There had been some logs smouldering on the hearth when he came, and these he had replenished from time to time. The glow of the fire was the only thing that relieved the dreariness of the room. Nothing could be more fortunate, he fancied, than the accident which had brought about this meeting. Daniel Granger was away. The flight, which was to be the preface of Clarissa's new existence, could not take place too soon. No time need be wasted on preparations which could only serve to betray. Her consent once gained, he had only to put her into a hackney coach and drive to the Marseilles station. Why should they not start that very night? There was a train that left Paris at 7, he knew. In 3 days they might be on the shores of the Adriatic. Chapter XLI. of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XLI. Mr. Granger's welcome home. Clarissa left the Rue de Morny at 3 o'clock that day. She had a round of calls to make, and for that reason had postponed her visit to her brother's painting room to a later hour than usual. The solemn dinner, which she shared with Miss Granger in stately solitude, took place at 7:30, until which hour she considered her time at her own disposal. Sophia spent that particular afternoon at home, illuminating the new Gothic texts for her schoolrooms at Arden. She had been seated at her work about an hour after Clarissa's departure, when the door opened behind her, and her father walked into the room. There had been no word of his return in his latest letter. He had only said generally in a previous epistle that he should come back directly the business that had called him to Yorkshire was settled. "Good gracious me, papa, how you startled me!" cried Miss Granger, dabbing at a spot of ultramarine which had fallen upon her work. It was not a very warm welcome, but when she had made the best she could of that unlucky blue spot, she laid down her brush and came over to her father, to whom she offered a rather chilly kiss. "You must be very tired, papa," she remarked, with striking originality. "Well, no, not exactly tired. We had a very fair passage; but the journey from Calais is tedious. It seems as if Calais oughtn't to be any farther from Paris than Dover is from London. There's something lopsided in it. I read the papers all the way. Where's Clary?" "Clarissa has gone to pay some visits." "Why didn't you go with her?" "I rarely do go with her, papa. Our sets are quite different, and I have other duties." "Duties! Pshaw! Messing with those paint brushes. You don't call that duty, I hope. You had much better have gone out with your stepmother." "I was not wanted, papa. Mrs. Granger has engagements which do not in the least concern me. I should only be in the way." "What do you mean by that, Sophia?" asked her father sternly. "And what do you mean by calling my wife Mrs. Granger?" "There are some people so uncongenial to each other, papa, that any pretence of friendship can be only the vilest hypocrisy," replied Sophia, turning very pale, and looking her father full in the face, like a person prepared to do battle. "I am very sorry to hear this, Sophia," said Mr. Granger; "for if this is really the case, it will be necessary for you to seek some other home. I will have no one in my house who cannot value my wife." "You would turn me out of doors, papa." "I should certainly endeavour to provide you with a more congenial, that was the word you used, I think, more congenial home." "Indeed!" exclaimed Sophia. "Then I suppose you quite approve of all my stepmother's conduct, of her frequent, almost daily visits to such a person as Mr. Austin." "Clarissa's visits to Austin? What, in heaven's name, do you mean?" "Why, papa, is it possible you are ignorant of the fact? I thought that, though my stepmother never talked to me of her visits to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, you of course knew all about them; though I hardly supposed you would encourage such an intimacy." "Encourage such an intimacy! You must be dreaming, girl. My wife visit a portrait painter, a single man!" "He is not a single man, papa. There is a wife, I understand; though he never mentioned her to us. And Clarissa visits them almost every day." "I don't believe it. What motive could she have for cultivating such people?" "I can't imagine, except that she is fond of that kind of society, and of painting. She may have gone to take lessons of Mr. Austin. He teaches, I know." Daniel Granger was silent. It was not impossible, and it would have been no crime on his wife's part, of course; but the idea that Clarissa could have done such a thing without his knowledge and approval offended him beyond measure. He could hardly realise the possibility of such an act. "There is some misapprehension on your part, Sophia, I am convinced," he said. "If Clarissa had wished to take drawing lessons from Austin, she would have told me so." "There is no possibility of a mistake on my part, papa. I am not in the habit of making statements which I cannot support." "Who told you of these visits? Clarissa herself?" "Oh, dear, no. Clarissa is not in the habit of telling me her affairs. I heard it from Warman; not in reply to any questioning of mine, I can assure you. But the thing has been so frequent that the servants have begun to talk about it. Of course I always make a point of discouraging any speculations upon my stepmother's conduct." The servants had begun to talk. His wife's intimacy with people of whom he knew scarcely anything had been going on so long as to provoke the gossip of the household, and he had heard nothing of it until this moment. The thought stung him to the quick. That domestic slander should have been busy with her name already; that she should have lived her own life so entirely without reference to him; both thoughts were alike bitter. Yet it was no new thing for him to know that she did not love him. He looked at his watch meditatively. "Has she gone there this afternoon, do you think?" he asked. "I think it is excessively probable. Warman tells me she has been there every afternoon during your absence." "She must have taken a strange fancy to these people. Austin's wife is some old schoolfellow of Clary's, perhaps." Miss Granger shook her head doubtfully. "I should hardly think that," she said. "There must be some reason, something that we cannot understand. She may have some delicacy about talking to me of these people. There may be something in their circumstances to—" "Yes," said Miss Granger, "there is something, no doubt. I have been assured of that from the first." "What did you say the address was?" "The Rue du Chevalier Bayard, No. 7." Mr. Granger left the room without another word. He was not a man to remain long in doubt upon any question that could be solved by prompt investigation. He went out into the hall, where a footman sat reading Galignani in the lamplight. "Has Mrs. Granger's carriage come back, Saunders?" he asked. "Yes, sir. The carriage has been back a quarter of an hour. I were out with my mistress." "Where is Mrs. Granger? In her own rooms?" "No, sir. Mrs. Granger didn't come home in the carriage. We drove her to the Shangs Elysy first, sir, and afterwards to the Rue de Cavalier Bernard, and Mr. Fairfax, he came down and told me my mistress wouldn't want the carriage to take her home." "Mr. Fairfax? In the Rue du Chevalier Bayard?" "Yes, sir. He's an intimate friend of Mr. Hostin's, I believe. Leastways, we've seen him there very often." George Fairfax! George Fairfax, a frequent guest of those people whom she visited! That slumbering demon, which had been sheltered in Daniel Granger's breast so long, arose rampant at the sound of this name. George Fairfax, the man he suspected in the past; the man whom he had done his best to keep out of his wife's pathway in the present; but who, by some fatality, was not to be avoided. Had Clarissa cultivated an intimacy with this Bohemian painter and his wife only for the sake of meeting George Fairfax without her husband's knowledge? To suppose this was to imagine a depth of depravity in the heart of the woman he loved; and he had believed her so pure, so noble a creature. The blow was heavy. He stood looking at his servant for a moment or so, paralysed; but except that one blank gaze, he gave no sign of his emotion. He only took up his hat, and went quietly out. "His looks was orful," the man said afterwards in the servants' hall. Sophia came out of the drawing room to look for her father, just a little disturbed by the thought of what she had done. She had gone too far, perhaps. There had been something in her father's look, when he asked her for that address, that had alarmed her. He was gone there, no doubt, to discover his wife's motives for those strange visits. Miss Granger's heart was not often fluttered as it was this evening. She could not settle to anything, as she said herself, but wandered up into the nursery, and stood by the dainty little cot, staring absently at her baby brother as he slept. If anything should happen, she thought, and that event which she vaguely foreshadowed was one that would leave the child motherless, I should make it my duty to superintend his rearing. No one should have the power to say that I was jealous of the brother who has robbed me of my heritage. Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 42. Caught in a Trap. It was dusk when Clarissa's carriage drove into the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, the dull grey gloaming of February, and the great bell of Notre Dame was booming 5. She had been paying visits of duty, talking banalities, in fashionable drawing rooms, and she was weary. She seemed to breathe a new life as she approached her brother's dwelling. Here there would be the free reckless utterance of minds that harmonised, of souls that sympathised, instead of stereotyped little scraps of gossip about the great world, of arid discussion of new plays and famous opera singers. She did not stop to ask any questions of the complacent porter. It was not her habit to do so. She had never yet failed to find Austin, or Austin's wife, at home at this hour. She went swiftly up the darksome staircase, where never a lamp was lighted to illumine the stranger, only an occasional candle thrust out of a doorway by some friendly hand. In the dusk of this particular evening there was not so much as a glimmer. The outer door was ajar, not such an uncommon thing as to occasion any surprise to Clarissa. She pushed it open and went in, across a dingy lobby some 4 feet square, on which abutted the kitchen, and into the salon. This was dark and empty; but one of the folding doors leading into the painting room was open, and she saw the warm glow of the fire shining on the old Flemish cabinets and the brazen chandelier. That glow of firelight had a comfortable look after the desolation and darkness of the salon. She went into the painting room. There was a tall figure standing by one of the windows, looming gigantic through the dusk, a figure she knew very well, but not Austin's. She looked quickly round the room, expecting to see her brother lounging by the chimney-piece, or wandering about somewhere in his desultory way; but there was no one else, only that tall figure by the window. The silence and emptiness of the place, and his presence, startled her a little. "Good evening, Mr. Fairfax," she said. "Isn't Austin here?" "Not at this moment. How do you do, Mrs. Granger?" And they shook hands. So commonplace a meeting might almost have disappointed the sentimental porter. "And Bessie?" Clarissa asked. "She too is out of the way for the moment," replied George Fairfax, glancing out of the window. "You came in your carriage, I suppose, Mrs. Granger? If you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll just run and see if Austin has come in again." He went quickly out of the room and downstairs, not to look for Austin Lovel, who was on his way to Brussels by this time, but to tell Mrs. Granger's coachman she had no farther use for the carriage, and would not be home to dinner. The man looked a little surprised at this order, but Mr. Fairfax's tone was too peremptory to be unauthorized, so he drove homeward without hesitation. Clarissa was seated in her favourite easy-chair, looking pensively at the wood-fire, when George Fairfax came back. She heard his returning footsteps, and the sharp click of a key turning in the outer door. This sound set her wondering. What door was that being locked, and by whom? Mr. Fairfax came into the painting room. It was the crisis of his life, he told himself. If he failed to obtain some promise from her to night, some definite pledge of his future happiness, he could never hope to succeed. "Time and I against any two," he had said to himself sometimes in relation to this business. He had been content to bide his time, but the golden opportunity had come at last. If he failed to night, he failed for ever. "Is he coming?" Clarissa asked rather anxiously. There was something ominous in the stillness of the place, and the absence of any sign of life except George Fairfax's presence. "Not immediately. Don't alarm yourself," he said hurriedly, as Clarissa rose with a frightened look. "There is nothing really wrong, only there are circumstances that I felt it better to break to you gently. Yet I fear I am an awkward hand at doing that, at the best. The fact is, your brother has left Paris." "Left Paris?" "Yes, only a couple of hours ago." And then Mr. Fairfax went on to tell the story of Austin's departure, making as light of it as he could, and with no word of that letter which had been given him to deliver. The news was a shock to Clarissa. Very well did she remember what her brother had told her about the probability of his being compelled to cut Paris. It had come, then, some new disgrace, and banished him from the city he loved, the city in which his talents had won for him a budding reputation, that might have blossomed into fame if he had only been a wiser and a better man. She heard George Fairfax in silence, her head bowed with shame. This man was her brother, and she loved him so dearly. "Do you know where they have gone?" she asked at last. "To Brussels. He may do very well there, no doubt, if he will only keep himself steady, turn his back upon the rackety society he is so fond of, and work honestly at his art. It is a place where they can live more cheaply, too, than they could here." "I am so sorry they are gone without a word of parting. It must have been very sudden." "Yes, I believe the necessity for the journey arose quite suddenly, or it may have been hanging over your brother for a long time, and he may have shut his eyes to the fact until the last moment. He is such a fellow for taking things easily. However, he did not enter into explanations with me." "Poor Austin! What a wretched life!" Clarissa rose and moved slowly towards the folding doors. George Fairfax stopped her at the threshold, and quietly closed the door. Don't go yet, Clarissa. I want to speak to you." His tone told her what was coming. The scene in the conservatory was to be acted over again. This was the first time they had been actually alone since that too well remembered night. She drew herself up haughtily. A woman's weakness makes her desperate in such a case as this. "I have no time to talk now, Mr. Fairfax. I am going home." "Not yet, Clarissa. I have waited a long time for this chance. I am determined to say my say." "You will not compel me to listen to you." "Compel is a very hard word. I beseech you to hear me. My future life depends on what I have to say, and on your answer." "I cannot hear a word. I will not remain a moment." "The door yonder is locked, Clarissa, and the key in my pocket. Brutal, you will say. The circumstances of our lives have left me no option. I have watched and waited for such an opportunity as this. And now, Clarissa, you shall hear me. Do you remember that night in the orchard, when you drove me away by your coldness and obstinacy? And yet you loved me. You have owned it since. Oh, my darling, how I have hated myself for my dulness that night, hated myself for not having seized you in my arms, if need were, and carried you off to the end of the world to make you my wife. What a fool and craven I must have been to be put off so easily." "Nothing can be more foolish than to discuss the past, Mr. Fairfax," replied Clarissa in a low voice that trembled a little. "You have made me do wrong more than once in my life. There must be an end of this. What would my husband think if he could hear you? What would he think of me for listening to you? Let me pass, if you please, and God grant that we may never meet again after to-night." "God grant that we may never part, Clarissa." "O, my love, for pity's sake be reasonable. We are not children to play fast and loose with our lives. You love me, Clary. No sweet-spoken pretences, no stereotyped denials, will convince me. You love me, my darling, and the world is all before us. I have mapped out our future. No sorrow or discredit shall ever come nigh you. Trust a lover's foresight for that. Whatever difficulties may lie in our pathway are difficulties that I will face and conquer, alone. You have only to forget that you have ever been Daniel Granger's wife, and leave Paris with me to-night." "Mr. Fairfax, are you mad?" "Never more reasonable, never so much in earnest. Come with me, Clarissa. It is not a sacrifice that I ask from you. I offer you a release. Do you think there is any virtue or beauty in your present life, or any merit in continuing it? From first to last your existence is a lie. Do you think a wedding ring redeems the honour of a woman who sells herself for money? There is no slavery more degrading than the bondage of such an alliance." "Open the door, Mr. Fairfax, and let me go." His reproaches stung her to the quick. They were so bitterly true. "Not till you have heard me, my darling, not till you have heard me out." His tone changed all at once, softening into ineffable tenderness. He told her of his love with words of deeper passion than he had ever spoken yet, words that went home to the heart that loved him. For a moment, listening to that impassioned pleading, it seemed to Clarissa that this verily was life indeed, that to be so loved was in itself alone the perfect joy and fulness of existence, leaving nothing more to be desired, making shame as nothing in the balance. In that one moment the guilty heart was well nigh yielding. The bewildered brain could scarcely maintain the conflict of thought and feeling. Then suddenly this mental agony changed to a strange dulness. A mist rose between Clarissa and the eager face of her lover. She was nearer fainting than she had ever been in her life before. George Fairfax saw her face whiten, and the slender figure totter ever so slightly. In a moment a strong arm was round her. The weary head sank on his shoulder. "My darling," he whispered, "why not leave Paris to-night? It cannot be too soon. Your husband is away. We shall have a start of 2 or 3 days, and avoid all risk of pursuit." "Not quite," said a voice close behind him, and looking round, George Fairfax saw one of the folding doors open, and Daniel Granger standing on the threshold. The locked outer door had availed the traitor nothing. Mr. Granger had come upstairs with a porter, who carried a bunch of duplicate keys in his pocket. Clarissa gave a sudden cry, which rose in the next instant to a shrill scream. 2 men were struggling in the doorway, grappling each other savagely for one dreadful minute of confusion and agony. Then one fell heavily, his head crashing against the angle of the doorway, and lay at full length, with his white face looking up to the ceiling. This was George Fairfax. Clarissa threw herself upon her knees beside the prostrate figure. "George! George!" she cried piteously. It was the first time she had ever uttered his Christian name, except in her dreams. And yet it came to her lips as naturally in that moment of supreme agony as if it had been their everyday utterance. "George! George!" she cried again, bending down to gaze at the white blank face dimly visible in the firelight. And then, with a still sharper anguish, "He is dead!" The sight of that kneeling figure, the sound of that piteous imploring voice, was well nigh maddening to Daniel Granger. He caught his wife by the arm, and dragged her up from her knees with no tender hand. "You have killed him!" she said. "I hope I have." Whatever latent passion there was in this man's nature was at white heat now. An awful fury possessed him. He seemed transformed by the intensity of his anger. His bulky figure rose taller. His full grey eyes shone with a pitiless light under the straight stern brows. "Yes," he said, "I hope I have killed your lover." "My lover?" "Your lover, the man with whom you were to have left Paris to night. Your lover, the man you have met in this convenient rendezvous day after day for the last 2 months. Your lover, the man you loved before you did me the honour to accept the use of my fortune, and whom you have loved ever since." "Yes," cried Clarissa, with a wild hysterical laugh, "my lover! You are right. I am the most miserable woman upon earth, for I love him." "I am glad you do not deny it. Stand out of the way, if you please, and let me see if I have killed him." There were a pair of half-burned wax candles on the mantelpiece. Mr. Granger lighted one of them, and then knelt down beside the prostrate figure with the candle in his hand. George Fairfax had given no sign of life as yet. There had not been so much as a groan. He opened his enemy's waistcoat, and laid his hand above the region of the heart. Yes, there was life still, a dull beating. The wretch was not dead. While he knelt thus, with his hand upon George Fairfax's heart, a massive chain, loosened from its moorings, fell across his wrist. Attached to the chain there was a locket, a large gold locket with a diamond cross, one of the ornaments that Daniel Granger had given to his wife. He remembered it well. It was a very trifle among the gifts he had showered upon her, but he remembered it well. If this had been the one solitary gem he had given to his wife, he could not have been quicker to recognise it, or more certain of its identity. He took it in the palm of his hand and touched the spring, holding the candle still in the other hand. The locket flew open, and he saw the ring of silky brown hair and the inscription, "From Clarissa." He looked up at his wife with a smile. Such a smile! "You might have afforded your lover something better than a second-hand souvenir," he said. Clarissa's eyes wandered from the still white face, with its awful closed eyes, only to rest for a moment on the unlucky locket. "I gave that to my sister-in-law," she said indifferently. "Heaven only knows how he came by it." And then in a different tone she asked, "Why don't you do something for him? Why don't you fetch some one? Do you want him to die?" "Yes. Do you think anything less than his death would satisfy me? Don't alarm yourself. I am not going to kill him. I was quite ready to do it just now in hot blood. But he is safe enough now. What good would there be in making an end of him? There are 2 of you in it." "You can kill me if you like," said Clarissa. "Except for my child's sake, I have little wish to live." "For your child's sake!" echoed her husband scornfully. "Do you think there is anything in common between my son and you, after to night?" He dropped the locket on George Fairfax's breast with a contemptuous gesture, as if he had been throwing away a handful of dirt. That folly had cost dearly enough. "I'll go and fetch some one," he said. "Don't let your distraction make you forget that the man wants all the air he can get. You had better stand away from him." Clarissa obeyed mechanically. She stood a little way off, staring at that lifeless figure, while Daniel Granger went to fetch the porter. The house was large, and at this time in the evening for the most part untenanted, and Austin's painting room was over the arched carriage-way. Thus it happened that no one had heard that fall of George Fairfax's. Mr. Granger explained briefly that the gentleman had had a fall, and was stunned. Would the porter fetch the nearest doctor? The man looked at him rather suspiciously. The lovely lady's arrival in the gloaming, a locked door, this middle-aged Englishman's eagerness to get into the rooms, and now a fall and the young Englishman is disabled. The leaf out of a romance began to assume a darker aspect. There had been murder done, perhaps, up yonder. The porter's comprehensive vision surveyed the things that might be. The house fallen into evil repute by reason of this crime, and bereft of lodgers. The porter was an elderly man, and did not care to shift his household goods. "What have they come to do up there?" he asked. "I think I had better fetch the sergent de ville." "You are quite at liberty to do that, provided you bring a doctor along with him," replied Daniel Granger coolly, and then turned on his heel and walked upstairs again. He roamed through the empty rooms with a candle in his hand, until he found a bottle of water, some portion of which he dashed into his enemy's face, kneeling by his side to do it, but with a cool off-hand air, as if he were reviving a dog, and that a dog upon which he set no value. George Fairfax opened his eyes, very slowly, and groaned aloud. "Oh, God, my head!" he said. "What a blow!" He had a sensation of lying at the bottom of a steep hill, on a sharp inclined plane as it were, with his feet uppermost, a sense of suffocation too, as if his throat had been full of blood. There seemed to him to be blood in his eyes also, and he could only see things in a dim cloudy way. A room, what room he could not remember, one candle flaring on the mantelpiece, and the light of an expiring fire. Of the things that had happened to him immediately before that struggle and that fall, he had for the time being no memory. But by slow degrees it dawned upon him that this was Austin Lovel's painting room. "Where the devil are you, Austin?" he asked impatiently. "Can't you pick a fellow up?" A grasp stronger than ever Austin Lovel's had been dragged him to his feet, and half led, half pushed him into the nearest chair. He sat there, staring blankly before him. Clarissa had moved away from him, and stood amid the deep shadows at the other end of the studio, waiting for her doom. It seemed to her to matter very little what that doom should be. Perfect ruin had come upon her. The porter came in presently with a doctor, a little old grey-headed man, who wore spectacles, and had an ancient doddering manner not calculated to inspire beholders with any great belief in his capacity. He bowed to Mr. Granger in an old-fashioned ceremonious way, and went over to the patient. "A fall, I believe you say, monsieur?" he said. "Yes, a fall. He struck his head against the angle of that doorway." Mr. Granger omitted to state that it was a blow between the eyes from his clenched fist which had felled George Fairfax, a blow sent straight out from the powerful shoulder. "There was no seizure, no fit of any kind, I hope?" "No." The patient had recovered himself considerably by this time, and twitched his wrist rather impatiently from the little doctor's timid grasp. "I am well enough now," he said in a thick voice. "There was no occasion to send for a medical man. I stumbled at the doorway yonder, and knocked my head in falling, that's all." The Frenchman was manipulating Mr. Fairfax's cranium with cautious fingers. "There is a considerable swelling at the back of the skull," he said, "but there appears to have been another blow on the forehead. There is a puffiness, and a slight abrasion of the skin." Mr. Fairfax extricated his head from this investigation by standing up, suddenly out of reach of the small doctor. He staggered a little as he rose to his feet, but recovered himself after a moment or so, and stood firmly enough, with his hand resting on the back of the chair. "If you will be good enough to accept this by way of fee," he said, slipping a napoleon into the doctor's hand, "I need give you no farther trouble." The old man looked rather suspiciously from Mr. Fairfax to Mr. Granger, and then back again. There was something queer in the business evidently, but a napoleon was a napoleon, and his fees were neither large nor numerous. He coughed feebly behind his hand, hesitated a little, and then with a sliding bow slipped from the room. The porter lingered, determined to see the end of the romance at any rate. It was not long. "Are you ready to come away?" Daniel Granger asked his wife, in a cold stern voice; and then turning to George Fairfax, he said, "You know where to find me, sir, when you wish to settle the score between us." "I shall call upon you to morrow morning, Mr. Granger." Clarissa looked at George Fairfax piteously for a moment, wondering if he had been much hurt, if there were any danger to be feared from the effects of that crushing fall. Never for an instant of her life had she meant to be false to her husband; but she loved this man, and her secret being discovered now, she deemed that the bond between her and Daniel Granger was broken. She looked at George Fairfax with that brief yearning look, just long enough to see that he was deadly pale, and then left the room with her husband, obeying him mechanically. They went down the darksome staircase, which had grown so familiar to Clarissa, out into the empty street. There was a hackney carriage waiting near the archway, the carriage that had brought Mr. Granger. He put his wife into it without a word, and took his seat opposite to her, and so they drove home in profound silence. Clarissa went straight to her room, the dressing room in which Daniel Granger had talked to her the night before he went to England. How well she remembered his words, and her own inclination to tell him everything. If she had only obeyed that impulse, if she had only confessed the truth, the shame and ignominy of to-night would have been avoided. There would have been no chance of that fatal meeting with George Fairfax. Her husband would have sheltered her from danger and temptation, would have saved her from herself. Vain regrets! The horror of that scene was still present with her, must remain so present with her till the end of her life, she thought. Those two men grappling each other, and then the fall, the tall figure crashing down with the force of a descending giant, as it had seemed to that terror-stricken spectator. For a long time she sat thinking of that awful moment, thinking of it with a concentration which left no capacity for any other thought in her mind. Her maid had come to her, and removed her out of door garments, and stirred the fire, and had set out a dainty little tea tray on a table close at hand, hovering about her mistress with a sympathetic air, conscious that there was something amiss. But Clarissa had been hardly aware of the girl's presence. She was living over again the agony of that moment in which she thought George Fairfax was dead. This could not last for ever. She woke by and by to the thought of her child, with her husband's bitter words ringing in her ears. "Do you think there is anything in common between my son and you after to night?" "Perhaps they will shut me out of my nursery," she thought. The rooms sacred to Lovel Granger were on the same floor as her own. She had stipulated that it should be so. She went out into the corridor from which all the rooms opened. All was silent. The boy had gone to bed, of course, by this time. Very seldom had she been absent at the hour of his retirement. It had been her habit to spend a stolen half hour in the nursery just before dressing for dinner, or to have her boy brought to her dressing room, one of the happiest half hours in her day. No one barred her entrance to the nursery. Mrs. Brobson was sitting by the fire, making believe to be busy at needlework, with the under nurse in attendance, a buxom damsel, whose elbows rested on the table as she conversed with her superior. Both looked up in some slight confusion at Clarissa's entrance. They had been talking about her, she thought, but with a supreme indifference. No petty household slander could trouble her in her great sorrow. She went on towards the inner room, where her darling slept, the head nurse following obsequiously with a candle. In the night nursery there was only the subdued light of a shaded lamp. "Thank you, Mrs. Brobson, but I don't want any more light," Clarissa said quietly. "I'm going to sit with baby for a little while. Take the candle away, please. It may wake him." It was the first time she had spoken since she had left the Rue du Chevalier Bayard. Her own voice sounded strange to her, and yet its tone could scarcely have betrayed less agitation. "The second dinner bell has rung, ma'am," Mrs. Brobson said, with a timorously suggestive air. "I don't know whether you are aware." "Yes, I know; but I am not going down to dinner. I have a wretched headache. You can tell Target to say so, if they send for me." "Yes, ma'am; but you'll have something sent up, won't you?" "Not yet. By and by, perhaps, I'll take a cup of tea in my dressing room. Go and tell Target, please, Mrs. Brobson. Mr. Granger may be waiting dinner." She was so anxious to get rid of the woman, to be alone with her baby. She sat down by the cot. Oh, inestimable treasure! Had she held him so lightly as to give any other a place in her heart? To harbour any guilty thought was to have sinned against this white-souled innocent. If those clear eyes, which looked up from her breast sometimes with such angelic tenderness, could have read the secrets of her sinful heart, how could she have dared to meet their steadfast gaze? To night that sleeping baby seemed something more to her than her child. He was her judge. "O my love, my love, I am not good enough to have you for my son," she murmured, sobbing, as she knelt by his side, resting her tired head upon his pillow, thinking idly how sweet it would be to die thus, and make an end of all this evil. She stayed with her child for more than an hour undisturbed, wondering whether there would be any attempt to take him away from her, whether there was any serious meaning in those pitiless words of Daniel Granger's. Could he think for a moment that she would surrender him? Could he suppose that she would lose this very life of her life, and live? At a little after 9 o'clock she heard the door of the outer nursery open, and a masculine step in the room, her husband's. The door between the two nurseries was half open. She could hear every word that was spoken. She could see Daniel Granger's figure, straight and tall and ponderous, as he stood by the table talking to Mrs. Brobson. "I am going back to Arden the day after to morrow, Brobson," he said. "You will have everything ready, if you please." "Oh, certainly, sir, we can be ready. And I'm sure I shall rejoice to see our own house again, after all the ill conveniences of this place." And Mrs. Brobson looked round the handsomely furnished apartment as if it had been a hovel. "Frenchified ways don't suit me," she remarked. "If, when they was furnishing their houses, they laid out more money upon water jugs and wash-hand basins, and less upon clocks and candelabras, it would do them more credit; and if there was a chair to be had not covered with red velvet, it would be a comfort. Luxury is luxury, but you may overdo it." This complaint, murmured in a confidential tone, passed unnoticed by Daniel Granger. "Thursday morning, then, Mrs. Brobson, remember. The train leaves at 7. You'll have to be very early." "It can't be too early for me." "I'm glad to hear it. I'll go in and take a look at the child. Asleep, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, fast asleep." He went into the dimly lighted chamber, not expecting to see that kneeling figure by the cot. He gave a little start at seeing it, and stood aloof, as if there had been infection that way. Whatever he might feel or think, he could scarcely order his wife away from her son's bedside. Her son. Yes, there was the sting. However he might put her away from himself, he could not utterly sever that bond. He would do his best, but in the days to come his boy might revolt against him, and elect to follow that guilty mother. He had loved her so fondly, he had trusted her so completely, and his anger against her was so much the stronger because of this. He could not forgive her for having made him so weak a dupe. Her own ignominy, and he deemed her the most shameful of women, was not so deep as his disgrace. He stood aloof, looking at his sleeping boy, looking across the kneeling figure as if not seeing it, but with a smouldering anger in his eyes that betrayed his consciousness of his wife's presence. She raised her haggard eyes to his face. The time would come when she would have to tell him her story, to make some attempt to justify herself, to plead for his pardon, but not yet. There was time enough for that. She felt that the severance between them was utter. He might believe, he might forgive her, but he would never give her his heart again. She felt that this was so, and submitted to the justice of the forfeiture. Nor had she loved him well enough to feel this loss acutely. Her one absorbing agony was the fear of losing her child. Daniel Granger stood for a little while watching his son's placid slumber, and then left the room without a word. What could he say to his wife? His anger was much too great for words. But there was something more than anger. There was a revulsion of feeling, that made the woman he had loved seem hateful to him, hateful in her fatal beauty, as a snake is hateful in its lithe grace and silvery sheen. She had deceived him so completely. There was something to his mind beyond measure dastardly in her stolen meetings with George Fairfax, and he set down all her visits to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard to that account. She had smiled in his face, and had gone every other day to meet her lover. Clarissa stayed with her child all that night. The servants would wonder and speculate, no doubt. She knew that, but she could not bring herself to leave him. She had all manner of fantastic fears about him. They would steal him from her in the night, perhaps. That order of Daniel Granger's about Thursday morning might be only a ruse. She laid herself down upon a sofa near the cot, and pretended to sleep until the nurse had gone to bed, after endless fussings and rustlings and movings to and fro, that were torture to Mrs. Granger's nerves; and then listened and watched all the night through. No one came. The wintry morning dawned, and found her child still slumbering sweetly, the rosy lips ever so slightly parted, golden tinted lashes lying on the round pink cheeks. She smiled at her own folly, as she sat watching him in that welcome daylight. What had she expected? Daniel Granger was not an ogre. He could not take her child from her. Her child! The thought that the boy was his child very rarely presented itself to her. Yet it had been suggested rather forcibly by those bitter words of her husband's. "Do you think there is anything in common between my son and you after to-night?" For Daniel Granger and herself there might be parting, an eternal severance, but there could be no creature so cruel as to rob her of her child. She stayed with him during his morning ablutions, saw him splash and kick in the water with the infantine exuberance that mothers love to behold, fondly deeming that no baby ever so splashed or so kicked before; saw him arrayed in his pretty blue braided frock, and dainty lace bedizened cambric pinafore. What a wealth of finery and prettiness had been lavished upon the little mortal, who would have been infinitely happier dressed in rags and making mud pies in a gutter, than in his splendid raiment and well-furnished nursery; an uninteresting nursery, where there were no cupboards full of broken waggons and headless horses, flat-nosed dolls and armless grenadiers, the cast-off playthings of a flock of brothers and sisters, a very chaos of rapture for the fingers of infancy. Only a few expensive toys from a fashionable purveyor, things that went by machinery, darting forward a little way with convulsive jerks and unearthly choking noises, and then tumbling ignominiously on one side. Clarissa stayed with the Heir of Arden until the clock in the day nursery struck 9, and then went to her dressing-room, looking very pale and haggard after her sleepless night. In the corridor she met her husband. He bent his head gravely at sight of her, as he might have saluted a stranger whom he encountered in his own house. "I shall be glad to speak to you for a quarter of an hour by and by," he said. "What time would suit you best?" "Whenever you please. I shall be in my dressing-room," she answered quietly; and then, growing desperate in her desire to know her fate, she exclaimed, "But, oh, Daniel, are we really going back to Arden to-morrow?" "We are not," he said, with a repelling look. "My children are going back to-morrow. I contemplate other arrangements for you." "You mean to separate my baby and me?" she cried incredulously. "This is neither the place nor the time for any discussion about that. I will come to your dressing-room by and by." I will not be parted from my child." "That is a question which I have to settle." "Do not make any mistake, Mr. Granger," Clarissa said firmly, facing him with a dauntless look that surprised him a little. Yet what cannot a woman dare, if she can betray the man who has loved and trusted her? "You may do what you please with me, but I will not submit to have my child taken from me." "I do not like talking in passages," said her husband. "If you insist upon discussing this matter now, we had better go into your room." They were close to the dressing room door. He opened it, and they went in. The fire was burning brightly, and the small round table neatly laid for breakfast. Clarissa had been in the habit of using this apartment as her morning room. There were books and drawing materials, a table with a drawing board upon it, and a half finished sketch. She sank down into a chair near the fire, too weak to stand. Her husband stood opposite to her. She noticed idly that he was dressed with his usual businesslike neatness, and that there was no sign of mental anguish in his aspect. He seemed very cold, and hard, and cruel, as he stood before her, strong in his position as an injured man. "I am not going to talk about last night any more than I am positively obliged," he said. "Nothing that I or you could say would alter the facts of the case, or my estimation of them. I have made my plans for the future. Sophia and Lovel will go back to Yorkshire to morrow. You will go with me to Spa, where I shall place you under your father's protection. Your future life will be free from the burden of my society." "I am quite willing to go back to my father," replied Clarissa, in a voice that trembled a little. She had expected him to be very angry, but not so hard and cold as this; not able to deal with her wrongdoing in such a businesslike manner, to dismiss her and her sin as coolly as if he had been parting with a servant who had offended him. "I am ready to go to my father," she repeated, steadying her voice with an effort; "but I will go nowhere without my child." "We will see about that," said Mr. Granger, "and how the law will treat your claims, if you care to advance them, which I should suppose unlikely. I have no compunction about the justice of my decision. You will go nowhere without your child, you say. Did you think of that last night when your lover was persuading you to leave Paris?" "What!" cried Clarissa aghast. "Do you imagine that I had any thought of going with him, or that I heard him with my free will?" "I do not speculate upon that point; but to my mind the fact of his asking you to run away with him argues a foregone conclusion. A man rarely comes to that until he has established a right to make the request. All I know is, that I saw you on your knees by your lover, and that you were candid enough to acknowledge your affection for him. This knowledge is quite sufficient to influence my decision as to my son's future. It must not be spent with Mr. Fairfax's mistress." Clarissa rose at the word, with a shrill indignant cry. For a few moments she stood looking at her accuser, magnificent in her anger and surprise. "You dare to call me that!" she exclaimed. "I dare to call you what I believe you to be." "What? I find you in an obscure house, with locked doors. You go to meet your lover alone, and I am to think nothing." "Never alone until last night, and then not with my consent. I went to see Mr. and Mrs. Austin. I did not know they had left Paris." "But their departure was very convenient, was it not? It enabled your lover to plead his cause, to make arrangements for your flight. You were to have 3 days' start of me. Why should we bandy words about that shameful business? You have told me that you love him. That is enough." "Yes," she said, with the anger and defiance gone out of her face and manner. "I have been weak and guilty; but not as guilty as you suppose. I have done nothing to forfeit my right to my son. You shall not part us." "You had better tell your maid you are going on a journey to morrow. She will have to pack your things, your jewels, and all you care to take." "I shall tell her nothing. Remember what I have said. I will not be separated from Lovel." "In that case I must give the necessary orders myself," said Mr. Granger coolly; and saying this, he left the room to look for his wife's maid. Jane Target, the maid, came in presently. She was a young woman chosen for Clarissa's service by Mrs. Oliver, a girl whose childhood had been spent at Arden, and to whose childish imagination the Lovels of Arden Court had always seemed the greatest people in the world. The girl poured out her mistress's tea, and persuaded her to take something. She perceived that there was something amiss, some serious misunderstanding between Clarissa and her husband. Had not the business been fully discussed in the Areopagus downstairs, all those unaccountable visits to the street near the Luxembourg, and Mr. Fairfax's order to the coachman? "Nor it ain't the first time I've seen him there neither," Jarvis had remarked. "Me and Saunders have noticed him ever so many times, dropping in promiscuous like while Mrs. G. was there. Fishy, to say the least of it." Jane Target was very fond of her mistress, and would as soon have doubted that the sun was fire as suspected any flaw in Clarissa's integrity. She had spoken her mind more than once upon this subject in the servants' hall, and had put the bulky Jarvis to shame. "Do, ma'am, eat something," she pleaded, when she had poured out the tea. "You had no dinner yesterday, and no tea, unless you had it in the nursery. You'll be fit for nothing if you go on like this." Fit for nothing. The phrase roused Clarissa from her apathy. Too weak to do battle for her right to the custody of her child, she thought; and, influenced by this idea, she struggled through a tolerable breakfast, eating delicate petit pain which tasted like ashes, and drinking strong tea with a feverish eagerness. The tea fortified her nerves. She got up and paced her room, thinking what she ought to do. Daniel Granger was going to take her child from her, that was certain, unless by some desperate means she secured her darling to herself. Nothing could be harder or more pitiless than his manner that morning. The doors of Arden Court were to be shut against her. "And I sold myself for Arden," she thought bitterly. She fancied how the record of her life would stand by and by, like a verse in those chronicles which Sophia was so fond of. And Clarissa reigned a year and a half, and did that which was evil, and so on. Very brief had been her glory, very deep was her disgrace. What was she to do? Carry her child away before they could take him from her, secure him to herself somehow. If it were to be done at all, it must be done quickly, and who had she to help her in this hour of desperate need? She looked at Jane Target, who was standing by the dressing table dusting the gold-topped scent bottles and innumerable prettinesses scattered there, the costly trifles with which women who are not really happy strive to create for themselves a fictitious kind of happiness. The girl was lingering over her work, loath to leave her mistress unless actually dismissed. Jane Target. Clarissa remembered her a flaxen-haired cottage girl, with an honest freckled face and a calico bonnet; a girl who was always swinging on 5-barred gates, or overturning a baby brother out of a primitive wooden cart. Surely this girl was faithful, and would help her in her extremity. In all the world there was no other creature to whom she could appeal. "Jane," she said at last, stopping before the girl and looking at her with earnest questioning eyes, "I think I can trust you." "Indeed you can, ma'am," answered Jane, throwing down her feather dusting brush to clasp her hands impetuously. "There's nothing in this world I would not do to prove myself true to you." "I am in great trouble, Jane." "I know that, ma'am," the girl answered frankly. "I daresay you know something of the cause. My husband is angry about an accidental meeting which arose between a gentleman and me. It was entirely accidental on my part, but he does not choose to believe this, and—" The thought of Daniel Granger's accusation flashed upon her in this moment in all its horror, and she broke down, sobbing hysterically. The girl brought her mistress a chair, and was on her knees beside her in a moment, comforting her and imploring her to be calm. "The trouble will pass away, ma'am," said the maid soothingly. "Mr. Granger will come to see his mistake. He can't be angry with you long, I'm sure. He loves you so." "Yes, yes, he has been very good to me, better than I have ever deserved. But that is all over now. He won't believe me. He will hardly listen to me. He's going to take away my boy, Jane." "Going to take away Master Lovel?" "Yes. My darling is to go back to Arden, and I am to go to papa." "What!" cried Jane Target, all the woman taking fire in her honest heart. "Part mother and child! He couldn't do that; or if he could, he shouldn't, while I had the power to hinder him. How are we to prevent him, Jane, you and I?" "Let's take the darling away, ma'am, before he can stop us." "You dear good soul," cried Clarissa, "it's the very thing I've been thinking of. Heaven knows how it is to be done, but it must be done somehow. And you will come with me, Jane? And you will be brave all for me, you good generous girl?" "Lor, ma'am, what do you think I'm frightened of? Not that stuck-up Mrs. Brobson, with her grand airs, and as lazy as the voice of the sluggard into the bargain. Just you make up your mind, ma'am, where you'd like to go, and when you'd like to start, and I shall walk into the nursery as bold as brass, and say I want Master Lovel to come and amuse his mar for half an hour. And once we've got him safe in this room, the rest is easy. Part mother and child, indeed! I should like to see him do it. I warrant we'll soon bring Mr. Granger to his senses." Where to go? Yes, there was the rub. What a friendless creature Clarissa Granger felt, as she pondered on this serious question. To her brother? Yes, he was the only friend she would care to trust in this emergency. But how was she to find him? Brussels was a large place, and she had no clue to his whereabouts there. Could she feel even sure that he had really gone to Brussels? Somewhither she must go, however, that was certain. It could matter very little where she found a refuge, if only she had her darling with her. So the two women consulted together, and plotted and planned in Clarissa's sanctum, while Daniel Granger paced up and down the great dreary drawing-room, waiting for that promised visit from George Fairfax. Chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Lovels of Arden. This recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 43. Clarissa's Elopement. Mr. Fairfax came a little after noon; came with a calm, grave aspect, as of a man who had serious work before him. With all his heart he wished that the days of duelling had not been over; that he could have sent his best friend to Daniel Granger, and made an end of the quarrel in a gentlemanlike way, in some obscure alley at Vincennes, or amidst the shadowy aisles of Saint Germain. But a duel nowadays is too complete an anachronism for an Englishman to propose in cold blood. Mr. Fairfax came to his enemy's house for one special purpose. The woman he loved was in Daniel Granger's power. It was his duty to explain that fatal meeting in Austin's rooms, to justify Clarissa's conduct in the eyes of her husband. It was not that he meant to surrender his hope of their future union. Indeed, he hoped that the scene of the previous evening would bring about a speedy separation between husband and wife. But he had placed her in a false position. She was innocent, and he was bound to assert her innocence. He found Daniel Granger like a man of iron, fully justifying that phrase of Lady Laura's, carré par la base. The ignominy of his own position came fully home to him at the first moment of their meeting. He remembered the day when he had liked and respected this man. He could not despise him now. He was conscious that he carried the mark of last night's skirmish in an unpleasantly conspicuous manner. That straight-out blow of Daniel Granger's had left a discoloration of the skin, what in a meaner man might have been called a black eye. He too had hit hard in that brief tussle, but no stroke of his had told like that blow of the Yorkshireman's. Mr. Granger bore no trace of the encounter. The two men met with as serene an air as if they had never grappled each other savagely in the twilight. "I considered it due to Mrs. Granger that I should call upon you," George Fairfax began, "in order to explain her part in the affair of last night." "Go on, sir. The old story, of course. Mrs. Granger is spotless. It is only appearances that are against her. So far as she is concerned, our meeting yesterday afternoon was an accident. She came there to see another person." "Indeed. Mr. Austin the painter, I suppose? A man who painted her portrait, and who had no farther acquaintance with her than that. A very convenient person, it seems, since she was in the habit of going to his rooms nearly every afternoon, and I suppose the same kind of accident as that of yesterday generally brought you there at the same time." "Mrs. Granger went to see her brother." "Her brother?" "Yes, Austin Lovel, otherwise Mr. Austin the painter. I have been pledged to him to keep his identity a secret; but I feel myself at liberty to break my promise now, in his sister's justification." "You mean that the man who came to this house as a stranger is my wife's brother?" "I do." "What duplicity! And this is the woman I trusted!" "There was no voluntary duplicity on your wife's part. I know that she was most anxious you should be told the truth." "You know! Yes, of course. You are in my wife's confidence, an honour I have never enjoyed." "It was Austin who objected to make himself known to you." "I scarcely wonder at that, considering his antecedents. The whole thing has been very cleverly done, Mr. Fairfax, and I acknowledge myself completely duped. I don't think there is any occasion for us to discuss the subject farther. Nothing that you could say would alter my estimation of the events of last night. I regret that I suffered myself to be betrayed into any violence. That kind of thing is behind the times. We have wiser remedies for our wrongs nowadays." "You do not mean that you would degrade your wife in a law court?" cried Mr. Fairfax. "Any legal investigation must infallibly establish her innocence; but no woman's name can escape untainted from such an ordeal." "No, I am not likely to do that. I have a son, Mr. Fairfax. As for my wife, my plans are formed. It is not in the power of any one living to alter them." "Then it is useless for me to say more. On the honour of a gentleman, I have told you nothing but the truth. Your wife is innocent." "She is not guiltless of having listened to you. That is quite enough for me." "I have done, sir," said George Fairfax gravely, and with a bow and a somewhat cynical smile, departed. He had done what he felt himself bound to do. He had no ardent wish to patch up the broken union between Clarissa and her husband. From the first hour in which he heard of her marriage, he had held it in jealous abhorrence. He had very little compunction about what had happened. It must bring matters to a crisis, he thought. In the meantime, he would have given a great deal to be able to communicate with Clarissa, and began accordingly to deliberate how that might best be done. He did not deliberate long, for while he was meditating all manner of roundabout modes of approach, He suddenly remembered how Austin Lovel had told him he always wrote to his sister under cover to her maid. All he had to do, therefore, was to find out the maid's name. That would be easy enough, Mr. Fairfax imagined, if his servant was good for anything. The days of Leporello are over, but a well-bred valet may still have some talent for diplomacy. "My fellow has only to waylay one of Granger's grooms," Mr. Fairfax said to himself, "and he can get the information I want readily enough." There was not much time to be lost, he thought. Mr. Granger had spoken of his plans with a certain air of decision. Those plans involved some change of residence, no doubt. He would take his wife away from Paris, punish her by swift banishment from that brilliant city, bury her alive at Arden Court, and watch her with the eyes of a lynx for the rest of his life. "Let him watch you ever so closely, or shut you in what prison he may, I will find a door of escape for you, my darling," he said to himself. The mistress and maid were busy meanwhile, making arrangements for a sudden flight. There was very little packing to be done, for they could take nothing, or scarcely anything, with them. The great difficulty would be to get the child out of the house. After a good deal of deliberation, they had decided the manner in which their attempt was to be made. It was dusk between 5 and 6, and at dusk Jane was to go to the nursery, and in the most innocent manner possible carry off the boy for half an hour's play in his mother's dressing room. It was, fortunately, a usual thing for Clarissa to have him with her at this time, when she happened to be at home so early. There was a dingy servants' staircase leading from the corridor to the ground floor, and down this they were to make their escape unobserved, the child bundled up in a shawl, Jane Target having slipped out beforehand and hired a carriage, which was to wait for them a little way off in a side street. There was a train leaving Paris at 7, which would take them to Amiens, where they could sleep that night, and go on to Brussels in the morning. Once in Brussels, they must contrive somehow to find Austin Lovel. Of her plans for the future, how she was to live separated from her husband and defying him, Clarissa thought nothing. Her mind was wholly occupied by that one consideration about her child. To secure him to herself was the end and aim of her existence. It was only at Jane's suggestion that she set herself to calculate ways and means. She had scarcely any ready money. One £5 note and a handful of silver comprised all her wealth. She had given her brother every sixpence she could spare. There were her jewels, it is true. Jewels worth £3,000 or £4,000, but she shrank from the idea of touching these. While she sat with her purse in her hand, idly counting the silver, and not at all able to realise the difficulties of her position, the faithful Jane came to her relief. "I've got £25 with me, ma'am, saved out of my wages since I've been in your service, and I'm sure you're welcome to the money." Jane had brought her little hoard with her, intending to invest some part of it in presents for her kindred, a shawl for her mother, and so on, but had been disappointed by finding that the Parisian shops, brilliant as they were, contained very much the same things she had seen in London, and at higher prices. She had entertained a hazy notion that cashmere shawls were in some manner a product of the soil of France, and could be bought for a mere trifle; whereby she had been considerably taken aback when the proprietor of a plate-glass edifice on the Boulevard des Italiens asked her 1,000 francs for a black cashmere, which she had set her mind upon as a suitable covering for the shoulders of Mrs. Target. "You dear good girl," said Clarissa, touched by this new proof of fidelity. "But if I should never be able to pay you the money?" "Stuff and nonsense, ma'am. No fear of that; and if you weren't, I shouldn't care. Father and mother are comfortably off, and I'm not going to work for a pack of brothers and sisters. I gave the girls new bonnets last Easter, and sent them a ribbon apiece at Christmas, and that's enough for them. If you don't take the money, ma'am, I shall throw it in the fire." Clarissa consented to accept the use of the money. She would be able to repay it, of course. She had a vague idea that she could earn money as a teacher of drawing in some remote continental city, where they might live very cheaply. How sweet it would be to work for her child! Much sweeter than to be a millionaire's wife and dress him in purple and fine linen that cost her nothing. She spent some hours in looking over and arranging her jewels. From all of these she selected only 2 half-hoop diamond rings, as a reserve against the hour of need. These and these only of Daniel Granger's gifts would she take with her. She made a list of her trinkets, with a nota bene stating her appropriation of the 2 rings, and laid it at the top of her principal jewel case. After this she wrote a letter to her husband, a few lines only, telling him how she had determined to take her child away with her, and how she should resist to the last gasp any attempt to rob her of him. "If I were the guilty wretch you think me," she wrote, "I would willingly surrender my darling, rather than degrade him by any association with such a fallen creature. But whatever wrong I have committed against you, and that wrong was done by my marriage, I have not forfeited the right to my child's affection." This letter written, there was nothing more to be done. Jane packed a travelling bag with a few necessary items, and that was all the luggage they could venture to carry away with them. The afternoon post brought a letter from Brussels, addressed to Miss Jane Target, which the girl brought in triumph to her mistress. "There'll be no bother about finding Mr. Austin, mum," she cried. "Here's a letter." The letter was in Austin's usual brief careless style, entering into no explanations; but it told the quarter in which he had found a lodging, so Clarissa was at least sure of this friendly shelter. It would be a poor one, no doubt; nor was Austin Lovel by any means a strong rock upon which to lean in the hour of trouble. But she loved him, and she knew that he would not turn his back upon her. The rest of the day seemed long and dreary. Clarissa wandered into the nursery 2 or 3 times, in order to assure herself, by the evidence of her own eyes, of her boy's safety. She found the nursemaid busy packing, under Mrs. Brobson's direction. The day waned. Clarissa had not seen her husband since that meeting in the corridor, nor had she gone into any of the rooms where Miss Granger might be encountered. That young lady, painfully in the dark as to what had happened, sat at her table in the window, diligently illuminating, and wondering when her father would take her into his confidence. She had been told of the intended journey on the next day, and that she and her brother were to go back to Arden Court, under the protection of the servants, while Mr. Granger and his wife went elsewhere, and was not a little puzzled by the peculiarity of the arrangement. Warman was packing, complaining the while at having to do so much in so short a time, and knew nothing of what had occurred in the Rue du Chevalier Bayard, after the dismissal of the carriage by Mr. Fairfax. "There must have been something, miss," she said, "or your pa would never have taken this freak into his head, racing back as if it was for a wager, and me not having seen half I wanted to see, nor bought so much as a pincushion to take home to my friends. I had a clear month before me, I thought, so where was the use of hurrying? And then to be scampered and harum-scarumed off like this. It's really too bad." "I have no doubt papa has good reasons for what he is doing, Warman," answered Miss Granger with dignity. "Oh, of course, miss. Gentlefolks has always good reasons for their goings on," Warman remarked snappishly, and then took it out on one of Miss Granger's bonnets during the process of packing. Twilight came at last, the longed-for dusk, in which the attempt was to be made. Clarissa had put on one of her darkest plainest dresses, and borrowed a little black straw bonnet of her maid's. This bonnet and her sealskin jacket she deferred putting on until the last; for there was always the fear that Mr. Granger might come in at some awkward moment. At 5:30 Jane Target went to the nursery and fetched the year-old heir of Arden Court. He was always glad to go to his mother; and he came to night crowing and laughing, and kicking his little blue shoes in boisterous rapture. Jane kept guard at the door while Clarissa put on her bonnet and jacket, and wrapped up the baby, first in a warm fur-lined opera jacket, and then in a thick tartan shawl. They had no hat for him, but tied up his pretty flaxen head in a large silk handkerchief, and put the shawl over that. The little fellow submitted to the operation, which he evidently regarded in the light of an excellent joke. Everything was now ready. Clarissa carried her baby, Jane went before with the bag, leading the way down the darksome servants' staircase, where at any moment they might meet one of Mr. Granger's retainers. Luckily they met no one. The descent only occupied about 2 minutes, and at the bottom of the stairs Clarissa found herself in a small square stone lobby, lighted by a melancholy jet of gas, and pervaded by the smell of cooking. In the next moment Jane, who had made herself mistress of all minor details, opened a door, and they were out in the dull quiet street, the side street, at the end of which workmen were scalping away a hill. A few doors off they found the carriage, which Jane had secured half an hour before, and a very civil driver. Clarissa told the driver where to go, and then got in, with her precious burden safe in her arms. The precious burden set up a wail at this juncture, not understanding or approving these strange proceedings, and it was as much as his mother could do to soothe him. A few yards round the corner they passed a man, who looked curiously at the vehicle. This was George Fairfax, who was pacing the street in the gloaming, in order to reconnoitre the dwelling of the woman he loved, and who let her pass him unaware. His own man was busy at the same time entertaining one of Mr. Granger's footmen in a neighbouring wine shop, in the hope of extracting the information his master required about Mrs. Granger's maid. They reached the station just 5 minutes before the train left for Amiens; and once seated in the railway carriage, Clarissa almost felt as if her victory was certain, so easily had the first stage been got over. She kissed and blessed Jane Target, whom she called her guardian angel, and smothered her baby with kisses, apostrophising him with all manner of fond foolishness. Everything favoured her. The flight was not discovered until nearly 3/4 of an hour after Clarissa had eloped with her baby down that darksome stair. Mrs. Brobson, luxuriating in tea, toast, and gossip before the nursery fire, and relieved not a little by the absence of her 1-year-old charge, had been unconscious of the progress of time. It was only when the little clock upon the chimney-piece chimed the half-hour after 6 that she began to wonder about the baby. "His ma's had him longer than ever," she said. "You'd better go and fetch him, Liza. She'll be wanting to dress for dinner, I dessay. I suppose she's going down to dinner to-night, though there is something up." "She didn't go down to breakfast, nor yet to lunch," said Eliza, who had her information fresh from one of the footmen. "And Mr. Granger's been a walking up and down the drawing room as if he was a doing it for a wager, William Baker says. Mr. Fairfax come this morning, and didn't stop above a quarter of an hour. But William was outside the drawing room door all the time, and there was no loud talking, nor quarrelling, nor nothing." "That Fairfax is a villain," replied Mrs. Brobson. "I don't forget the day he kissed baby in Arden Park. I never see any good come of a single gentleman kissing a lady's baby, voluntary. It isn't their nature to do it, unless they've a hankering after the mar." "Lor, Brobson, how orful!" cried Eliza. And in this pleasant converse the nurse and her subordinate wasted another 5 minutes. The nursemaid frittered away a few more minutes in tapping gingerly at the dressing-room door, until at last, emboldened by the silence, she opened it, and peering in, beheld nothing but emptiness. Mrs. Granger had gone to the drawing-room perhaps, but where was baby, and where was Jane Target? The girl went in search of her favourite, William Baker. Were Mrs. Granger and baby in the drawing-room? No. Mr. Baker had been in attendance all the afternoon. Mrs. Granger had not left her own apartments. "But she's not there!" cried Eliza, aghast. "Nor Target either. I've been looking for baby." She ran back to the dressing-room. It was still empty, and the bedroom adjoining. Mr. Granger's dressing-room was beyond that, and he was there writing letters. At this door, this sacred door, the threshold whereof she had never crossed, Eliza the nursemaid tapped nervously. "Oh, if you please, sir, have you got Master Lovel?" "No!" cried Daniel Granger, starting up from his desk. "What made you think him likely to be here?" "I can't find him, please, sir. I've been looking in Mrs. Granger's dressing-room, and everywhere almost. Jane Target fetched him for his ma close upon an hour ago, and Mrs. Brobson sent me for him, and I fancied as you might have got him with you, sir." Mr. Granger came out of his room with the lamp in his hand, and came through the bedroom to his wife's dressing-room, looking with that stern searching gaze of his into every shadowy corner, as if he thought Clarissa and her baby might be playing hide-and-seek there. But there was no one. The cheval-glass and the great glass door of the wardrobe reflected only his own figure, and the scared nursemaid peering from behind his elbow. He went on to the nursery, opening the doors of all the rooms as he passed, and looking in. There are some convictions that come in a minute. Before that search was finished, Daniel Granger felt very sure that his wife had left him, and had taken her child away with her. In what manner and to what doom had she gone? Was her flight a shameful one, with George Fairfax for her companion? He knew now, for the first time, that in the depths of his mind there had been some lurking belief in her innocence. It was so supreme an agony to him to imagine that she had taken a step which must make her guilt a certainty. He did not waste much time in questioning the verbose Brobson. The child was missing, that was quite clear, and his wife, and his wife's maid. It was some small relief to him to know that she had taken the honest Yorkshire girl. If she had been going to ignominy, she would scarcely have taken any one who knew her past history, above all one whom she had known in her childhood. What was he to do? To follow her, of course, if by any means he could discover whither she had gone. To set the telegraph wires going also, with a view to discovering her destination. He drove off at once to the chief telegraph office, and wrote a couple of messages, one to Mr. Lovel at Spa, the other to Mr. Oliver at Holborough Rectory, with a brief stern request to be informed immediately if his wife should arrive at either place. There was Lady Laura Armstrong, her most intimate friend, with whom she might possibly seek a refuge in the hour of her trouble; but he did not care to make any application in that quarter, unless driven to do so. He did not want to make his wrongs public. From the telegraph office he drove to the Northern Railway Station, and made minute inquiries about the trains. There was a train by which she might have gone to Calais half an hour before he arrived there. He enlisted the services of an official, and promenaded the waiting rooms and platforms, the dreary chambers in which travellers wait for their luggage, to and fro between the barriers that torment the soul of the impatient. He asked this man, and several other men, if a lady, with her baby and maid, had been observed to take their departure by any train within the last hour. But the men shrugged their shoulders hopelessly. Ladies and maids and babies came and went in flocks, and no one noticed them. They were always babies. Yes, one of the men did remember a stout lady in a red shawl, with a baby and a birdcage and a crowd of boxes, who had gone by the second class. Is it that was the lady Monsieur was looking for, par hasard? She will go to her father, Mr. Granger said to himself again and again. And this, for the moment, seemed to him such a certainty that he had half made up his mind to start for Spa by the next train that would carry him in that direction. But the thought of George Fairfax, the possibility that his wife might have had a companion in her flight, arrested him in the next moment. Better that I should stop to make sure of his whereabouts, he thought, and drove straight to the Champs-Élysées, where Mr. Fairfax had his bachelor quarters. Here he saw the valet, who had not long returned from that diplomatic expedition to the neighbourhood of the Rue de Morny, but who appeared the very image of unconsciousness and innocence notwithstanding. Mr. Fairfax was dining at home with some friends. Would Mr. Granger walk in? The dinner was not served yet. Mr. Fairfax would be delighted to see him. Mr. Granger refused to go in, but told the man he should be glad to see Mr. Fairfax there in the ante-room for a moment. He wanted to be quite sure that the valet was not lying. Mr. Fairfax came out, surprised at the visit. "I had a special reason for wishing to know if you were at home this evening," said Daniel Granger. "I am sorry to have disturbed you, and will not detain you from your friends." And then the question flashed upon him: was she there? No, that would be too daring. Any other refuge she might seek, but surely not this. George Fairfax had flung the door wide open in coming out. Mr. Granger saw the dainty bachelor room, with its bright pictures shining in the lamplight, and two young men in evening dress lolling against the mantelpiece. The odours of an elaborate dinner were also perceptible. The valet had told the truth. Daniel Granger murmured some vague excuse, and departed. "Queer," muttered Mr. Fairfax, as he went back to his friends. "I'm afraid the man is going off his head, and yet he seemed cool enough to day." From the Champs-Élysées, Mr. Granger drove to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard. There was another possibility to be considered. If Austin the painter were indeed Austin Lovel, as George Fairfax had asserted, it was possible that Clarissa had gone to him; and the next thing to be done was to ascertain his whereabouts. The ancient porter, whom Mr. Granger had left the night before in a doubtful and bewildered state of mind, was eating some savoury mess for his supper comfortably enough this evening, but started up in surprise, with his spectacles on his forehead, at Mr. Granger's reappearance. "I want to know where your lodger Mr. Austin went when he left here?" Mr. Granger demanded briefly. The porter shrugged his shoulders. "Alas, monsieur, that is an impossibility. I know nothing of Mr. Austin's destination, only that he went away yesterday, at 3 o'clock, in a hackney coach, which was to take him to the Northern Railway." "Is there no one who can tell me what I want to know?" asked Mr. Granger. "I doubt it, monsieur. Monsieur Austin was in debt to almost every one except his landlord. He promised to write about his furniture. Some of the movables in those rooms upstairs are his, cabinets, carved chairs, tapestries, and so on. But he said nothing as to where he was going." "He promised to write," repeated Mr. Granger. "That's an indefinite kind of promise. You could let me know, I suppose, if you heard anything?" "But certainly," replied the porter, who saw Mr. Granger's fingers in his waistcoat pocket, and scented a fee. "Monsieur should know immediately." Mr. Granger wrote his address upon a card, and gave it to the porter, with a napoleon. "You shall have another when you bring me any information. Good night." At home, Daniel Granger had to face his daughter, who had heard by this time of her stepmother's departure, and the abstraction of the baby. "Oh, papa," she exclaimed, "I do so feel for you!" and made as if she would have embraced her parent, but he stood like a rock, not inviting any affectionate demonstration. "Thank you, my dear," he said gravely, "but I can do very well without pity. It's a kind of thing I'm not accustomed to. I am annoyed that Clarissa should have acted in this ill-advised manner, but I have no doubt matters will come right in a little time." "Lovel, my brother is safe, papa?" inquired Sophia, clasping her hands. "I have every reason to believe so. He is with his mother." Miss Granger sighed profoundly, as much as to say, he could not be in worse hands. "And I think, my dear," continued her father, "that the less you trouble yourself about this business, the better. Any interference on your part will only annoy me, and may occasion unpleasantness between us. You will go back to Arden to morrow, as I intended, with Warman, and one of the men to take care of your luggage. The rest of the establishment will follow in a day or so." "And you, papa?" "My plans are uncertain. I shall return to Arden as soon as I can." "Dear old Arden!" exclaimed Sophia. "How I wish we had never left it! How happy I was for the first 4 years of my life there!" This apostrophe Mr. Granger perfectly understood. It meant that with the advent of Clarissa, Happiness had fled away from Sophia's dwelling-place. He did not trouble himself to notice the speech, but it made him angry nevertheless. "There is a letter for you, papa," said Miss Granger, pointing to a side-table, "a letter which Warman found upstairs." The lynx-eyed Warman, prying and peering about, had spied out Clarissa's letter to her husband, half hidden among the frivolities on the dressing-table. Mr. Granger pounced upon it eagerly, full of hope. It might tell him all he wanted to know. It told him nothing. The words were not consistent with guilt, unless Clarissa were the very falsest of women. But had she not been the falsest? Had she not deceived him grossly, unpardonably? Alas, he was already trying to make excuses for her, trying to believe her innocent of what society calls sin. Yes, she might be that, but had he not seen her kneeling beside her lover? Had she not owned that she loved him? She had, and the memory of her words were poison to Daniel Granger. Chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 44. Under the Shadow of St. Gudule. It was about half an hour before noon on the following day when Clarissa arrived at Brussels, and drove straight to her brother's lodging, which was in an obscure street under the Shadow of St. Gudule. Austin was at work in a room opening straight from the staircase, a bare, shabby-looking chamber, and looked up from his easel with profound astonishment on beholding Mrs. Granger with her maid and baby. "Why, Clary, what in the name of all that's wonderful brings you to Brussels?" he exclaimed. "I've come to live with you for a little while, Austin, if you will let me," she answered quietly. "I have no other home now." Austin Lovel laid down his palette, and came across the room to receive her. "What does it all mean, Clary? Look here, young woman," he said to Jane Target, "you'll find my wife in the next room, and she'll help you to make that youngster comfortable. Now, Clary," he went on, as the girl curtsied and vanished through the door that divided the two rooms, "what does it all mean?" Clarissa told him her story; told it, that is to say, as well as she could tell a story which reflected so much discredit upon herself. "I went to the Rue du Chevalier Bayard at 5 on Tuesday, as I promised, you know, Austin, and found Mr. Fairfax there. You may imagine how surprised I was when I heard you were gone. He did not tell me immediately, and he detained me there, talking to me." The sudden crimson which mounted to her very temples at this juncture betrayed her secret. "Talking to you?" cried Austin. "You mean making love to you? The infernal scoundrel!" "It was very dishonourable." "That's a mild way of putting it. What, he hung about my rooms when I had gone, to get you into a trap, as it were, at the risk of compromising you in a most serious manner. You never gave him any encouragement, did you, Clarissa?" "I never meant to do so." "You never meant! But a woman must know what she is doing. You used to meet him at my rooms very often. If I had dreamt there was any flirtation between you, I should have taken care to put a stop to that. Well, go on. You found Fairfax there, and you let him detain you, and then—" "My husband came, and there was a dreadful scene, and he knocked Mr. Fairfax down." "Naturally. I respect him for doing it." "And for a few minutes I thought he was dead," said Clarissa with a shudder. And then she went on with her story, telling her brother how Daniel Granger had threatened to separate her from her child. "That was hard lines," said Austin; "but I think you would have done better to remain passive. It's natural that he should take this business rather seriously at first; but that would wear off in a short time. What you have done will only widen the breach." "I have got my child," said Clarissa. "Yes, but in any case you must have had him. That threat of Granger's was only blank cartridge. He could not deprive you of the custody of your son." "He will try to get a divorce, perhaps. He thinks me the vilest creature in the world." "A divorce! Bosh! Divorces are not obtained so easily. What a child you are, Clarissa!" "At any rate, he was going to take me back to papa in disgrace. I could not have endured that. My father would think me guilty, perhaps." Again the tell-tale crimson flushed Clarissa's face. The memory of that September evening at Mill Cottage flashed across her mind, and her father's denunciation of George Fairfax and his race. "Your father would be wise enough to defend his child, I imagine," replied Austin, "although he is not a person whose conduct I would pretend to answer for. But this quarrel between you and your husband must be patched up, Clary." "That will never be." "It must be, for your son's sake, if not for yours. You pretend to love that boy, and are yet so blind to his interests. He is not the heir to an entailed estate, remember. Granger is a self-made man, and if you offend him, may leave Arden Court to his daughter's children." She had robbed her son of his birthright, perhaps. For what? Because she had not had the strength to shut her heart against a guilty love. Because in the face of every good resolution she had ever made, she had been weak enough to listen when George Fairfax chose to speak. "It seems very hard," she said helplessly. "It would be uncommonly hard upon that child if this breach were not healed. But it must be healed." "You do not know half the bitter things Mr. Granger said. Nothing would induce me to humiliate myself to him." "Not the consideration of your son's interests?" "God will protect my son. He will not be punished for any sin of his mother's." "Come now, Clary, be reasonable. Let me write to Granger in my own proper character, telling him that you are here." "If you do that, I will never forgive you. It would be most dishonourable, most unkind. You will not do that, Austin?" "Of course I will not, if you insist upon it. But I consider that you are acting very foolishly. There must have been a settlement, by the way, when you married. Do you remember anything about it?" "Very little. There was 500 a year settled on me for pin money, and 500 a year for papa, settled somehow. The reversion to come to me, I think they said. And yes, I remember, if I had any children, the eldest son was to inherit Arden Court." "That's lucky. I thought your father would never be such a fool as to let you marry without some arrangement of that sort." "Then my darling is safe, is he not?" "Well, yes, I suppose so." "And you will not betray me, Austin?" said Clarissa imploringly. "Betray you? If you put it in that way, of course not. But I should be acting more in your interests if I wrote to Granger. No good can come of the step you have taken. However, we must trust to the chapter of accidents," added Austin, with a resumption of his habitual carelessness. "I needn't tell you that you are heartily welcome to my hospitality, such as it is. Our quarters are rough enough, but Bessie will do what she can to make you comfortable, and I'll put on a spurt and work hard to keep things together. I found a dealer in the Montagne de la Cour who is willing to take my sketches at a decent price. Look here, Clary, how do you like this little bit of genre? Forbidden fruit, a chubby 6-year-old girl, on tiptoe, trying to filch a peach growing high on the wall. Flimsy child, and pre-Raphaelite wall. Peach, carnation velvet. Child's cheek to match the peach. Rather a nice thing, isn't it?" asked Austin lightly. Clarissa made some faint attempt to appear interested in the picture, which she only saw in a dim far-off way. "I shall be very glad to see where you are going to put baby," she said anxiously. The bleak and barren aspect of the painting room did not promise much for the accommodation or comfort of Mr. Lovel's domicile. "Where I am going to put baby! Ah, to be sure, you will want a room to sleep in," said Austin, as if this necessity had only just struck him. "We'll soon manage that. The house is roomy enough, a perfect barrack, in fact. There was a lace factory carried on in it once, I believe. I daresay there's a room on this floor that we can have. I'll go and see about that, while you make yourself comfortable with Bessie. We have only 2 rooms, this and the next, which is our bedroom. But we shall do something better by and by, if I find my pictures sell pretty fast." He went off whistling an opera air, and by no means oppressed by the idea that he had a sister in difficulties cast upon his hands. There was a room, a darksome chamber at the back of the house, looking into a narrow alley, where domestic operations of some kind seemed to be going on in every window and doorway, but sufficiently spacious, and with 2 beds. It was altogether homely, but looked tolerably clean, and Clarissa was satisfied with it, although it was the poorest room that had ever sheltered her. She had her baby, that was the grand point; and he rolled upon the beds, and crowed and chattered, in his half inarticulate way, with as much delight as if the shabby chamber had been an apartment in a palace. "If he is happy, I am more than content," exclaimed Mrs. Granger. A fire was lighted in the stove, and Bessie brought them a second breakfast of coffee and rolls, and a great basin of bread and milk for young Lovel. The little man ate ravenously, and did not cry for Brobson; seemed indeed rather relieved to have escaped from the jurisdiction of that respectable matron. He was fond of Jane Target, who was just one of those plump apple-cheeked young women whom children love instinctively, and who had a genius for singing ballads of a narrative character, every verse embellished with a curious old-fashioned quavering turn. After this refreshment, the first that Clarissa had taken with any approach to appetite since that luckless scene in her brother's painting-room, Jane persuaded her mistress to lie down and rest, which she did, falling asleep peacefully, with her boy's bright young head nestling beside her on the pillow. It was nearly dark when she awoke, and after dinner she went out for a walk with Austin, in the bright gas-lit streets, and along a wide boulevard where the tall bare trees looked grim in the darkness. The freedom of this new life seemed strange to her, after the forms and ceremonies of her position as Daniel Granger's wife and Sophia Granger's stepmother. Strange, and not at all unpleasant. "I think I could be very happy with you and Bessie always, Austin," she said, "if they would only leave me in peace." "Could you, Clary? I'm sure I should be very glad to have you, but it would be rather hard upon Granger. He was going to take me back to papa. He wanted to get rid of me. He was in a passion when he talked about that, rely upon it. He was as cold as ice, Austin. I don't believe he was ever in a passion in his life." Chapter XLV. Of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XLV. Temptation. It was Sunday, and Clarissa had been nearly a week in Brussels, a very quiet week, in which she had had nothing to do but worship her baby, and tremblingly await any attempt that might be made to wrest him from her. She lived in hourly fear of discovery, and was startled by every step on the staircase, and fluttered by every sudden opening of a door, expecting to see Daniel Granger on the threshold. She went to church alone on this first Sunday morning. Austin was seldom visible before noon, dawdling away the bleaker morning hours, smoking and reading in bed. Bessie had a world of domestic business on her hands, and the two boys to torment her while she attempted to get through it. So Clarissa went alone to St. Gudule. There were Protestant temples, no doubt, in the Belgian city wherein she might have worshipped; but that solemn pile drew her to itself with a magnetic attraction. She went in among the gay-looking crowd, the old women in wondrous caps, the sprinkling of soldiers, the prosperous citizens and citizenesses in their Sunday splendour, and made her way to a quiet corner remote from the great carved oak pulpit and the high altar, a shadowy corner behind a massive cluster of columns, and near a little wooden door in one of the great portals, that opened and shut with a clanging noise now and then, and beside which a dilapidated-looking old man kept watch over a shell-shaped marble basin of holy water, and offered a brush dipped in the sacred fluid to devout passers-by. Here she could kneel unobserved, and in her ignorant fashion join in the solemn service, lifting up her heart with the elevation of the host, and acknowledging her guiltiness in utter humility of spirit. Yet not always throughout that service could she keep her thoughts from wandering. Her mind had been too much troubled of late for perfect peace or abstraction of thought to be possible to her. The consideration of her own folly was very constantly with her. What a wreck and ruin she had made of her life! A life which from first to last had been governed by impulse only. "If I had been an honourable woman, I should never have married Daniel Granger," she said to herself. "What right had I to take so much and give so little? To marry a man I could not even hope to love, for the sake of winning independence for my father, or for the sake of my old home. Arden Court! Was not that the price which had made her sacrifice tolerable to her? And she had lost it. The gates of the dwelling she loved were closed upon her once again, and this time for ever. How the memory of the place came back to her this chill March morning! The tall elms rocking in the wind, the rooks' nests tossing in the topmost branches, and the hoarse cawing of discontented birds bewailing the tardiness of spring. "It will be my darling's home in the days to come," she said to herself; but even this thought brought no consolation. She dared not face her son's future. Would it not involve severance from her? Now, while he was an infant, she might hold him; but by and by the father's stern claim would be heard. They would take the boy away from her, teach him to despise and forget her. She fancied herself wandering and watching in Arden Park, a trespasser, waiting for a stolen glimpse of her child's face. "I shall die before that time comes," she thought gloomily. Some such fancy as this held her absorbed when the high mass concluded, and the congregation began to disperse. The great organ was pealing out one of Mozart's Hallelujahs. There was some secondary service going on at either end of the church. Clarissa still knelt, with her face hidden in her hands, not praying, only conjuring up dreadful pictures of the future. Little by little the crowd melted away. There were only a few worshippers murmuring responses in the distance. The last chords of the Hallelujah crashed and resounded under the vaulted roof; and at last Clarissa looked up and found herself almost alone. She went out, but shrank from returning immediately to her child. Those agitating thoughts had affected her too deeply. She walked away from the church up towards the park, hoping to find some quiet place where she might walk down the disturbance in her mind, so as to return with a calm smiling face to her darling. It was not a tempting day for any purposeless pedestrian. The sky had darkened at noon, and there was a drizzling rain coming down from the dull grey heavens. The streets cleared quickly now the services were over; but Clarissa went on, scarcely conscious of the rain, and utterly indifferent to any inconvenience it might cause her. She was in the wide open place near the park when she heard footsteps following her, rapidly, and with a purpose, as it seemed. Some women have a kind of instinct about these things. She knew in a moment, as if by some subtle magnetism, that the man following her was George Fairfax. "Clarissa," said a voice close in her ear; and turning quickly, she found herself face to face with him. "I was in the church," he said, "and have followed you all the way here. I waited till we were clear of the narrow streets and the crowd. Oh, my darling, thank God I have found you! I only knew yesterday that you had left Paris; and some happy instinct brought me here. I felt sure you would come to Austin. I arrived late last night, and was loafing about the streets this morning, wondering how I should discover your whereabouts, when I turned a corner and saw you going into St. Gudule. I followed, but would not disturb your orisons, fair saint. I was not very far off, Clarissa, only on the other side of the pillar." "Was it kind of you to follow me here, Mr. Fairfax?" Clarissa asked gravely. "Have you not brought enough trouble upon me as it is?" "Brought trouble upon you? Yes, that seems hard; but I suppose it was my fate to do that, and to make amends for it afterwards, dearest, in a life that shall know no trouble. I am here with my son, Mr. Fairfax. It was the fear of being separated from him that drove me away from Paris. If you have one spark of generous feeling, you will not pursue me, or annoy me here. If my husband were to see us together, or were to hear of our being seen together, he would have just grounds for taking my child away from me." "Clarissa," exclaimed George Fairfax with intensity, "let us make an end of all folly and beating about the bush at once and for ever. I do not say that I am not sorry for what happened the other night, so far as it caused annoyance to you, but I am heartily glad that matters have been brought to a crisis. The end must have come sooner or later, Clary; so much the better if it has come quickly. There is only one way to deal with the wretched mistake of your marriage, and that is to treat it as a thing that has never been. There are places enough in the world, Clary, in which you and I are nameless and unknown, and we can be married in one of those places. I will run all risks of a criminal prosecution, and 7 years at Portland. You shall be my wife, Clarissa, by as tight a knot as Church and State can tie." She looked at him with a half scornful smile. "Do you think you are talking to a child?" she said. They had been standing in the chill drizzling rain all this time, and would have so stood, perhaps, if a shower of fire and brimstone had been descending upon Brussels. But at this juncture Mr. Fairfax suddenly discovered that it was raining, and that Clarissa's shawl was growing rapidly damper. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, "what a brute I am! I must find you some kind of shelter." There was a café near at hand, the café attached to the Théâtre du Père, with rustic out-of-door constructions for the accommodation of its customers. Mr. Fairfax conducted Clarissa to one of these wooden arbours, where they might remain till the rain was over, or till he chose to bring her a carriage. He did not care to do that very soon. He had a great deal to say to her. This time he was resolved not to accept defeat. A solitary waiter espied them promptly, having so little to do in this doleful weather, and came for orders. Mr. Fairfax asked for some coffee, and waited in silence while the man brought a little tray with cups and saucers, and a great copper coffee pot, out of which he poured the black infusion with infinite flourish. "Bring some cognac," said Mr. Fairfax; and when the spirit had been brought, he poured half a wineglassful into a cup of coffee, and entreated Clarissa to drink it as an antidote to cold. "You were walking ever so long in the rain," he said. She declined the nauseous dose. "I am not afraid of catching cold," she said; "but I shall be very glad if you will let that man fetch me a fly. I ought to have been at home half an hour ago." "At home? Is it permissible to ask where you live?" "I would rather not tell you my address. I hope, if my being here had anything to do with your coming to Brussels, that you will go back to Paris at once." "I shall never go back to Paris unless I enter its gates with you some day. I am going to the East, Clary, to Constantinople, and Athens, and all the world of fable and story, and you are going with me, you and young Lovel. Do you know there is one particular spot in the island of Corfu which I have pitched upon for the site of a villa, just such a fairy place as you can sketch for me, your own architecture, neither Gothic nor composite, neither classic nor rustic, only le style Clarisse. Not for our permanent dwelling, to my mind nothing but poverty should ever chain a man to one habitation, but as a nest to which we might fly now and then, when we were weary of roaming." He was talking lightly, after his nature, which was of the lightest, but for a purpose also, trying to beguile Clarissa from serious considerations, to bring a smile to the pale sad face, if he could. In vain. The hazel eyes looked straight forward with an unwonted fixedness, the lips were firmly set, the hands clasped rigidly. After this his tone grew more earnest. Again he pleaded, very much as he had pleaded before, but with a stronger determination, with a deeper passion, painting the life that might be for those two in the warmest brightest colours that his fancy could lend it. What had she to care for, he argued? Absolutely nothing. She had broken with her husband, whom George Fairfax knew by his own experience to be implacable in his resentment. And oh, how much to gain! A life of happiness, all her future spent with the man who loved her, spent wherever and however she pleased. What was he but her slave, to obey her? She was not unmoved by his pleading. Unmoved? These were words and tones that went home to her heart of hearts. Yes, she could imagine the life he painted so well. Yes, she knew what the future would seem to her, if it were to be spent with him. She loved him dearly, had so loved him ever since that night in the railway carriage, she thought. When had his image really been absent from her since that time? He insisted that she should hear him to the end, and she submitted, not unwillingly perhaps. She had no thought of yielding; but it was sweet to her to hear his voice, for the last time, she told herself. This must be the last time. Even while he pleaded and argued and demonstrated that the wisest thing in the world she could do was to run away with him, she was meditating her plan of escape. Not again must they meet thus. She had a certain amount of strength of mind, but it was not inexhaustible, and she felt her weakness. "You forget that I have a son," she said at last, when he urged her to speak. "He shall be my son. Do you think I do not love that rosy yearling? He shall inherit Lyvedon, if you like. There is no entail. I can do what I please with it. Yes, though I had sons of my own, he should be first. By right of any wrong we may do him now. In the picture I have made of our future life, I never omitted that figure, Clarissa. Forget your son! No, Clary. When I am less than a father to him, tell me that I never loved you." This was the man's way of looking at the question. The boy's future should be provided for. He should have a fine estate left him by way of solatium. The mother thought of what her son would think of her, when he grew old enough to consider her conduct. "I must ask you to get me a fly somehow, Mr. Fairfax," she said quietly. "It is still raining, and I am really anxious to get home to Lovel. I am sorry you should have taken so much trouble about me. It is quite useless, believe me. I know that I have been very weak, guilty even, in many ways since I have known you; but that is all over now. I have paid the penalty in the loss of my husband's esteem. I have nothing now to live for but my child." "And is that to be the end of everything, Mrs. Granger?" asked George Fairfax, with an angry look in his eyes. "Are we to part upon that? It is such an easy thing to lure a man on to a certain point, and then turn upon him, and protest you never meant to go beyond that point. You have paid the penalty. Do you think I have paid no penalty? Was it a pleasant thing to me, do you suppose, to jilt Geraldine Challoner? I trampled honour in the dust for your sake, Clarissa. Do you know that there is a coolness between my mother and me at this moment, because of my absence from England and that broken off marriage? Do you know that I have turned my back for ever upon a place that any man might be proud to call his home, for the sake of being near you? I have cast every consideration to the winds, and now that you have actually broken loose from your bondage, now that there is nothing to come between us and a happy future, you set up your son as an obstacle, and—" He concluded with a bitter laugh. "Ask me to fetch you a fly." "I am sorry to wound you, but I cannot bring dishonour upon my son." "Your son!" cried George Fairfax savagely. "An east wind may blow your son off the face of the earth to morrow. Is a 1-year-old baby to stand between a man and his destiny? Come, Clary, I have served my apprenticeship. I have been very patient, but my patience is exhausted. You must leave this place with me to night. Mr. Fairfax, will you get me a fly, or must I walk home?" He looked at her fixedly for a few moments, intent upon finding out if she were really in earnest, if this cold persistence were unconquerable even by him. Her face was very pale, the eyes downcast, the mouth firm as marble. "Clarissa!" he cried. "I've been fooled from first to last. You have never loved me." Those words took her off her guard. She lifted her eyes to meet his, eyes full of love and despair, and again he told himself success was only a question of time. His apprenticeship was not finished yet. He must be content to serve a little longer. When she had tasted the bitterness of her new life, its helplessness, its desolation, with only such a broken reed as Austin Lovel to lean upon, she would turn to him naturally for comfort and succour, as the fledgling flies back to its nest. But if in the meantime Daniel Granger should relent and pursue her, and take her back to his heart with pardon and love? There was the possibility of that event. Yet to press matters too persistently would be foolish, perilous even. Better to let her have her own way for a little, since he knew that she loved him. He went to look for the depressed waiter, whom he dispatched in quest of a vehicle, and then returned to the rustic shelter, where Clarissa sat like a statue, watching the rain pouring down monotonously in a perpetual drizzle. They heard the wheels of the carriage almost immediately. Mr. Fairfax offered his arm to Clarissa, and led her out of the garden, the obsequious waiter on the other side holding an umbrella over her head. "Where shall I tell the man to drive?" he asked. "To St. Gudule." "But you don't live in the cathedral, like Hugo's Esmeralda. Am I not to know your address?" "It is better not. Austin knows that you were the cause of my leaving Paris. If you came, there might be some misunderstanding." "I am not afraid of facing Austin." "But I am afraid of any meeting between you. I cannot tell you where I am living, Mr. Fairfax." "That seems rather hard upon me. But you will let me see you again, won't you, Clary? Meet me here to morrow at dusk, say at 6 o'clock. Promise to do that, and I will let you off." She hesitated, looking nervously to the right and left, like a hunted animal. "Promise, Clary. It is not very much to ask." "Very well, then, I promise. Only please let the man drive off to St. Gudule, and pray don't follow me." Mr. Fairfax grasped her hand. "Remember, you have promised," he said, and then gave the coachman his orders. And directly the fly containing Clarissa had rattled off, he ran to the nearest stand and chartered another. "Drive to St. Gudule," he said to the man, "and when you see a carriage going that way, keep behind it, but not too near." It happened, however, that the first driver had the best horse, and being eager to earn his fare quickly, had deposited Clarissa in the Place Gudule before George Fairfax's charioteer could overtake him. She had her money ready to slip into the man's hand, and she ran across the square and into the narrow street where Austin lived, and vanished before Mr. Fairfax turned the corner of the square. He met the empty vehicle, and dismissed his own driver thereupon in a rage. "Your horse ought to be suppressed by the legal authorities," he said, as he gave the man his fare. She must live very near the cathedral, he concluded, and he spent a dreary hour patrolling the narrow streets round about in the wet. In which of those dull-looking houses has she her dwelling? He could not tell. He walked up and down, staring up at all the windows, with a faint hope of seeing her, but in vain; and at last went home to his hotel, crestfallen and disappointed. "She escapes me at every turn," he said to himself. "There is a kind of fatality. Am I to grow old and grey in pursuing her, I wonder? I feel 10 years older already, since that night when she and I travelled together." Chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Lovels of Arden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lovels of Arden, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 46. On the Wing. Clarissa hung over her baby with all manner of fond endearments. "My darling, my darling," she sobbed. "Is it a hard thing to resist temptation for your sake?" She had shed many bitter tears since that interview with George Fairfax, alone in the dreary room, while Lovel slept the after-dinner sleep of infancy, and while Mrs. Lovel and Jane Target gossiped sociably in the general sitting-room. Austin was out playing dominoes at the Café of 1,000 Columns, with some bohemianishly disposed Bruxellois. She had wept for the life that might have been, but which never could be. On that point she was decided. Not under the shadow of dishonour could she spend her days. She had her son. If she had been alone, utterly desolate, standing on some isolated rock, with nothing but the barren sea around her, she might perhaps have listened to that voice which was so very sweet to her, and yielded. But to take this dreadful leap which she was asked to take, alone, was one thing; to take it with her child in her arms, another. Her fancy, which was very vivid, made pictures of what her boy's future might be, if she were to do this thing. She thought of him stung by the mention of his mother's name, as if it were the foulest insult. She thought of his agony when he heard other men talk of their mothers, and remembered the blackness of darkness that shrouded his. She thought of the boyish intellect opening little by little, first with vague wonder, then fearful curiosity, to receive this fatal knowledge; and then the shame for that young innocent soul. "Oh, not for worlds!" she cried. "Oh, not for worlds! God keep me from any more temptation!" Not with mere idle prayers did she content herself. She knew her danger. That man was resolute, unscrupulous, revengeful even; and she loved him. She determined to leave Brussels. She would go and lose herself in the wide world of London, and then, after a little while, when all possibility of her movements being traced was over, she would take her child to some secluded country place, where there were woods and meadows, and where the little dimpled hands could gather bright spring flowers. She announced her intention to her brother that evening, when he came home at a latish hour from the Thousand Columns, elated by having won 3 francs and a half at dominoes, an amount which he had expended on cognac and siphons for himself and his antagonist. He was surprised, vexed even, by Clarissa's decision. Why had she come to him, if she meant to run away directly? What supreme folly to make such a journey for nothing! Why did she not go from Paris to London at once? "I did not think of that, Austin. I was almost out of my senses that day, I think, after Daniel told me he was going to separate me from my boy; and it seemed natural to me to fly to you for protection." "Then why run away from me? Heaven knows you are welcome to such a home as I can give. The quarters are rough, I know, but we shall improve that by and by." "No, no, Austin, it is not that. I should be quite happy with you, only I have a particular reason for going to London." "Clarissa!" cried her brother sternly. "Has that man anything to do with this? Has he tried to lure you away from here, to your destruction?" "No, no, no. You ought to know me better than that. Do you think I would bring dishonour upon my boy?" Her face told him that she was speaking the truth. "Very well, Clary," he said with a sigh of resignation. "You must do as you please. I suppose your reason is a good one, though you don't choose to trust me." So by an early train next morning, Clarissa, with her nurse and child, left Brussels for Ostend, a somewhat dreary place wherein to arrive in early springtime, with March winds blowing bleak across the sandy dunes. They had to spend a night here, at a second-rate hotel on the quay. "We must go to humble-looking places, you know, Jane, to make our money last," Clarissa said on the journey. They had travelled second class, but she had given a £5 note to her brother, by way of recompense for the brief accommodation he had given her, not telling him how low her stock was. Faithful Jane's £25 were vanishing. Clarissa looked at the 2 glittering circlets on her wedding finger. "We cannot starve while we have these," she thought. And once in London she could sell her drawings. Natural belief of the schoolgirl mind, that water-coloured sketches are a marketable commodity. Again in the dismal early morning, that sunrise of which poets write so sweetly, but which to the unromantic traveller is wont to seem a dreary thing, mother and nurse and child went their way in a great black steamer, redolent of oil and boiled mutton, and at 9 o'clock at night, a starless March night, Clarissa and her belongings were deposited on St. Catherine's Wharf, amidst a clamour and bustle that almost confused her senses. She had meditated and debated and puzzled herself all through the day's voyage, sitting alone on the windy deck, brooding over her troubles, while Jane kept young Lovel amused and happy below. Inexperienced in the ways of every-day life as a child, knowing no more now than she had known in her schoolgirl days at Belforêt, she had made her poor little plan, such as it was. 2 or 3 times during her London season she had driven through Soho, those weird dreary streets between Soho Square and Regent Street, and had contemplated the gloomy old houses, with a bill of lodgings to let here and there in a parlour window; anon a working jeweller's humble shop breaking out of a private house; here a cheap restaurant, there a French laundress; everywhere the air of a life which is rather a struggle to live than actual living. In this neighbourhood, which was the only humble quarter of the great city whereof she had any knowledge, Clarissa fancied they might find a temporary lodging, only a temporary shelter, for all her hopes and dreams pointed to some fair rustic retreat, where she might live happily with her treasure. Once lodged safely and obscurely, where it would be impossible for either her husband or George Fairfax to track her, she would spend a few shillings in drawing materials, and set to work to produce a set of attractive sketches, which she might sell to a dealer. She knew her brother's plan of action, and fancied she could easily carry it out upon a small scale. "So little would enable us to live happily, Jane," she said, when she revealed her ideas to her faithful follower. "But, oh, mum, to think of you living like that, with such a rich husband as Mr. Granger, and him worshipping the ground you walk upon, as he did up to the very last. And as to his anger, I'm sure it was only temporary, and he's sorry enough he drove you away by this time, I'll lay." "He wanted to take away my child, Jane." They took a cab, and drove from Thames Street to Soho. Clarissa had never been through the city at night before, and she thought the streets would never end. They came at last into that quieter and dingier region, but it was past 10 o'clock, and hard work to find a respectable lodging at such an hour. Happily the cabman was a kindly and compassionate spirit, and did his uttermost to help them, moving heaven and earth, in the way of policemen and small shopkeepers, until, by dint of much inquiry, he found a decent-looking house in a cul-de-sac out of Dean Street, a little out-of-the-way quadrangle, where the houses were large and stately, and had been habitations of sweetness and light in the days when Soho was young, and Monmouth the young man of the period. To one of these houses the cabman had been directed by a good-natured cheesemonger, at a corner not far off; and here Clarissa found a second floor, a gaunt-looking sitting-room, with 3 windows and oaken window-seats, sparsely furnished, but inexorably clean; a bedroom adjoining, at a rent which seemed moderate to this inexperienced wayfarer. The landlady was a widow. Is it not the normal state of landladies? Cleanly and conciliating, somewhat surprised to see travellers with so little luggage, but reassured by that air of distinction which was inseparable from Mrs. Granger, and by the presence of the maid. The cabman was dismissed, with many thanks and a princely payment, and so Clarissa began life alone in London. Chapter XLVII.